Shabbos, 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Very young, the Hasim. One of them here. This Rabbi side, you got a big round of applause. Eilat. Check this out in Eilat. It's unbelievable. Tell Tio needs a little help. This Rabbi side gave me chills for a second when I heard it, so I'll share it with you. It's very quick and I think it's pretty much the same as the physical versus kind of has to do with okay, what we should do. Well, we do extremely loving to go to Hashem weekend, we do it what we should do. We don't like it, we don't do it. Hashem send out, and it's the parents be, we give it the wonderful, and we give flowers to it. So we say that, well, it's extremely loving to do it. Love you, all right. I got seen I was supposed to email you something. I don't seriously. I don't remember what it was. What was it? You don't remember? Just send me something. Cedarhurst satellite seal and film phase learning satellite location in Cedarhurst. Happy birthday to Iris Blumenthal, special gift from the Federal of the Cedarhurst satellite page, custom art picture of Harass Leonard Spiegel, the rug of the Spiegel and the pipelines was recently lived there. Two souls were rebellious showing to Shabbos in October. Yep. Yeah. Flapper seal. Yeah, the MDY coffee. So the voice said the new people, when we get to the MDY coffee corner, there's the committee that the guy on the left, Shamsi Shlafrak, who dropped us, abandoned us for 2 weeks. Hired by 11-year-old Yankee Komarski. Crazy, 11-year-olds are doing the areas again. So there it is. The Slappish Tavern, the Valde, first time within. Bad news or first time within. Your spindle thing that does the loom, unfortunately. What? Let's show them your loom. We're gonna be us. It's gonna be Labaya. It's one of your best friends that broke it. Sue. Get over here, best friend. No, it's okay. We'll tell you later. Look for us at Martin Division. I'll tell you this. Listen. It's 18 on him, literally 18 on him. Serious, I am here. Look for us at Martin Division. The official edition of the White Shot for the set. The entire set by Zev and Yao show up. The Perek by the Benedict family. The Daf Gimel, Joel and Rachel Gedalius, the memory of Mary Gedalius, Mariam Bass, Chaim Zalman, Olah Shalom, he also sponsored that phase. David Salomon dedicated the set of sponsors. David Salomon dedicated memory of every Mary Small Barker, thanks to you. I don't want to confuse the two things. There's the blue Gemara that architect MDY puts out. It's called the official edition. Then you have the general receptor, this that we're learning right now. That's the second sponsor, David Salmon, with Small Barker, thanks to you. The Policy Balance Foundation, look who came back. The voices who came back over there. The cheetah guy. The Policy Balance Foundation grad the consortium and the Alliance of all the Heat Sport at PY. Anonymous, that's fucking Brooklyn, so we got to take it to Chief Benny. One day I'll have to explain what cheetah is called. The new guys, anonymous from Cleveland for Schneeman, and we can see them to live us. Here we go. Pearl sponsors month. HYK Ventures. Are you Simon? I don't know how to find it. Before Schneeman, I'll be worried for Miriam. Weekly sponsor. You try to stick it in. Moishe Ruki Markovich, proudly supporting the Dafyomi in Spanish in honor of our parents and family. It's very exciting. Let's see where it goes. It's going to lead to a lot of things, I think, including Yiddish. Zelig and the Zeitler family, Mazel Tov, the Ethan Zelig, 15, and Hunter Zeitler, 14, on their 500th dot. Halfway to MDY, 1K status. Michael One timer. 1 year down, 365 block learned, 23:46 to go. Hey, we don't have to like 12 and 13. Yeah, but who's excited against him tonight? Mother Shabbos. And okay, here we go. We're going back. We're going back. Oh, we skipped. You thought I saw your name and I went by. Yisrael Alfred, my mother, Olah Shalom, Boyer Bashlema Koyin Olah Shalom, a devoted Hebrew teacher in New Haven, Connecticut, over 60 years. To the Shomer should have an Aliyah. Leah Michael Bernstein, the Yisrael Zelda about Yomen Bernstein. MDY, Kids sponsoring monthly Innovations LC as a split by the Simcha Ben Vega and Ricky Yudis Batsiat Kaya. MDYR, for Shlema, the Antaneta, and Shem Rothschild, for Shlema, for Vanessa, for Sayel, Daniel Sef, and Neil Tessa. I didn't see the coffee corner. Do we do coffee corner? Oh, so I lied to everybody? It's done. Okay. Moisai, Givaldic. Somebody came over to me and told me, first of all, when Menachem Koker brought over 200 people to the dot by putting it in the status, he saw they came through his link, over 200 people. But he says in his status, he says that food is one of the hardest receptions. And no, it's not going to be hard in Hashem. And somebody came over to me after she says, wow, this is a lot easier than the others. It's all about nice, this. Shalom Aleichem, guess, what's your name? From? Shalom Aleichem, Rebellion. What's your name? From Spring Valley. And you? I know you, you sit next to me in show. What's your name? Ah, very good. You're a good learner. Very good. Okay. Who else do we have here? Who? It's actually very hard one. Love this back. Shalom Aleichem. Okay. Yeah, and it's right over here. Set in the hot seat. Very good. Ready to go? The boys side, Daf. Today's Daf Gimel. We're going to start from the bottom. So this is what we had yesterday. It's very clear. The first 4 words of the Mishnah are called so, first 2 are in green, second 2 are in red. First 2 are green is go. It's the kapila. In the first place, these people could do shkita. Shkita is here. Now everybody thinks I did that noise. Great. She doesn't share it after the fact. So what we need to figure out is who could do shkita in the first place, and who can only do it after the fact. We have six shitas, and we're holding all the way on the bottom, that base on base, 2 lines from the bottom. Shita number 1 is Rabbi who says that we're talking about somebody who's coming and he's trying to shed Rabbi Barula. Here, let's see. Oh, all you guys who weren't here last night, this is Sheriff. Later, he's the number 1 coming thing in the world. Everybody thinks it's a rat. No, it's this guy right over here. He's the number 1 coming. You can still do skita now. It's a long night. So Rabbi Barula. That's Rabbi Barula. Look at Kila. Someone was coming. A check. A regular animal. What's the Because is because he's mocked it as if it's a carbon. Why? He wants to get used to dealing with Rabban's eating Rabban's when he's tar. So even though it's tough and he accepted upon himself, not you can't check the carbon. When you're talking that for sure, you can't touch it. So he's talking. If he uses a long knife, go ahead and check. Make sure you don't touch it. Go ahead and check. The person. So what could he have it? He's actually checking touching. And he's not supposed to check touching. But after the fact, he checked this $5,000 animal. He goes to the rabbi, what did I do? I was coming. And I brought a carbon and I checked it. So the rabbi says, did you touch it? He says, 100% I didn't touch it. Nah, without it. So then they say, okay, after the fact, the rabbi's going to say, it's a good carbon. Throughout the sugya, we're going to have to see these three things. What's the appeal of the Mishnah? What's the Diyah in the Mishnah? And then the next line, the Kulon Sheshach. The good news is that the Gemara repeats itself 6 times in a row, 30 words. What's the Kulon Sheshach do? It can mean the Torah Shayim the covenant that we just mentioned a second before, but then it would say if. And if these Torah Shayim the covenant, so what's the Kulon? It must be what we're talking about. Like usually it's within what that she does. So right now we're talking about Tameh or touching. Oh, the food's about Sheshach if they Sheshach touching. And somebody saw it. The food's Sheshach, we have to put the word there. And they saw it. The food's Sheshach and they saw it. Somebody's watching the eat that post. And the Sheshach ran away. So we asked the guy that saw it. You see if he touched the animal by mistake? No, he didn't touch the animal? Okay, then it's kosher. That's the Kulon Sheshach. Okay, so that's the first. Now the Gemara asks, what kind of tumah are we talking about? What have you all seen in the video? So he caught a sheret. Why do we see in the video of the sheret? Maybe he touched a dead person. So for that we're going to see a beautiful halacha. Another Kiddush double. Every day we learn new Kiddush. The way it works is, and this is of course for the new people, guys that were here for a year or so know this inside out. And this is second nature. This is the chart of Tumah. It goes in levels of Tumah. The worst is Aviyah fixing Tumah. Then it drops out of it. So, a dead person is the worst of the worst. You can't get any worse. A sheriff is one step below. It's only Avakim. A person who touches a dead person, who goes to the funeral and touches a dead person, he's only an Avakim. He drops. That person that touched a dead person, that touches food or another whatever it is, Caleb, it drops it. On level 3. A Rishon who touches food, it drops the shame. Okay. So, if a person went to a funeral, and he, after the funeral, he decided to touch this knife. You guys need a knife like this? You have a small one. Show me your salad. It's also you were going to talk now. See blood. Okay. Let me ask you something. Person went to Lavaya. He's an Abatumba. Touch is this. What does this become? Does it become a Rishon? It should drop one. No. Big Kiddush. This becomes what I am. If this touches a dead person, this becomes a dead person. This becomes Aviyah Vaisakumah. If a person who's a Abatumah touches this, so this becomes Abatumah. Ask the Gemara, so this is Abatumah, and then you slice the animal with this, you do shit with this. So what did the animal become? One step less. One step less of Abatumah is what? A Rishon. So we came comment, what did you gain by a long knife? He said, oh, if you use a long knife, it's great. You're coming, and you touch the knife, and the knife is like you. In fact, the same Rabbi happened even if the knife is not like you. The knife is with you is better. But let's say it's still being shady, so it's no good. So we're in Rishon. Get it to be a Rishon, even if it drops level, it's still be a Rishon. A component. So that's the one question. I probably didn't remember what happened. How is that started? Now, this only applies to both sides. That's the finish of today. Another finish. This halacha I just told you is only when it has to do with dead people. But when a sheret touches a knife, the knife doesn't become a sheret. It doesn't become a abatoma. It actually drops once a rishon. Always a dead sheret. Yes. Always a dead sheret. No, it was a puddle of blood. That's why I did a puddle of blood. Yeah. There's a little fire. Let me show you again. I hear. We don't want to gross people out that trust them. So here, look, check this out. Easy. A puddle of blood. So you show. It looks alive, but that's why I put a puddle of blood. Fine. Next. That's the Gemara. How do you talk about? Because the dead person, or let's say a person that went to Levaya. So person that went to Levaya is the Abaton. But the knife has the same halacha as the dead person. Abatumu. So he's an Abatum. He becomes Abatum. So then he makes the sake and the knife Abatum. But as the sake, then the knife goes and touches the meat. So the meat will drop one level from Abatum, will go down to the Rishon. So he's a Rishon. Hello. A lot of people get so nervous when they hear the whole thing of Kumla Tyre. That was the whole, that's basically it. It gets a dropping levels and that's it. There's a few little variations and stuff, but that's the basic Tumim Tahara. A lot of people are not familiar with. Allah says in the Gemara, the time of the Sheretz. The Sheretz is a top, and the knife drops down to a region. You boys say, the time makes right. The person, no. The person, right, 100%. The person touches a shirt. The person becomes a region thing. The person himself, the Abatuma, the shirt is the Abatuma. Anybody that touches the shirt drops a level, becomes a region. Before you say, we could say that he touched the dead person. But we're not dealing with this kind of knife. And that's the question I asked yesterday. What do you do shkita with a plastic knife? Are you yotzim? Yes. You yotzim with a rock, with a piece of glass, whatever you want. Whatever time you make, get your body permission to go to the same about culture, famous story with a rock. Famous focus. The shop brings down that it used to be the minute that everybody used the rocks. Sikar used the rocks. Use the rock. Until Dr. Mela threw stone at Goliath. And the rock asked permission from the metal to pierce the helmet. So the man said, what are you going to give me? So he said, I'll trade this. You let me go in now? And then you can use knives for Mila. The tree should be it's Mila. You know what you're going to call it? Sign one of the famous side, very close to Pano. Okay? Huh? Mila, that's an important thing. Yeah. So just a review video that we had the other day. Here we go. Just this part. And this explains the end of that video. The Gemara thought if he stands far away, he'll be hard. Sword, and there you go. You think AI today can make you look better? It's difficult. All right. Zok the Eli Gemara. Tell you a real quick story. I just heard it. So I'll share it from Rabbi. He gave his Rothschild class to the women from Dubai. The story that's again that power parry. There's a boy who went for her in Philly. Her rebellious stage in Rothschild. You know, with his father, and they come into the Sahara. Rebellious Bay asks him, "What are you learning?" She said, "I'm learning pulling." What parrot? So the father says, "A shofar." So the shofar. So Rebellious Bay opens up and asks him all these questions on a shofar, and the boy doesn't know a thing. Zero. He got a 0 on his test. Reminds me of Yom and Klein, no? The guy from the dentist from New York, what's his name? Ben Klein. Ben Schwartz. Ben Schwartz. Tell you this story, Ben Schwartz later. So, his father can't believe it. His son is like a good kid. He's not seeing him. He knows he's upset. He gets into the car. So I said, "What happened over there?" He said, "You fired me in the wrong time. You fired me in that shit." He says, "So why did you say something?" He says, "Because you said I should, but I'm not cool with my father. My father says a shaykhah, I do a shaykhah." He says, "But you're not going to get into this." He says, "No, I don't want to embarrass God." So the father calls up because of what it is in the week with Shiva. My son didn't want to embarrass him. Just the terror on the wrong thing. So everybody stays like that. It's such a kid. That's the type of kid I need. Now, of course, so you're thinking, of course he learned that shaykhah. He just didn't know anything. It was a great. So, how about PK? I accept this guy because he can. Oh, it's such a beautiful cop of the with a name and this. Just for that alone, you have to accept him into the thing. Yeah. That's really copy sheet. All right. What happened to Ben Schwartz? All the way in the beginning, he's with us. He's one of the Miyatim of the Shiva. He sent in an email. It was Mamish Harder. One of those first emails that were wow. So he went to a brand new yeshiva, and his father said, "Hey, we'll give you a tutor to help you out and do well." And the tutor, they sat, they learned the whole daf Gemara. So he pumped for her. He's going to ace for her. And he gets for her, and him and the tutor, they learned the wrong daf. So he fills in whatever he can fill. And the next day the Rebbe picked up the test. Finally gets to this test, and the Rebbe says, "Whose test is this? He got a 0."
What's going on? How are you?
It's a new guy. And then he's in a brand new yeshiva. He doesn't know anything.
Yes, sir, the next one.
He didn't know where to bury himself. He said he never opened up a 30 years. He didn't open up a
He did go wild.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Anybody in the office, there's a sign on the door. Do not disturb from 1 to 2, whatever it is. That's his fears, no matter what, during the daf. So,
have a good night, big dog.
Thank you. Again, trying to figure out three things in the Mishnah. The first four words. Hagel Shoshan seems like in the first place, which she doesn't show scenes only after the fact. But then we also have the third thing in the Mishnah, what's going on with if there's a Adep, but the watch is it's culture, what's going on? Says Rabbi. Rabbi wrote says basically the same thing with a small variation. So that's 2 for 1. Rabbi, how do you think it's a pussy is a person who became the whole nation that came to Israel is they became Gary. And there's my places and shots. They are Gary and they really become Gary. But still developing. And there are now, and there have been a little bit more relaxed. It's too late once you become a Gary. So that's it. It's like a regular mysticism and Kabbalah. This class so it becomes relaxed. They don't want to be part of the Jewish nation, but they were forced by the wise to put them. So they said, oh, we better do true, we better be. They decided to be Gary. My rules is the fate with the sheet of that Gary. Gary has what we said. They are one of the biggest. And if they do speak up, we will each from these speakers as a Bible appear in the first place. I'm from the Chinese that someone's watching. Why? Because they are not within their rights. They're not going to speak it. Something that didn't have speakers. The problem with cooking are that they're not marked on their own. They don't have problems with making people skin the show. If they usually skin the saline, don't put a stumbling block. So they don't put block for other people. If it's not a block, if it's a cologne, they do put it. It's a good person, don't put a block. They don't have problems giving people traits. So, the third thing, in the first place, why did they get rid of it? Velho, amor, só lembro da gata, então e nós tínhamos um stand right here. If you have on the gift, if you have a lot of places today, can't afford them gifts, so sit there in the kitchen, get it now. 24/7. She comes in and out. So it comes in and out. Somebody, that's not acceptable. Can't do stupid. You shall not. And this is after the fact. If he did, but the guy you cut off his eyes, they also have problems here. So make sure it's a nice big piece. I'm so do the test, the person test. He was a nice here and there where a guy was caught red-handed. What's going on for spraying the houses, the Hadbara. Exterminator. He's a fake exterminator. So he did this stuff in his head and said, listen, they caught me. And some of the core concepts of extermination legally is a big problem. Go to jail. And that should be not a feminine aspect of God. It's better for you to say that I stole than say I was an exterminator. It's God's feminine aspect. And part of what's going on in the Kabbalistic you're a god, but you're not exterminated. It's that the goal and element of Kabbalah is a kind of sacred marriage. Israel, she not, and she not Israel, and the other sister. Talk about how that's accomplished in just a second. And as you remember last time too, so if this guy's going to eat it, it's not going to eat it. Philosophical theories of evil, he keeps full direction. So he eats it, then you would be the absence of hot or darkness being the absence of light. The Zohar rejects that theory. It says that evil is very real. It's actually doesn't eat it, then it's also to eat. In terms of how reality is created. And that afterwards, we're going to do this another 5 times. We'll do it each time a little quicker. Judgment. Let me show you justice. It's over here in the chart. It says that it's the court, the fire is straight to the cup. The sacrifice is because we cannot see the wife in the midst of the shikha. They can do shahid on that overflow of judgment. And that forms a different dimension of reality. They can do trees on it because the downward instead of where slice. They could do chalada in between the two simonim, and then it's covered, and then cut. And then immediately afterwards it says the kula is a shop. Grammatically, it doesn't really work. What's the kula is a shop? These three people that we're talking about? No. There's these three who say they didn't shaktu it, and if these three, the parents didn't come shaktu, and somebody's watching them, then it's good. The word for kula is no good. We're going to see that question 5 more times today.
One of the things that Zohar likes to read into the Bible
each time is a freebie of 30 words.
Well,
let's see the beautiful picture of the sun.
The Shekhinah must be everywhere, and that's what that means according to the Zohar.
This is what we're going to have today. This is also, we have a special artist. He didn't see it. He does 3D stuff.
Because God is everywhere. And God only appears as Shekhinah.
This is Kalava, going in between the two simonim. So now right there, that's where it's also was, because it's covered. And you cannot do a shkita that's covered. So the machalik is covered with say a star. It's considered covered, but certainly if the animal itself is covered, and then you do shkita for sure also. This is drisa, going downward. And shkita, something like this. You do one, sit there, then you take a coffee break, then you come back and do the other one.
That is a complex describe.
So what the you come into a high up, so then we have to do the third sentence in this one. Again, there's somebody that watch them, then it's okay. Either I can say about them, or I can say about them. You should not do about them. And you should say different wording.
And that marriage to God is exactly what's supposed to happen to
I love God. We're talking about this right there. We're talking about the person of God. We're pretending and other people. No, there is. If these people that we just spoke about. So usually goes back to the Shida. We're talking about you see a bison thing. Wait a minute, have it be that you need somebody to watch them. Mine is because you saw every little guy looks something up.
All the 613 that you know and love, those are not just
if somebody saw it,
one seduces, Israel seduces God into the sacred marriage. And in that
the
sacred
fact
marriage,
it's okay. No, but if somebody's standing there watching him, I feel like that feel. Let's see the Shita of and the nurses package. Remember this package.
and so there is no
Rabbi doesn't say like a bag. I haven't told you there's a patch on a bag. Does it fit in so well? Here's a bag Shita.
scrupulous halachic attention to the Jewish law. That's what the really want to drive home. Well, I'm not trying to say that non-Jewish people can't appreciate Kabbalah, that non-Jewish people can't learn from Kabbalah. I'm saying that the writer of the Zohar does not imagine that there is a Kabbalah, not just outside of Judaism. That's not
If you saw watches, that's okay. So not my advice is that the feeling means that you see it, but you saw watches them. But you saw it's good to the class.
and so the
Good
idea
to the
of
class. What's in the nail? Once in a while, it shows up.
charity and
Yeah, you know, sometimes it's
the writer of the
show
Zohar
up
is saying,
once a week,
sure,
once a month, once a year. I don't know how it works. But today with the
you
video,
gotta do the other stuff too.
the parents a little different.
It's not enough to give to charity and help make the world better.
Oh my God,
Material.
I have a problem with what you're saying. Because we're not the yoke, we know, even today, think about nowadays, we're not the yoke, but you know the yoke. If you go to a restaurant and there's a much gift,
That destroys the cosmos.
it's not the yoke. It's not doing the gift. Once in a while it comes in, that's the kapila, you eat the kapila with the yoke.
So it's a very legalistic business. I know that the phrase legalistic business sounds bizarre to us.
It's not kapila. What is it about food with you? What's the problem?
It's just experience.
What, you don't eat in a restaurant that says that that's with the yoke?
That's not true for Kabbalah.
It's not with the
It's
yoke.
about obedience and transcendence.
Most restaurants are with the yoke.
And
It's too expensive. Was it meeting there too in every restaurant?
Now again, I'm not
I don't think so. Maybe that video cameras that are
Does that mean you have to accept
but not that's what that's true.
It's your business.
Wow.
Until you don't let anyone tell you that it's about God.
All my raw be able to listen to the light. I'll prove it deal.
Does that mean that you have to?
It's a mission of the Zara, but Nan says, I mean, yeah,
I'm gonna sell you some hippy
it says, if you sell a bunch of wine and you leave enough free, enough with the carpenter, he's throwing the open his mouth, and you have a Jew going in and out. Look,
all I'm here about what I have to do
so,
what it says.
okay.
From there,
What's the idea of Mechas V'yotzim? Because I'm concerned that the guy, the guy is concerned that the Jew's going to catch him. The extra guy, the guy that's working with him, is concerned that he's going to get caught.
Sometimes we tell the story of philosophy that there was a bunch of Greek people and a bunch of medieval
He's
people.
a computer technician that went to fix his computer. He's sitting at his desk,
It's as if there were a bunch
fixing
of
his computer,
people and there were a
and
bunch of medieval
Malvas
people that
was
they
doing
guarded. And it's nothing happened in the middle of all of
that.
it. Sometimes it is that we do this thing, this thing
This
when it comes to the Zohar.
is I've been doing it
Pretend that the Zohar happened, and I
so
feel
I
okay
always
with everything.
speak around people's
And the Kabbalah has not changed
This is the
since
first
then.
time I was on my sister's school. I was school. I'm standing up.
And not that story is just what's really important to know is that the appearance of the Zohar beginning in 1790 or
I don't know. It's a good story.
it wasn't a big deal. People did not buy into it.
No, you had to see where the power came from. What?
It slowly began to percolate through Europe,
What?
and then eventually to Italy, and eventually to
What's that?
horses, whatnot.
I don't know. You're lying, but you know, you're giving a good something wrong, and I'm concerned with that.
It was mostly the perfume.
I'll show it. This is an older one.
Did not make it public. It came
This is a
from Blake.
girl. The concern is that he's going to go into it
Do you want
and
to be
take
the
some
guy
wine.
that gets the first couple pages of
And then what he's going to do,
goes to your
you're going to have to repair
tells him
because
that
the obviously sealed, right? It's not an open bottle. So he's going to repair it.
you're going to sound
That I'm not
crazy.
concerned. Why?
The Zohar sounds crazy now. Do you really want to be the person to go?
Of course,
Like,
he's
yeah.
going to get caught. So it's going to take
Let's
2
talk
hours.
about
Go drive this guy.
And
So that's actually
13
what the Lord's going to answer later on. That's what's Rabbi bring a right? We're going to take such a long time to let we're over here. It's just a slice of the knife, and he has the shus to chef. Make
You're
it mess
a
up.
crazy heretic.
So
So
Gemara,
what's happening is the Zohar is kind of parceled out in sections.
because Rabbi also,
You go up there and trust in it.
the same thing about that's he's looking at the people. How much do you have to come? If he did it and he left his guy by himself, let's say you should leave him there. If you left him on his
This
face,
is a pretty dangerous time.
the other that it's okay, we let you
You do not want to become a heretic Jew
use that wine. Now, I'll have another value that Nicholas Beyonce is okay.
in many ways. And so
Hey,
the
that's what
Zohar
the exhibition we found again. We're talking about wine that's kosher and it's by the guy.
also around this time,
But it's in his house. So he's sitting in his house, living in his house. In order
that's
to
a weird thing to
and
say.
it goes up to the exhibition we found.
So after the Zohar as we have it is kind of done,
He's
there
able
are
to go in and
some
out once in a while.
like documents that get produced
Hello, Marov,
after
and
the
therefore,
Zohar.
I
The most
agree with
famous
you
of which are
in principle that we're talking, this is talking about a pussy.
Another is the Rahayim.
I'll give it to you, I'll I go check my pussy.
Produced in the same
I go check this talking about like a virus. We're talking about a pussy in the first place. But I don't think what you said. You said the Israel standing with the Muslim you hold and you're watching the whole time. No, I'm saying that it's talking about a Jew that goes in and out. I'm a bomb and tells you, shut up. After the fact, you found it. You were guy. And you found out that you see this people. What do you do? Fight the guy's husband. So you look in the chase test. If you could eat it, I follow what do I want to do? He eats it.
He does not translate Rahayim.
So let's just see what you did
But
there.
it's Zohar and Rahayim in many ways
Well, we're probably now.
because they're more coherent than the
He's
actual
not
Zohar.
like
These are kind of like digests.
he's the like he's missing us. Okay. So, whether this changes a little bit. Now, he's standing there, he goes in and out.
So we have the
That's
main
what it's
Zohar and we have the half like
And if there's no difference, the pussy dick,
way for a couple decades after it's actually
the shit up, then you give him the shit.
months.
Now we have to understand the second thing in the mission. What does it say? Well,
There's a group of people that have back here. about
a
it's a study of
new
just what we know about how the Zohar actually got published and how it got disseminated.
Shotgun and a
How
cotton.
is that it was never
We had a
disseminated out.
demonstration here of the cotton, or a demonstration of
It
the
was always
shotgun.
parceled out in chunks.
This way, I told everyone to look at the guy next to him.
And one of the things the early
Now,
printers
if
had
you
to
look
do
at the
was
Nami Love,
all these chunks and then organize them into one text
then
and then print
a
that.
third of the cotton,
So it
not
was a
to shoot at
mess.
all,
It's
even
also
after
just
the
a
fact,
mess of
why?
the text, even in terms of
Some of you shoot.
it's
What's going to happen? Maybe they paused them at all. Some of you do so, they went downwards, some of you actually do, they hit the knife, they pull it to Shafar. And when it says in the Mishnah that if they check them, there's a single witness, then it's okay. Right? You know, I've heard you talking about the line before. I'm not funny. We're talking about them, so the word the food doesn't fit in. We didn't show nothing what it should say. We show them about it. And like Pussy, so we're talking about the Pussy. But it's in the Torah that if there's a yoke and it's not, the Mishkit goes in and out, it's okay. So why do I need a witness to witness the whole thing? Passion, it's a good passion. That's why people don't say like Rabbi.
It's the most enigmatic section of the entire text. For whatever reason, this is really
Charcoal.
and that's a text that really travels far and long.
The chart before I said.
It's an
Okay. That was the most caption. According to Shop to, we're talking about the Pussy. Yeah. We have to change the chart. Well, that's young. Last night's year
So we do know that some sections of Zohar were popular early on, and some
over at
sections didn't.
4:30.
So it wasn't even like it was
So
received
I didn't get to sleep until after
clearly
2
in one kind of
for whatever reason.
What we think happened was that Zohar was
It
kind of
happened once in a while. It wasn't a blue moon, so my wife woke me up there.
various communities found certain parts interesting, certain parts
Which is not a
not,
good
and it was kind of spread
I
out.
didn't have a chance. I wanted to switch the chart.
In the generation after the
Well, actually, on my
publication of the
home
Zohar, we basically have
Another chart.
three major things that begin to happen. The first major thing that
So I
begins
just
to
want to
happen
point out
in the
while we're here,
aftermath
that
of the
Rabbi is
publication of the
actually
Zohar,
fixing a Bible. You notice it.
everyone realizes it's an important document.
He says,
Substantial, right?
Rabbi wants
When we
to
think about the
with a
documents we
fix.
talked about so far in this class, they're 30, 40 pages long.
It's not
This is-
maybe it's a minute. But Rabbi himself doesn't really hold that. Rabbi
This is
himself
a
is going to hold it to Rabbi.
monumental text.
Because Rabbi actually did
Monumental text. So
Rabbi
regardless
as
of what
proof.
you thought about
So
it,
Rabbi can go with Rabbi. That's all I
it
want to
wasn't
point out.
just a
Rabbi Yomar holds the part. What's the case?
100-page sacred
I go
year.
say that he's one
This
woman.
was a monumental
Again,
piece of
go
literature.
back.
So there were three
What
basic
is
reactions
these
to
two
it
things?
that followed
How
each
the
other.
shifting means in the first place, go
was,
ahead and do it.
what
This
does
is
this
not
text
showing
really
me
mean?
only after the fact. What's going on here? What's going on here?
This
Who's
text
that
is
guy that
even
went up
written
there?
in standard Hebrew. It's
And
written
he's
in
a Mumar.
obscure dialect
Now,
of
there's two
Aramaic.
types of Mumar.
So
Two people that went off.
that
There's
you
people that
basically have to
do
learn
it
the
because
dialect
they
of Aramaic just to
enjoy
read it.
trade, they enjoy whatever they're
It's
doing.
not even in a standard Babylonian Aramaic.
And there's
It's an
Mumar of the
dialect of
There's Mumar of
Palestinian
Tzilava,
Aramaic.
Mumar of Hafiz. Two
It's
different
a
things.
very,
One
very
guy
strange
is about Taiva.
So just to
And
try
he
to
doesn't
figure out what it meant.
He doesn't refer to He says a Taiva. So now
Secondly,
it's that you can rely on him stuff there. He's not going to be
They
much for other
totally
people. He's not a guy like but he's a guy that's a rougher. He does it. He doesn't even like sport. He just sport
It's
on
full
your
of
shit.
critical nonsense
Why?
ideas.
Stop.
It's going through everything
Laugh.
from pagans.
It's upset.
And so we have, for instance,
That
the
guy
very famous
can't
story
trust
of Yitzhak.
So there's it's the only
And
one that
he saw parts
a
of the Zohar
burger
actually
is
in Palestine.
$3.99. But a kosher burger is $10.99. Call it
And he read it and thought, this is really weird.
So you know it's coming down. But when they're right next to each other, and they're both $3.99, why you going to McDonald's? Because you're the other with the Rashi.
Trying
So
to
the
find out where
Rashi,
this came from. He did the
we're
detective
talking
work.
about a
He
Mumar,
traced it.
and a Mumar could chef in the first place. I give you sight on a Mumar. It's a big hack, and it always was since I was a kid about Sheikh and Mumar, and some of them are not such big Yerushalayim. You're not, every place that you go, you always have a guy or two that, who knows what, you're doing it for the money. So, Mumar Lamai, left on Leviticus 12. We're talking about a guy who went off. He's bad in certain things, areas in the Torah, but he does it because he's about Torah. Because the Rabbi, you see, it says this goes according to Rabbi. So Rabbi actually, this could be Rabbi, not only Rav Ashi. Rav Ashi is the one that wrote the Gemara. He's the last time I
He
read.
went all the way back to
Rabbi
Spain.
was way
He made
before.
it to Guadalajara.
Let's get going. Not
He
waiting
made
for
it
it.
to Leon.
Lama Rabbi. You
And
saw
he made
him.
it to
Mumar, open the veils with the oven. Here you have a Jew who went off and eats Nevela because he has a Torah. Don't be sacrificing like you do, but you can sacrifice. It's one of the things I don't like. do. It's basically, I'm going to do it on the other side. You go like this, you run your thumb like this. Really? Oh, this is, so we have something like that. Yeah, it's just too much. Don't see it, etc. Rubber passion. No. This is also bad. Passion is bad. Doesn't say what it is. Just say kusi. They're both a fire rubber. Anyway, whatever. We'll deal about the 7.5 years. Oh, I left it as a passion. So this actually explains why they don't hold it. How come Rabbi doesn't know?
What up, dude?
I like this. You can sell it.
Dude.
Yeah.
What up, Tim? Are you ready to lose? Are you ready to lose?
No, I'm tired.
Well, then go to bed, big dog. I was gonna send you an invite for dice party.
Yeah, I'll play basketball.
Of course you will.
What are you doing? I'm in rubber.
What up, Zoo?
He says, get out of here, I'm running. Get out of here.
Yeah.
I can know that.
What'd you say?
What's the DS part of it? The Latino is if you give him a nice word, you give him a good culture nice, go ahead, check, because you're not a normal member of the kid.
You gotta figure out how to do it. And the only way to figure out how to do it is systemize the check. That shows what's happening. You need to balance out 10 things.
What he didn't listen, he grabbed his.
How the 10 things
Why
relate.
is it getting out?
Now the means code relate to those 10 things.
You check it out.
So you can do
This
the
is
work
getting y'all, bro. We
mystically.
love what she loves.
So you're gonna need
If
people
the night is
like
good,
you're
you're
gonna
live,
need
bro.
people
Love what she loves.
systematizers. And now we'll
Now we
need
here we go.
generation.
Dude, you're up.
Is people
Rabbi, you say that Trump will be balanced.
No. Did you know the New York Knicks won the NBA title for the first time in 53 years?
You know Australia winning the World Cup.
That's tight, dog. Does that make you happy? That's tight, dog. Does that make you happy?
Saying that Johnson ended up winning like 600 on the betting apps.
That's not zero.
Phoenix live in Arizona. Wow,
That is a crazy full-time.
That was a bad move.
What?
Because I think so.
Yeah. slight variations in regular. So there's two things, two halachas, two types of shaykhah. There's a shaykhah. There's a shaykhah too. It's a mumcha in halacha.
Rabbi, you know you're winning.
Yeah, but not like incredibly well. Not doing super well.
You know, and then there's quotes from this one and that one, you like this, and just shredded the fucking halacha. And then there's a muksa, a guy who.
Do you know I just got 4 house?
Yes, sir.
And he didn't faint. So that's the really put up in it. One who starts off with fakilas on a person who's a mumka in the halacha, another one is a mumka. Let's see. Others are hypothetical, you know, all the halachas, you could check in the first place. Mumka even though you never proved yourself, you never checked that it was a lot.
Everything's a bad move to use it.
I gave him for her and he knew everything well. If he doesn't know, then he shouldn't have shkita and shochach. He didn't shkita, but you know, so he did a little bit of shkita, a level of shkita. So if after the fact he gave it for her, you have to know what's the other one when you give him the fact.
What up, Cam? Rabbi. Rabbi, or Dylon.
You expect me to eat from my own pizza?
You don't even understand Dylon. It's from a Chappelle show. Somebody says, who are the top 5 rappers of all time? To this guy that Dave Chappelle's playing. And he says, Dylon. Because I spit hot fire.
He's just wrote a watch strike.
Yes, sir. This isn't good, Zoo. Not good for me.
Remember we had more time we got from Texas that ruined his cowboy hat? If you showed a little blood, I'm sure you think even on the screen. So
probably.
What's also important to know about the development of
make sure you don't think.
Oh, it's over, folks. That still wouldn't give me the lead. No.
Even though we don't know that, they know that
a lot.
If a guy shot the 3, 5, you learn this out. He didn't play. This guy, this fuck guy.
You're not allowed to faint during the shootout. But you're a tough guy.
What do you want to play next? I'm happy for you.
If a person
They're the parts of God
it
that
had to be
actually
a nice
work
show I
out
was walking in over
for
the
the
airport.
image of God
The
inside of
floor
us.
is like
And so they're not.
Do you know that I'm going to win?
No, that's incorrect.
There.
one and two people
Right?
next to
The
me.
ladder is
Also,
not from me to
one
up
guy
there.
just stops and
That's put
walks
you
The
off
ladder
balance.
is from in here to
Look
go.
at the scoreboard, big man.
The ladder is in here.
The scoreboard.
It's
It's
in
head of the
here.
concrete.
And you
Yeah.
climb
I thought
it
it
in
died.
here.
Whatever.
In your mind.
3 seconds
In
later,
the intellect. Not on
That was a good show.
Are you proud of it?
It's all
So
in
you're
here.
proud
In,
of it?
not
That just helped me.
Yes, sir.
this form of Kabbalah. Intellect
He
is
just
central.
he came to
And what you do
so he decided
All the shit show.
That was bad.
in the process of meditation,
But my
process
he was
of
worried
breathing,
also.
You know what's bad about
I'm not proud of everything.
finding
I
out
just saw you.
words,
That is
I saw you
good.
like crack the concrete. No,
begin to clear the mind.
you were sugar.
And as you begin to clear the mind of the nonsense, you begin
That's
to
why I
understand
was
the
just
reality of
the
God.
third straight to the cover. I feel
You
the other
begin to
night like
climb ups
What was it?
in your mind, like
Mars Street again. No, it's unbelievable. You want to do this again.
pure mind.
Show me you do show me
Are you serious?
Talking about
This is a very different way of
somebody
living.
who didn't do 3 times in front of
It has
us.
everything to
Now,
do
I'm
with
very excited.
It's everything to do with
Doesn't make sense because we said that
That's
I know for a fact that
What up, big dog?
What up, big dog?
I'm good. Environment good orderly. So you want the lesson come under this side. We can't ask you. So now the word just goes one by one. Let's see.
It's over.
What's up in the two? I didn't see this yet. Oh, is it a two?
Go ahead.
No. You call Zoo, you call Riser, and you play mini golf with us.
So, let's see this whole thing.
Zoo, you're up.
What's what? I don't know. Oh, yeah, Nick playing it. So now you have the whole thing.
Zoo,
I don't know. Rabbi is the one that says we just finished the
Go.
you've never beaten me in this.
You've never beaten me.
You've never beaten me.
I beat you all the time.
No one requests like that.
Maybe. That might be right.
Really, how do I play this? I was on a pass again. I was on a kind of there, fucked it up.
Yeah, that sounds like a you problem.
You know what the good news is?
What's that, Zoo?
You know that term.
Dude, I haven't made a mistake yet.
I didn't realize
You know what the good news is? You haven't made a mistake yet.
Most of us do not associate business
on the morning of his kid's birth. It's a
Most
big
of us do not associate
thing. That's not the language.
And he made a mistake.
Very busy. All night off. This, that, the this, what I say.
I'll call you next.
Learning was one of the last things about that. Okay? Well, you use it right. Zabi, talk about. Okay, so if you remember, we even mentioned it today morning, right when we started, there's two
Rabbi, how did it feel?
Like $1 million, baby. You're not even
Get
get,
make it to the end.
you're not even gonna finish. I bet I win before you finish.
and that's why they don't like that shot.
Combination techniques, meditation techniques.
Lapis and I was talking here, but I don't just the main
Many of these we think are being picked up from Sufism and from what we want to travel.
source of the halakha is it's clearly talking about the street that we spoke about some of this. I do have a hustle with it. Over there is the main part. Because we're talking, they were talking about culture and we're talking about someone's funny. Rabbi and I was also making it. We say that Rabbi is going to Rabbi they started coming with us, and then we come with Russian. Over it's only their Agam, because we said, this whole thing is wrong. Why? Only should not sometimes a person, not because it's dumb. The whole shot is because a person accepted upon himself to treat mundane things like something that's quite.
What up, Pam?
It has that lot of flavor, but I don't know how to try to treat it. Treat this good moral
I like
like
Frank
doesn't
Sinatra.
work. So you can't treat a cool animal like that. Cool to Rabbi and everybody doesn't agree with Rabbi's shot. We're talking about somebody who knows that Allah as well, or somebody that did 3 times. Not this is all I'm moving in the first shot in Rabbi that we're talking about in the first place.
You? James McCann is second. The Beat Poet is third. Zoot, are you gonna finish? Zoot, are you gonna finish? Dude, are you gonna finish?
Everything's gonna make
Chelsea?
To seal and then for use that hair dryer and all that.
No one could hear what you said.
He's worried if someone's gonna walk in on him. Also, the guy doesn't have a shish to touch the wine, and he's scared he's gonna get caught red-handed. That's permission.
When does it air?
Actually, over to the Rashi, who says that we're talking about a rumor.
Yeah, but dude, they don't know how to run a fucking thing. They need to put that out way earlier. They need to put that out way earlier. Because it's just too much time in between the tournament and the airing of it. I don't know why they're running it the way they are. It doesn't take that much time.
That if I don't say that you're about to talk about a mumble, he's scared that he holds a rubber. Because he doesn't hold that a mumble could check.
No, it makes sense.
But why did you rubber? He doesn't hold that a mumble could check. Why did he say that? He says 100%.
You know what?
Why is that, big dog?
Because it's the power life that's called
What's going to happen in the end, so if going to happen, like we'll get tickets for next year.
It's garbage.
Garbage?
It's garbage. You have an invitation, dog.
Rabbi.
What up, Zoot?
Have we figured out how to tongue roll yet?
We're working on it, baby.
The neurological level, it showed results. It was changing people's brains. So there is something to it. What we studied Zipfon's brain. a chant, so there is something to it. You have this one. What he thought, right, and this is to get a little bit into the weeds of
You have a shot to score and win.
but there's an idea coming from Aristotle that your intellect, right? So think about a bunch of dominoes. Imagine the universe is a bunch of dominoes.
No way.
No domino can fall on its own. Some domino needs to knock the other dominoes down, and each domino has to be knocked over by another domino. So every domino is passive until another domino acts on it and knocks it down. And then that domino knocks it,
Do I get it in?
it becomes the new active domino.
No.
And it knocks the other passive domino down. Active, passive, active, passive, active, passive.
I just help.
Aristotle thought that the mind worked like that too. Your mind is passive at first. It needs something to activate, but it can't activate itself. So what activates it?
That's a big go.
Another mind outside of you. It's like a domino clicking your mind.
How do you
Or someone turning a light switch on. The light is passively on, passively there, and we click the light, and we are the active lighter up.
Alright.
And then the light shows.
Why did I do
Aristotle
that?
thought that there must be something outside the mind that lights the mind up. Your mind is passive, and something activates the mind. What's it active? Thing that lights the mind up? Another mind. What mind?
Word.
God. God's mind turns the light on in your mind. It
I
illuminates
think
your
this
mind.
is my favorite.
So often our minds are kind of full of God, right? When you think about your day, do you really think about how your mind is around with God? You think about paying the bills and getting the kids, and doing the thing, and getting some food, doing whatever, teaching class. Your mind's covered up with all kinds of layers of things that make you forget what you are. You're a mind activated by God's mind. Well, what is the technique that I've allowed you to develop? A way of clearing off the film.
Do you want to hear my chair?
Absolutely.
The divine mind, and then your mind and God's mind.
City of God. City of God.
And when that happens, when your mind and
Just
God's
so you know.
mind
Just
connected,
so you know.
you see like God
Wizard of
does.
Oz. Wizard
You
of
see
Oz.
time.
And then artificial. And then artificial.
Like, you're no
AI.
longer in third dimension. You're in fourth dimension. You see time.
Yeah, AI.
That way,
AI.
now into the future.
That's a great list.
That's a process.
a great list.
You can see how things are going to go.
Have you seen that movie? Have you seen that movie?
You can see where
No.
you are. You can see from God's eye perspective.
Do you know what it's about? Do you know what it's about?
Artificial intelligence? Are you serious?
I'm allowing you to try to develop meditation techniques and language techniques
Yeah.
to reconnect your mind to God.
Did you see I just own gold?
This is very different thing. The Zohar is a very different animal. You are trying to climb back up something, but in a very, very different way. In fact, even Abalafia gives us phenomenological characteristics to let us know we're on the right path. He says when you start doing this correctly, your body will emit light. You'll see a double of yourself.
So Stanley Kubrick
like another
was
you.
he
Your
like
astral body.
it's amazing because Stanley Kubrick wrote the script was meant to be his last movie, and then Steven Spielberg took it over.
Okay, I'll have to check it out.
By the way, this sounds a lot like.
So it's like you're watching the Kubrick film, like the first class, like you're watching the Kubrick film, and it's like Steven Spielberg movie halfway through. It's like this is it's like the two best directors it's just like the most amazing movie. Just like the most amazing movie.
That's tight.
But the cinematography, and then halfway through, it just turned into like Wizard of Oz meets Wizard of Oz. We were like the actor from The Sixth Sense.
Bruce Willis,
The kid actor.
Haley Joel Osment.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Synthesized at some level with ideas of wisdom. But you can see they're very different ideas. And I bet you can see these are very different ways to do life. These are fundamentally different ways to do life. What's important about this is to know that what the Kabbalah was
He
1300
made enough money. He didn't need to be an adult actor.
And because there were Kabbalists, you could have gone lots of ways. But eventually,
Gesundheit.
the most important event in the history of the Kabbalah is
We're done. Dude, everybody's waiting on you.
There in my collection.
Dude, go.
And all of Jews living in the area beginning in the summer of
Dude, go.
the enactment of the Alhambra Decree took effect on Tish B'Av of that year. So add injury to insult. And what ends up happening is that, like in many cases,
Have you seen success? Have you seen success?
Jews,
Some of
Jews
it.
don't get running, Jews get apocalyptic. So when bad stuff happens,
Some of it.
apocalypse is
Some of it.
Yeah, I see dead people, all that stuff.
And so this apocalyptic fervor begins.
That's at the end. That's at the end.
I know.
With the Alhambra Decree, and that apocalyptic fervor is combined with the Kabbalah.
You spoke.
Now,
You spoke.
you can't imagine a more
I don't give a flying fuck.
thing than that. I don't know what you can think of. Kabbalah plus apocalypse is like, that's the biggest piece, you know? That's the thing. And so they begin to.
You gotta get married. You gotta get married.
Not only that, there's an idea.
Is that a good move or a good movie?
The Kabbalah to prepare the Jews for 1492 with the Alhambra Decree.
I'm not good for it. I'm not good for it.
Okay, that's a cool story.
Beginning of the end of the world, whole damn thing. Beginning of the
I just.
end of the world. And the Kabbalah was how to bring it. So what was previously, before 1492, a very carefully guarded secretive world of Kabbalah, after 1492,
Rabbi, what the better version?
popularize this. Because by popularizing
Versace on the floor, or 24 karat magic,
Kabbalah is the room.
or Uptown Funk.
Layout outside. We gotta roll the rug out. Have to roll the rug out by popularizing these ideas. By intensifying our devotion to this new idea. Right? Which again to them wasn't new, right? They really believed it was ancient. And to wit, because they believed that it was ancient, because they really believed the Zohar really all came all the way from Shimon Bar Yochai, where did they go to settle when they were exiled? Many of them were collected by Pius II, well, also from Pius II was the Ottoman incredibly gracious. He sent his entire fleet to rescue Jews who were being exiled from Spain. Again, this is one of these things where we should tell the story very clearly that this is a case where
Do you see the scoreboard?
Pius II recognized this as a very important thing for his empire, and he brought Jews all the way down the empire. By the way,
Just asking, do you see it?
there was no printing presses in the Ottoman Empire.
Yeah, y'all still saw it again.
So long ago.
Oh, I know.
By Jews. So Pius II was very, very intelligent in this regard. He knew that rescuing the Jews.
The only reason you beat me is if you do it straight.
And so many Jews
That's true.
from Spain, after 1492, after the Alhambra Decree, where did they go? They were Kabbalists. The first one was Jerusalem. And then where did they go? They went home.
You know what? You should give me some points if you roll it straight.
The Galilee, where Shlomo Yochai is from, the author of the Zohar. Now think about how interesting this is. This is a document written by someone that's not actually from
You ready?
Palestine.
You ready? You ready?
Spain.
You ready? You ready?
And that you have an entire population moving to Israel, Palestine. They land in Jerusalem. They settle in the area of Shimon Bar Yochai.
What are you watching? What are you watching?
If you know anything
Podcast.
about Pharaoh, the spot, you know that is now to this day the center of Kabbalah. They built a center where there was none prior. They built an entire world for themselves. It's an amazing story. The Ottoman Empire, Kabbalah, the Titanic. So some of the earliest important systematizers of Kabbalah at this time was Miriam Gabbai. Miriam Gabbai, he wrote one of the earliest systematic accounts of Kabbalah as we have it. But the most important systematizer of Kabbalah is going to be at this time Moses ben Yaakov Cordero. And he's going to write, published in 1548, his Word is Rabbi. And this is the most encyclopedic, most coherent, most systematic account of Kabbalah introduced, basically in some ways, ever. And just to briefly summarize how he thinks, what some of the things he thinks, he imagines the Sphirot as emerging from a kind of dialectic. That is to say, they always contain their opposite, and their opposite breaks off. Have you folks ever seen how cells undergo like mitosis? Right? Is it mitosis where cells break away from each other? Right? Well, they sort of, they're like doing the thing, right? Right? He imagines that all the Sphirot, the main cells contain a contradiction, and that from that contradiction emerged Sphira, and then that contained all the contradictions of itself, broke again, broke again, broke again, broke again. So what we have
What'd you say, right? What'd you say, Dude? He came in here recently, maybe.
There's an inner dynamism even inside each Sphira. And that's going to get turned up to the max because it's up learning next time. So he's trying to synthesize why the Zohar works.
Rabbi.
What up, Zoot?
It's like if you get the bonus.
But I'm not getting the bonus.
So he's the great systematizer. Another major work that he has is a text called Or Yakar. Or Yakar is a commentary on all the Zohar literature. In fact, this commentary is so vast that a modern edition is still not done. There is no modern edition of Or Yakar. There's still putting it out here. I think it's running 24 volumes at this point. I mean, he spent decades on it. It may be done. The modern edition is here in our lifetime. English edition is not even on the radar. Just to get a standard Hebrew edition. This work is so massive. It's I think been in the works since the 60s.
That's a cool story.
Massive.
I could tie you. I need 2 5s here to tie you.
Very tiny little book. Very, very tiny little book. Written in African. And this is an ethical version of Kabbalah. This is trying to understand Kabbalah as an ethical program. How to be a Kabbalistic
Resistation is ethical.
The what?
Kabbalistic.
Is there a guy on the top?
Where do I find this?
The front page.
I'm on the front page. Yeah. Yes, there is.
That's the easiest way of getting it.
Why doesn't show how out?
Probably bots himself.
So
He probably bots himself.
His 30 posts days right. You got 64 minutes.
And I would say that in many ways, I'll think of myself.
Maybe he just undefeated in the game or something. You have an invitation.
Kabbalah, in many ways, from a philosophical point of view, more than I appreciate.
You can buy it?
Say that because I'm very
Yeah.
Okay, well, you have an invitation.
Much more rigorous, much more systematic, much more.
Zoot, accept my invitation. You have 10 seconds.
Now his elder brother.
Come on. Okay, come on. Come on, accept my invitation.
Ever practice Kabbalah Shabbat, the service on Friday night?
Dude, that was one of the best shots I've ever seen.
Every song was
Yeah.
The
entire service of Kabbalah Shabbat was invented by the circle of people like Joseph Betts, right? And people like Cordovero and
Rabbi, you have to get out.
they invented that entire service. That entire service is invented in the whole cloth, like Kabbalah. And Masabri is the high point of that service. And it's a Kabbalistic hymn to the Shabbat as Shekhinah. So, also he developed some of the all-night study sessions that became unfortunately important to the development of the holiday of Shavuot. If you've ever done a TV on Shavuot and stayed up all night, those kinds of ideas are also be found again in the ideas of the collection of alphabets and the books. In fact, alphabets and Joseph Cairo, talk about this in a second, they moved to Palestine because a spirit, an entity, a magi, a preacher, the Shekinah, told them they have to relocate to Palestine and go to Tzfat. Joseph
What are you
Cairo,
watching?
what do you know?
Podcast.
Famously is the author of the Shulchan, the definitive document of Jewish law. Definitive. There is no more important document in Jewish legal history than the Shulchan Aruch. It was produced by Joseph Cairo, Kabbalist of this time period, who saw visions of the Magi, sometimes as a Shekinah, sometimes as a body version or a spiritual version of the Mishnah, rabbinic text. And so much modern Judaism, whether it's legal text like Shulchan Aruch, or whether it's ritual stuff like Kabbalah Shabbat, or it's musical stuff like Rabbi, or it's other things. All of this is being formed, infused, and heated, and developed in the 16th century in the aftermath of the 1492 disaster of the Albert the Great. It's being developed by Kabbalists to popularize.
What a shot.
ideas of
I've never seen a ball that far forward.
to basically roll out the red carpet for the coming of the Messiah. They are popularizing these ideas as part of a messianic redemption. So these ideas, which were very closely hidden, are now being
That's not good enough.
That's not good enough. Rendered out. Song, make song about it. If you've ever
No,
been
you
to a
have
first
kind
night
of
service,
like
you
you have
have
kind of just lighting up the hall is in a different spot. It's usually down the hall.
Okay.
in the hopes of using ideas from the Zohar to welcome and herald the Messiah. Now, I don't know if you knew that you were doing that or care.
You suck at this, Aldo. You suck at this, Aldo.
So, Kabbalah Shabbat, Friday night service.
I learned how to do it really well.
It's how to do it really well. Right?
Raza told you?
No, I taught myself.
Go read. That's underneath.
Is that bad?
It's all
Yes.
about welcoming the bride.
For you? For me?
It's Kabbalistic all day long. All day long. The Zohar itself is also now reaching its canonization at some level. It's printed for the first time in Italy with Cremona. That printing is not very widely recognized, so we're in for a few volumes. But the definitive edition was also printed just around the same time at Mantua. And the Mantua edition became the standard for 3 volumes.
Hey, Rabbi.
What up, Tim?
Do you know who the Veronicas are?
The Veronicas?
Yeah, the Mantua edition.
Nobody knows who they are.
They're a pop duo from Australia.
Scale of 0 to 10 then.
Cordovera's work is going to be soon surpassed.
They're older.
Next time. What
Okay.
is happening is Cordovera dies.
Dude, this would be the greatest comeback in the history of the game. Down 2 to win.
The very day Cordovera died, the Rama died. And above the funeral
How did you know they were together?
How did you know that was Rama?
Because the name's Veronica, and Veronica's a girl's name.
Pillar of fire reached up into heaven. Now, if you know something about the book of Exodus, the book of Exodus describes God as the Israelites as a pillar of fire.
Good child. Good child.
It's really, Isaac Luria says, Cordovera, God is literally
That's
going
true.
to Cordovera on his funeral train. And immediately it's like Gloria jumping as a train. It's like Gloria, the Arizal, the Lion.
Does anyone want the
His two spot.
Yeah.
Spends only a few years in spot. Dies. He spends
They were big in the
2
early
years he spends in
2000s.
spot before he dies. He dies very young. He dies.
Yeah. One of them was about his jaw drop. That jaw drop.
Dude, that's the biggest win in the history of the game. The biggest comeback. It's the biggest comeback anybody could have. Down 2-0 after 2 goals, and they come back for a straight up 3. I've never done that. That's incredible.
Kabbalah, as we know it, is going to basically become the Kabbalah, as we all know it, is going to be the Kabbalah downstream of Jesus Christ.
Dude, you have an invitation.
And what ends up emerging is that Kai Vital, the version of the Kabbalah, is
Dude.
which we'll get to next time, becomes the authentic, definitive, final version of Kabbalah.
You sent me a sticker? That's cool.
He will set the stage for all further Kabbalah.
You're up, Zoot. Psych.
Now, what's also important here is that the Christians have taken their also Kabbalah. They've also got interested in this messianic fervor. They've also got interested in the idea that Jews may have had some weird secrets way back in the day. Jews at this point, beginning of the 15th century, especially by the 16th century, are taking intense interest in Kabbalah. And they're going to actually adopt in Kabbalah Christianity. And Christian Kabbalah is going to be an incredibly important part of the development of what we now call Western esotericism or the occult. So if we ever study magic, things like that, these ideas are going to be incredibly important.
Dude, this game is over.
And the rise of occultism, right, in Europe, that next time as well.
Dude, this game is over. I think that's like the biggest win you could have. Pretty close to it. 42.
If you've ever studied Kabbalah, heard phrases like consume, attractions, Islam, revelation of the world, Shira, right, the idea of the shattering of the vessels, Klipot, the idea that there are broken vessels or shards of these vessels. If you've ever heard any of these ideas come from Lurianic Kabbalah. They are versions of Kabbalah.
Dude, you have an invitation.
What we're going to do next week is we're going to dive into Lurianic Kabbalah. Lurianic Kabbalah, as I said just a moment ago, is Kabbalah. It's become the baptized version.
Dude.
It's the definitive, the authentic, the standard version. There were other versions of Kabbalah that existed prior, but Lurianic Kabbalah becomes the canonical version of Kabbalah. So notice what's already happened. By the late 16th century, the Zohar is already accepted as canon. There's no doubt anymore, basically, no doubt. The question is, how do we interpret it correctly? Luri is going to become the canonical version of Kabbalah. That's a big deal. Because something that is, at this point, from 1572, Kabbalah is only about 300 years old. 1270 is when it first began to emerge, really. And by 1572, with the death of Isaac Luria, it's going to become definitive. So by 300 years, the Zohar is scripture. And it's going to affect every version of Jewish life, from the Siddur, prayer book, to liturgy, Kabbalah Shabbat, to ritual life, running on tefillin, and choloid, even Jewish law. It's going to affect all these things. And the Lurianic Kabbalah will be the standard mechanism by which all other forms of Kabbalah will eventually be. So we'll come back next week and we'll begin the process of handling the Lurianic Kabbalah. Welcome back. Thank you for
Dude.
as I explore the
Fucking left.
Jewish mysticism and
What
Kabbalah.
else?
Again, if you'd like to support my work by providing accessible, free, and scholarly content on topics in Kabbalah, alchemy, and occult, magic, and philosophy, consider supporting my work on Patreon or perhaps with a one-time donation. You can find those links below. Until next time, I'm Dr. Justin Sully, and thank you for watching Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion. It's your boy, your friend, neighborhood precinct boy Ian Williams. One of the only nuts out coffee out here in Beaverton. Y'all, I got this list of things because I have some news I need to tell y'all. It's not fun, and I don't want to forget stuff. So, this location will be closed. Unfortunately, on this day, June 21st, will be our last day. Y'all know access to come to Beaverton. I'm really excited about coming to Beaverton. I grew up out this way, you know what I'm saying? We got work out here. We're going to do something really great for support for the neighborhood. For everybody that lives out this way.
I'm at 10. So, Bedstock, Coffee, and Beaverton will rise again. No doubt. No worries, Beaverton. Where the fuck is that? Nobody knows. I don't know. No one knows.
Hey, this is Rabbi. Come here live from the road famous comic store meet.
Definitely want to shout out to you, Bedstock team, other regulars who come by hand in hand for us, get into this space and new building. Luckily, it was shown to us, our community, all the work that we all were able to do together. Shout out to the Bedstock team, to all of our neighbors, all fellow businesses, y'all. It's really important to
For a brand new episode of Kill Tony, get up for Tony Hinchcliffe.
make sure you see right back, y'all, with events in this space, right? Wednesday, shout out to the home family.
Fuck yeah, everybody, we're here. Come on, make some noise, guys. We're live on a Monday.
What the fuck? Dog. No. Stop this. This is the worst. Stop this. This athleticism. Folks. Hippie men's clothing. 59% off store wide. Why would you ever call it $50? No one knows. Yo, dog. Are you serious? Dog. Dog. Are you serious?
world famous comedy store main room for a brand new episode of Kill Tony. Get up for Tony Hinchcliffe!
Look at this athleticism, folks. This is one of the most athletic athleticism in the
Everybody,
world.
we're here. Come on, make some noise, guys.
Maybe the most athletic thing I've ever
On
seen.
a Monday night, Brian Redband's here. Great, Ryan J. Ebelt is sitting right there drawing tonight's episode. He is the author of the new Kill Tony, the book, featuring every illustration. Draws every single episode, including tonight's. He's already begun. So go to RyanJabel.com for that book. You guys excited to be here tonight, huh? So are we. Another fun day at the office here at the world famous comedy store. We just had an amazing weekend in Dallas. And we have one weekend off before the big run starts. Kill Tony Mania is next week. Still just a couple tickets remaining for the 4 massive shows at one of the biggest comedy clubs in the country, Cobb's Comedy Club in San Francisco. And then 2 days before that in Sacramento are already sold out.
Yo.
So that's that. And then the week after that, we go to Australia. We do a Monday night here with Eddie Pepitone for the first time ever. And
Yo.
next week. And then we go to Australia. That's Melbourne, Sydney, and Brisbane, October 25th, 26th, and 27th. We're back here every Monday. We don't even miss a Monday. We go to Australia, we come back, fly in that day, do it again. And that's how hard we work. Here, Kill Tony, and for you, the listeners and fans. And our 400th episode is going to be in Sacramento. So, wow, that's so cool. Episode 400. Yeah, what a fun number to have in Sacramento. But sometimes you got to get out there. You got to do things. We do the road a lot. You come home, then you don't want to go to a store, right? You're online. If you need something, you can get it there. You ever buy something online and then find out you could have gotten it for a lot less? That's worse than being on an airplane full of landing clappers. Luckily, I have Honey, a free browser extension that saves you time and money when shopping online. Scans the internet for codes and discounts, and then it applies the one with the biggest savings to your cart, all by itself at checkout. It knows every coupon code, sale, or discount at over 20,000 sites like Amazon, Domino's, Target, and more. Just like normal, and Honey finds you savings. Shop like normal, and Honey finds you savings. You know all about it.
Yeah, this is actually something I've been using before they were even a sponsor. It's just an easy plug into your browser. Every time you go on a website, it tells you, like, hey, I can save you $20. Just click this button. It's free. You don't have to pay for anything. It makes no sense why you wouldn't have this. I bought a camera the other day on Amazon, saved myself $48 just by clicking a button. Got the same shipping speed and everything. It's amazing. It's money.
Honey has found 10 million users, over $1 billion in savings, people. There's no reason not to use Honey. It's free, installs on your computer in just 2 clicks. Get Honey for free right now at joinhoney.com/Tony. That's joinhoney.com/Tony. What a great way to show, you Kill Tony fans out there that you're listening and you care by signing up to awesome sponsors like this that actually save you money. So that's honey.com/Tony. You guys ready to start the episode or what? We're live at the Comedy Store. This is a special one. Always is, but I am excited about this one. It is the return of one of our favorite guests, and it is the first time for one of my favorite human beings, one of my favorite podcasters, one of the greatest fighters of all time. I am a fanboy of this guy, and I couldn't be more excited to working with the great Michael Bisping and Louis J. Gomez. J. Gomez. The Count. Mike Fitznick. We were just having fun in the green room, hanging out. Mike's first time performing on the Comedy Store stage. What a more fun place to be than on Kill Tony. Louis J, welcome back, my man.
What's up, baby boy?
Heck yeah.
Oh, shit! These fucking fans
Crowd
in this
goes
place.
crazy. Skank hands are in the air.
Look at these fucking dirty white people.
Yes. You can just tell
Look at
they're...
this guy is ready to rape.
Wow.
Yes.
Oh, wow.
That's that Ari Shaffir pill. Typical Louis J. Gomez.
Exactly. You always know they're here by the smell. Incredible. This guy barely has a fucking...
Wow. You might want to shut the fuck up about that.
Yeah, exactly. All right, shut up. You got fucking carrot bottom over
I
here.
promise you this guy will be...
Scumbucket fans that you draw in here. These people, like he's gonna abide by the 2-drink minimum. This guy
will be ejected within 15 minutes.
He's the only guy to order Monster Energy for his 2-drink minimum. This is so exciting to have you guys here. Of course, you know they have the Believe You Me podcast available everywhere. And of course, Louis J. Gomez presents Louis J. Gomez at Louis J. Gomez presents LouisJGomez.com. That's where
His name is Louis J. Gomez, just in case you didn't know.
It's going to be a blast. So you guys do that podcast, and now we're all going to do this podcast. I'm excited to have you guys here. We have Louis, we have Mike, we have Red Band Soundboard. Did you guys know, though, that we have a band on this show? Did you know that? Louis J. Gomez? Fuck yeah, you did. One time, the band was actually the Skanks before. They were Big J Ogerson and Louis J. Gomez. We never know what they're going to be. They're characters every episode. They were getting ready in a separate green room than us, so let's all find out together what they are tonight. It's one of my favorite things in all comedy. Some of my funniest friends makes a noise for the best damn band in the land. It's the Kill Tony Band. Cheer up. Joel Jimenez and Chroma Chris. Wow, let's see what they are. Whoa. Wow. Oh my goodness. I believe we've seen these guys before. It's been a long time. Crowd goes absolutely wild for them. It's incredible. Huh? Yeah, all right. Here he is.
Is this it?
Yeah.
I tried to use the bathroom earlier, but they wouldn't let me in because they were planning a big surprise.
Yeah.
All they've done is put a cowboy hat on. That's all they've done. Fuck me, I thought there was going to be some effort gone into this. Ooh, they have a big show every week. They put hats on. Sorry, I love you.
Full commitment. Normally people don't take shots at the band like that. I think Mike Bisping taking clear advantage of his physical situation right now.
You have put a sword right in that.
How's it going over there, Jeremiah? What is your name? I can't remember this cowboy's name. I mean, you are a futuristic cowboy, is that correct? We've seen you on the show before.
Yes, I am half robot, half man.
Half robot, half man. Very good. And this is interesting. Next to you, clearly, we have okie dokie. Go right ahead, Marshall.
I was programmed to bomb in this section of the show.
There you go. Perfect. There you go. And clearly next to you, we have Woody from Toy Story. If he had full-blown AIDS. His name was Morrow. Morrow. Okay, Morrow. Marshall and Marlboro. And then here we are, clearly back here, we have fucking Brokeback Peninsula over here. This is exciting. Look at this little gay cowgirl, huh?
Hi, Tony.
Wait, that's how you talk?
What's up? Name's Levi Strauss.
Levi Strauss?
I was going to do blackface, but my attorney said you can't do that anymore.
Oh, my goodness.
I was going to be a black cowboy.
Oh, shit.
That's what I like to date.
Wow. Cowboy. This is exciting. Levi Strauss, Marlboro, Herschel, Louis J, the Count Mike Sting, Red Band Soundboard, which brings me to this, everybody. It's the Bucket of Destiny. The final piece of the puzzle. A bunch of comedians, some people that have never even done it before, I'm sure, signed up before the show for the chance to get pulled out of it and get 60 seconds uninterrupted on this stage. They get interviewed by me and my esteemed panel of guests. Talk about life, find out some things about you that you didn't talk about. You know, your 60 seconds uninterrupted is up when you hear the sound of a kitten. That means wrap it up then, or else you're going to bring out the angry West Hollywood bear. That's it. You guys ready to start this show or what? Very exciting stuff. Kill Tony live. August. And your first comedian getting an uninterrupted 60 seconds tonight goes by the name of Kevin Wolf. Kevin Wolf. And it has begun. Here he comes. Making his way right there. Come on, one more time, good and loud for Kevin Wolf.
Thank you. Thank you. I was at a brewery this weekend, and one of those breweries that don't have any food. Ever been to one of those? It was upsets me. How the hell can you have a brewery and not have any food? I was actually arguing with the bartender. I was like, seriously, there's nothing I can eat. He's like, no. All right, I just ordered my DUI from you. Then how am I going to get home? What do you want to tell the cops? Oh, they didn't have any IPAs. So, or they have any pretzels, order an IPA. I'm like, God, I'm out of breath. Then I was friends with the whole DUI thing. You get a DUI on your bicycle. Is that stupid? No one gives a shit if you get a DUI on it. If anyone cares if I'm driving on a bike, Fisher Price, it's a toy. I'm not saying you shouldn't get in trouble. I'm just saying let the punishment fit the crime. So I'm drinking driving a car. I get it. You pull me over, you arrest me. I'm drinking driving on a bicycle. Pull me over and give me a wedgie. Okay? Let the air out of my tires. Take my allowance. You throw me in jail for what? I tried to give a homeless man a couple bucks, and my friend gave me shit for it. He's like, that's not it. Thank you.
I want to hear where were you going with that there at the end? What was the homeless guy? A couple bucks taken away.
Well, my friend gave me shit for giving me a couple bucks, and he said, that's not very smart, because now he's just going to buy drugs like crack with them. And I was like, I'm pretty sure anybody who takes $2 and turns into 8 hours of fun is a lot smarter than me. So,
yeah, there you go. Yeah.
Should have opened with that joke.
I was going to say you're mad at a brewery with no food, but your act had no jokes.
Oh, shit. Look out. That would have worked if he actually was bad. You did a really good job. Have you been doing comedy for a while? What the hell set did you watch up here? I thought he did good. God,
ladies and gentlemen, new character, sarcastic right there.
What is this?
I thought it was good. It was just very PG. Like the first one, it's my first time here. I'm about as nervous as you are. But you came out here talking fishing price, you talking movies. You never swore once. I mean, what the fuck?
You have any dirty jokes? How long have you been doing stand-up?
2.5 years.
2.5 years.
No.
Louis.
How old are you?
31.
31 years old. Heck yeah, wow, there's someone that's cheering you for the fact that you're 31. You should have opened with that. So what you been doing your whole life, Kevin? What were you doing for the first 29 years that you were doing stand-up?
Big skateboarder.
Oh, really?
I'm skateboarding. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Were you as one ever a skateboarder as you are a comedy? No.
What's the coolest thing you've ever done on a skateboard?
I can do a handstand kickflip.
Really? Wow. Can you do one without a skateboard? Can you just do a handstand kickflip?
Do you want me to do a handstand?
Yeah.
Handstand, please.
Sure, let's see.
Hopefully fall up the stage.
Here we go. How often do you get to see Kieran Culkin do a handstand kickflip, ladies and gentlemen? This is exciting. Wow.
That's good. That's good.
Wow. It's got the dentine ice and everything.
What the hell kind of demon shit was that?
What do you do for work, Kevin?
I work for an IT company in sales in Orange County.
Oh, that's fun.
Whereabouts in Orange County? Costa Mesa.
Yeah. You do a lot of fun stuff down there.
Yeah, whenever I'm not doing comedy, skateboarding. And
Is there anything other than skateboarding that you're into?
mountain biking. I do that. And some small extreme sports, dude.
You don't seem very extreme.
No, well, this is my work attire. I came right from work. Extremely gay.
I like it that way. There he is. Oh my goodness, this guy's out of control. Is there anything you do for a hobby that's not extreme? Like, is there something like,
I like retro video games. Specifically retro.
Yeah.
Sound like my son. He's a fucking nerd.
That's the other thing I've been doing.
Wow, is it
Oh, my kids?
No,
Fucking hell.
no. I've stayed far away from your kids.
What's your love life like, Kevin?
No girls in my life at the
No
moment.
girls, are you kidding?
Well,
The guy that collects retro video games?
I've had bad luck. I'm from New York. I had bad luck.
What do you mean bad luck? What the fuck do you think getting pussy is, Kevin? You think it's a fucking lottery? What are you looking for, scratch-off slots or something like that? I have the worst luck. Every time I open a fortune cookie, it's never a phone number. It's just, what do you mean luck?
What do you have more luck with getting chicks after skateboarding or after doing comedy? What's that? What do you have more luck with getting chicks after skateboarding or doing comedy? Like, what do you have more luck with? Girls. I can't understand that engine.
Neither can I.
Comedy. Probably comedy.
Really?
More chicks doing comedy.
What's that?
You get more chicks doing comedy?
Not from tonight's set,
I was
but
going to say. I hope you haven't got condoms on you because that was a waste of money.
when's the last time you had sexual relations with a woman?
2 weeks ago, a girl.
2 weeks ago.
It's like 8 years a slave.
I feel sorry for this guy. You're a very nice young man. This is a fucking asshole.
It's a part of the game. It's all good. It's all good.
He's supposed to give you shit.
So what happened 2 weeks ago?
It was a neighbor of mine. I hooked up with her, and she claimed I gave her herpes. So,
Oh, you know what that means?
yeah.
You gave her herpes.
What's the punchline? There's a joke back.
Yeah.
Well, I had to get tested, and I spent $400 to find out your AIDS. To find out I get it.
So you got tested after she told you that you gave her herpes.
Yeah, and I told my friends that. I was like, she's claiming I gave her herpes, so I got a test for $400. And all my friends are giving me shit. Look, I just spent $400 on a test.
Yeah, that's crazy.
You can't get a test for herpes.
So now you have herpes?
Right. Yeah, she took the test. She failed. You have herpes. Well, that's the way you just told the world. Well, she lied. I mean, it's not. Why would you bomb and tell everyone you have herpes?
Hey, I'm a shit comedian, and I have the worst disease ever.
It's fucking awful. What a terrible game plan you have in life. The herpes has been kinder than this set, so.
Herschel, what do you think about all this?
I mean, that's why you should always cover your wagon.
So wait a second. You're telling us you think you didn't have herpes before that?
I didn't have herpes. I knew I didn't. She was lying because she was upset that I didn't call her back after we hooked up.
Oh, so do you have herpes now?
No, I don't have herpes.
Wow, so you don't even have, but she does, you think? Or
She doesn't lie. She lied.
Wow, what a weird thing to lie about.
Yeah. Where I come from, that's called a 5 goes east.
my friends are giving me shit for spending $400 and
Where did you go? What Beverly Hills plastic surgeon did you get this herpes?
I picked the first hospital they could get. I'm not going to go shopping.
Hospital? The first hospital? Planned Parenthood is free. Oh, yes, 911. I need an ambulance. I think I might have herpes.
Well, I'm just glad I don't. So
Much like herpes, this type of embarrassment will never go away. But I'll tell you this, Kevin, sign up again next time, and hopefully it'll go different with 2.5 years. Maybe you just picked the wrong minute tonight. There he goes, Kevin Wolf. He's on Instagram at Kevin is a Wolf. We got real cowboys up here.
Try to grab another Maker's Rocks, please. One of the nice sweet stuff. Or Maker's Water drink.
yeah, go on. Tequila and a beer.
Tequila and a beer for
Oh, shit. These guys are heavy duty tonight.
God, we're so tough, dude.
High as fucking trying to undo it.
Like I always, nothing takes the pot away better than tequila, I promise you that. Put your hands together for your next comedian, Eric Kwasnichuk. Eric Kwasnichuk. Hey, we know this guy. Hell yeah. One more time for Eric, everybody.
What's up? How are you? Show of hands, any mentally ill people in the audience? That's one of the first signs of mental illness, fucking lying, okay? I grew up in a decent childhood, mentally ill family, mixed race, South African and Ukrainian, okay? Beautiful shanty town just outside of Philadelphia, next to a nuclear power plant. So where the meltdowns were not uncommon in my family, okay? Went to a great school, St. Barthides, okay? I learned a lot of things, Guilty Sinner 101, Jesus math. What's one gay plus one black kid equals? Punchline. Oh, shit. That's a sign of mental illness, okay? It's another sign of mental illness. I'm HIV positive, and I'm also a Libra. It's not easy being a Libra, okay? I'm telling you right now, it's not easy being a Libra. A lot of discrimination towards Libras, okay?
Wow, there you go. I'm guessing this isn't Eric's time dealing with a West Hollywood bear before. Eric, come back here. Get up here. Where are you going? Grab that fucking microphone. Is the AIDS eating away at your brain right now? What's happening?
This is like being surrounded by these cowboys. It's very exciting.
I bet it is. Herschel, what do you think about this guy?
Yeah, can I finish this joke? One gay plus one black equals dead by dust.
Can I use that?
Did you really forget the punchline?
I did. I was writing today. I forgot the punchline.
Can you remember it now? Now the pressure's off.
One gay.
Come on, the minute's over. You're still on stage.
Let me give you a hint. You have to be the punchline because you're the gay kid and the black kid.
It was something like lack of opportunity. Yeah, that was the punchline. Yeah, let's use mine.
Listen, I just want to say I've never been more embarrassed than yourself.
Hey, you guys are adorable. It's true.
I just got AIDS.
Yeah, that's it.
There we go.
You might also have herpes too, but who knows?
Are you really HIV positive?
Yes.
25 years.
25.
Tony, this guy's like Louis Gay Gomez.
There it is. I love it, man. This is your second time on the show. I know you went last week or 2
I was
weeks ago.
thinking about you for the last 2 weeks. I was thinking about the show for the last couple of weeks, how much fun that I had.
Absolutely.
That was amazing.
Yeah, this guy's like Louis Gay Keep his movie.
I mean, to have this kind of exposure just coming to LA.
You know what I mean? The last thing you need is exposure.
2 weeks.
If it was up to me, we'd have a giant rubber condom. Put it in.
Can we please put this microphone? Can we get a new microphone?
No, keep it that. We don't need to burn that one. All the other, you won't never use that microphone.
No, I went home. I watched you in bed. I mean, I was.
I get it. You were in bed watching.
Yes, this is the whole thing.
You didn't pleasure yourself, did you?
What? No. That's silly. No, I would. No.
Last thing we need is an episode of that happening. So, 25 years you've been HIV positive,
Yeah.
and now you live in West Hollywood, correct? You
No,
just moved here?
to the lake.
Oh, to the
Yeah, to
lake.
the lake. That's another.
Patty, and you're
City
retired,
section.
right? Retired.
No. I'm just looking for a manager and agent down here.
Oh, that's weird.
Yeah. Kind of like the black dude that was his name.
David Lucas.
Yeah.
Yeah. You mean the guy with hard-hitting punchline?
Oh, God, yeah. No, he's good. Yeah. No, he's really good.
I love that.
Yeah.
I love that. Well, I love that. One of the most important things, when trying to fucking make it in show business, being positive, and you're one of the more positive.
Yeah, thank you.
Hold on. When you were diagnosed with HIV, it was like a death warrant.
It was, yeah, it was death. Yeah,
That was it.
It was AIDS. Yeah, it was AIDS. And then if you're heal enough that they change the diagnosis to HIV positive.
Yeah.
Because you have enough T cells in your body.
This big bug.
I just thought this was part of this zany act. Hey guys, I got HIV. I got AIDS. I'm sorry.
But
It's hilarious, but
it's one of the best
Funniest thing I've ever seen in my life, Lewis.
Any type of disease, thinking your body to heal through comedy, laughter is healing. That's what it's all about,
I mean, obviously, I don't think you only medicated with laughter. Hopefully, because if so, you're probably on your
I was
deathbed.
gonna say you might check out pretty soon.
yeah.
What's up?
Did you ever? So there was a guy on a week or two ago as well. It was actually after you, who was a young gay comic, and he was telling us that he was telling us that you can get tested for the amount of AIDS that you have, or something like that, like your toxicity levels, and basically, I think you can have unprotected sex with other people.
Right, so it's like if you have cancer, there's a level of cancer. It's like a tumor, and then it shrinks. So if the tumor shrinks enough, then you're really in remission. It's the same thing with HIV.
Stage 1 AIDS. It's not even a big deal.
Yeah,
Nothing.
I love that.
That was so no concern.
I like that analogy. Yeah, that's.
So what are you're at a minor league AIDS level, right?
Pardon?
But you told us a couple weeks ago that you don't hook up with guys anymore, that you're over it.
I haven't been in a relationship for about a decade. I have not.
What about hookups or something like that?
Hookups, I don't want to be somebody that's flashed, on a screen or.
Why are you so up there?
Hey, look at that.
Fucking lying.
It's really, look.
Are they lying on a slide down there?
No, the cowboy is really on the drums.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, his beat is amazing.
Those nipples aren't the only thing that's on
They're actually nipple rings. I got them for my 40th birthday.
Is that true?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
You have nipple rings in there? Oh, man. I feel bad for the guy.
Robot's taking a look. In fact, he can't catch anything, so fill your boots.
Whoever did those piercings, that should have been the final act of Fear Factor. Those are nipples. I would not want to be putting a needle. Herschel. Wow. All right. Dang, it's a real cowboy. Well, Eric, you had some speed bumps tonight, but your charisma.
No, I haven't had speed bumps for a long time. I've been sober.
Oh, shit. There you go. You're in it.
But I had lots of speed bumps at one time in my life. Yeah.
I love your style. Eric, it's always fun to have people of all different shapes and sizes and character styles. All right. You don't have to give me that AIDS-y laugh. Just take the compliment. There he goes. He did it again. Eric Kwasnichuk, everybody. Eric Kwasnichuk. KWASNJUK. He gets a real salute to the microphone. God damn, how about a hand for the band? Don't they sound amazing tonight? Learning these songs right before every episode just for you guys. So cool. Okay, pulled another name out of the bucket. Make some noise for Tim Hill, everyone. Tim Hill. Tim Hill. Oh, wow, we know Tim Hill. This is very exciting. All the way from San Diego. Come on, one more time for Tim Hill.
Hey. All right. A coworker of mine had a baby when he was 13 years old. He had a kid when he was 13, which means that child was like 6 years old when he was a senior in high school, which means they were in the same school district for like a minute. Like that baby watched his dad graduate high school and fully comprehended everything. Baby was really proud of his dad that day. Baby had a bumper sticker on the back of his big wheel that said, "My dad's an honor student." I'm kidding, he didn't graduate high school. He had a baby when he was 13 years old. Beautiful. So, you ever heard of the expression a barefaced lie? I've never heard. Me either. You know, someone said it to me. I've heard of bold face, but someone said, "You ever heard of?" Someone said a barefaced lie to me, and I was like, "What's that?" I was like, "A barefaced lie is probably like roar. Voting for president matters. Roar."
Fuck yeah. Tim Hill, everybody. Did it again. Another great set. All the way from
That's how you kill with AIDS.
That's right. You did it.
Thank God.
That was,
I didn't know what to say.
yeah. You fucking did it, dude. You did it again. All the way from San Diego, correct?
Yeah.
Am I right? You had your first comedy set on Kill Tony recently? Is that right? Or do I have you confused with something?
No, confused. No.
Right.
I did.
You were in San Diego.
Yes.
Yeah. La Jolla.
Yeah. A couple times.
Yeah. That's great. Always funny. How long have you been on stand-up?
Like 4 years. I did about 3 years in Detroit and then moved to San Diego this year.
That first show he did was legitimately funny, like all bullshit aside.
Yeah, that was really good.
Hilarious show.
You kind of lost me with the bear shit, though. The first one was great. It's funny and laugh.
Oh, yeah.
The bear one, I didn't like.
He timed it out. He thought he was going to get like an applause break at the end, so he just kind of waited for it to hit. He was like, "Oh, shit, I got 3 more seconds."
Yeah.
So that was one of the funniest openings of a Kill Tony set that I've seen. That was really legitimately funny.
Thank you. I appreciate it a lot.
It's very interesting. You're one of the only people I've ever seen that looks like both a young man and an old lady at the same time. It's very impressive. Very hard to pull off that type of range. You ever do any acting or anything like that?
No, I think I'm a movie.
I loved you in Hereditary. Weird reference, but what'd you say?
I said I think I'm gonna move here in January, though.
Yeah, but you're in a movie that's coming out in January.
No, I'm gonna move here
you're
in
gonna-
January. No success.
Right. No, I love that. How old are you?
22 or 23 actually. My birthday was last week.
22. Wow.
23. Big 3.
2.5. That's great. What do you do for fun? Let me guess, like the other people here tonight, you like skateboarding and having AIDS.
No. No, I play a lot of video games. I work like 8 and 9 hours a day.
To you, I don't believe it.
Oh, no. Other than that, like,
What do you do for work for those types of shifts?
I work in marijuana.
Oh, you work in
Surprise.
Oh, yeah. Exactly. What do you do in the marijuana industry?
I smoke it, and my dad gives me money.
I work for a company that makes like oil cartridges, gummies, and chocolates. I package all of it and stuff, and then I do a lot of driving.
Wow, that's so awesome.
A lot of responsibility. Very minimal responsibility. I make a lot, very shit
Are
money.
you talking back to Michael the Count Bismuth? Who the fuck do you think you are? You calling him gay? Dude, he called you gay. I called you gay right to your face. You gonna take that?
What's the toughest thing you've ever done? You ever do anything like badass? Like, you know?
I work at a comedy club in San Diego. We had to kick a very large gentleman out the other day. I snatched my glasses right off my face.
Kid, what happened there?
You're not gonna kick me out if you can't see.
No, he snatched my glasses off my face, and we all, like, there was, like, 3 of us pushing him away with his wife, like, in the middle of us, like, trying to get us to calm down. And so we let her try and take care of the situation. We were like, maybe if he talks to his wife, he'll calm down for a second. But no, whatever. No, he just puts his hand over her mouth, and, yeah, no, he's like, I know how to handle my wife. Like,
Sounds like a stand-up scene.
Wives are particularly weak.
It's the same way I handle mine.
Yeah, you gotta shut them up sometimes.
good.
Love you, babe.
But then a couple of bike cops showed up and resolved the whole thing.
Let's say that again.
A couple of bike cops showed up and resolved the situation.
Wow, a couple of bike cops. That's when they come clean up.
This guy, a couple of cops showed up, you know.
What did they do? They kill him? What would that be? How funny would that be if you got murdered by cops because you wouldn't leave a comedy club?
What's your love life like, man? You seem like the kind of guy. I mean, like, if I was you and I got lonely and the internet was down, I would just start jerking off and look at myself in the mirror with my eyes sort of closed like that. I'd be like, oh, is that a blonde hot chick? I'm coming.
Yeah, you look like a nerdy chick, but like we can make you hot to go to prom with it. Should I take your glasses off?
Yes.
She's all that.
Yeah.
How long has your waist size been wedding ring?
You are a skinny guy. What do you eat? Chewing gum?
Snickers bars, Taco Bell.
Yeah.
All the healthy shit.
Yeah.
Wait, what?
All the healthy shit.
Oh yeah, all of it. Yeah.
My goodness.
You can see it in the complexion.
Yeah, exactly. It's got that
Rosy cheeks.
It's a British man talking about your complexion. That's how shitty your complexion is.
Hell yeah. What else are you into, Tim? Any other fun hobbies or anything we should know about your past life, history, family? Anything crazy?
Nothing big, no. My girlfriend and I are breaking up pretty hard right now. So I just try to stay out.
There you go. That's
Why? What's the reason you keep on getting out of business?
She smacks you with prettier hair than her.
Yeah. No, we've just been together for like a while, and like we got together really young, and it's just time. Like it's over. Like we've been fighting for like a while.
How long you guys been together? Like 2 weeks ago?
6 years.
6 years. Wow. My goodness. What does she do?
She works in the same company as me.
Too
much time together.
Yeah.
It's like you guys are gonna be teens after all. You know what I mean? It's like you gotta trim some people out of your life. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like you got yourself in a very sticky situation on the work part.
You look like Marilyn Hanson.
There you go. That's chant-worthy. Well, Tim, I mean, unbelievably great set, as always, as every time you've ever been on this show. You're so consistent. And for 22, it's just unbelievable. You're on an undeniable path to being a fucking real grown-up-ass comedian.
Thank you, man.
So congratulations. Tim Hill, everybody. He's on social media. Tim Hill, 007. Fuck yeah. It's a special episode. You can feel it in the air.
Was he the guy in San Diego that he like roasted for like 20 minutes?
Probably.
Yeah.
You guys having fun out there? Pull another name out of the bucket. Make some noise for David Paulus. David Paulus. Let's see what happens here. Step back.
This guy.
My friend. Won't you step back? Hey, here he is, David Paulus.
I'm from Detroit, been living in LA for about 13 years now. One of the big adjustments early on was getting used to gay people. Where I'm from, gay people are like an idea. Heard about them and all the stereotypes that exist, but you've never actually seen one. So after living out in LA for all these years, I'm proud to say I've got a lot of gay friends. Some I work with, some I hang out with, many I walk with next to at Runyon Canyon with fucking 4 times a week. And they're just people, just like you and I. But I have made some observations. Namely, guys, you ever hug a gay guy? It's just a good fucking hug. You get your money's worth for that hug. It makes you feel better about yourself. It makes you feel like you can accomplish anything. It makes you feel like you can take on the whole empire yourself. And the whole time you're thinking to yourself, God damn, this is a good hug. And all they're thinking is,
Fuck yeah, David Paulus, everyone. All right. You've been on this show a few times. 4 times. I feel like this is probably your best set so far, right? Yeah, the other times have been horrible.
There's evidence.
You know,
Tony, I haven't seen it before. I thought that was horrible.
yeah.
That's what I'm saying. I've got no yardstick.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I feel like
But that must have been way better.
it must have been so bad. How bad was the other times?
It's unbelievably bad. I mean, it's shockingly bad. You could agree with this, right, David?
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, this is one of the guys that, like, you know, I was doing, it wasn't even a Monday, I feel like it was some other night. I was working here like a week or 2 ago, and he came up to me and said something like, man, working, gave me that look. Like, people do that sometimes, just like, you know what, next time, I'm gonna fucking rip the grill. You did that as hard as you could tonight. As hard as the keyword there being,
I'm grateful.
you, fuck yeah, something like that. Absolutely. Maybe it was one of the other plain-ass looking guys that came up to me, one of you bunk-ass, third-string Jimmy Kimmel-looking motherfuckers. You know what I mean?
I feel like he's like a retarded guy dressed up as a cool guy.
Yeah. He's trying to be hip. It's the fucking... How old are you, David?
40.
40. Hell yeah.
You look like a bird from Bird and Ernie became human.
Thank you.
What ethnicity are you, David?
Mom and Dad are from Iraq.
Mom and Dad are from Iraq.
Gross.
We got some mileage out of
So
that.
what does that mean? Yes. Ethnicity are you?
That means I'm an American.
Yikes.
Goddamn right.
Me too. Not in my country.
I was born and raised here. So,
Where do your parents live now?
Dad died 19 years ago. Mom was
On 9/11? What the fuck?
Yes. 9/11. Everyone knows 9/11 happened in the year 2000. You are correct.
December 31st, 2000.
December 31st, 2000. Oh my God. All he wanted to do was watch the ball drop one last time. And
Reportedly it was 1999.
let's check in with Herschel over there. Wow. How'd your dad die on New Year's Eve? What happened? You scared of fireworks?
He told him he was going to be a comedian when he grows up, and he hung himself.
He lived a good life. He didn't take too much care of himself and his health, so it all caught up with him. 63 years old. Congestive heart failure. He was a kidney patient. He had a good time. I'm sure he doesn't have any
I
regrets.
thought it was something cool in Iraq. He, like, on New Year's Eve, he, like, shot his fucking AK-47 straight up in the air, and one of the bullets hit him.
Stab with a curvy sword.
I've seen that video before.
A statue of Saddam Hussein fell on top of him.
Yeah. Hell yeah.
What do I say to that? Yeah, it's all true.
Absolutely. My goodness. Wow. What were your dad's thoughts on, a time at that time? I mean, we had George W. Bush. We were invading Iraq. Did that affect you guys at all?
I mean, the invasion was a few years later, but I mean, he lived here. His business was in Nigeria, so he was back and forth between Africa for most of my life.
Hell yeah.
So you were.
He binge watched it. It's back when, like, VHS tapes, like, he would record CNN during the Gulf War. We still have videotapes somewhere in the basement, fucking stacked up.
Somewhere just buried down there right near him.
Yeah,
That part was weird. Wow. So what's your mom up to now? What does she do? She just has a big sand dildo that she uses or something like that?
Jesus fucking Christ. No, man, she's a baby. She's a grandmother. She's 70 and she's happy.
Yeah.
I don't even like foreigners, but that was damn disrespectful to me.
What the hell, Tony?
What the hell was that, man? You can't talk about man's mother like that. Saying she goes to town on a sand.
Yeah, I've never gotten to use the word sand dildo before. I mean, you know, when in Rome or whatever like that.
You need to get right with God, boy.
I love it.
These are the most depressing comedians. Fucking AIDS, Iraq, bombs, 9/11.
dead dad.
Jesus Christ.
Heck yeah. So,
Think you made a line.
what's been happening in the last couple weeks since we saw you last?
So last couple weeks, I'm getting sued by a woman that worked on Best Thanksgiving Ever.
Fun.
That's right. You are the filmmaker that made over-budget movie that it was a complete original flop, but now it's sort of getting a second wind on Amazon. You got a big bump after mentioning it on Kill Tony.
Thank you, Kill Tony. It's on Amazon Prime,
Yeah.
Apple TV.
It's called, what is it called again?
Best Thanksgiving Ever.
Best
Time.
You're being sued from a woman that was from this movie?
Yeah.
So,
You're being sued from a woman that was from this movie?
this bitch was a PA.
You're being you say whatever you want about men, okay? You say shit about women, you're fucked.
Oh my goodness, you're speaking like a real Iraqi up here, David. Go ahead.
They're going to call this episode Exhibit A in court.
That's what I'm saying.
This guy's irrational. He can't control himself. He's Iraqi.
All right, well, way to end the entertaining story, guys.
Yeah, she spilled coffee on herself, and then I come to find out later that she's suing 2 studios and me. She's a good artist, so it's like a funny hero keeps resurfacing every year it goes by.
Did you tell her it's not cow?
I didn't even know what happened.
What you call it? She's a what? A cunt. What you call it?
She's a bitch.
Wow.
What's a cunt artist? Your Honor, a fucking cunt is what she is.
Can't understand. I agree with that totally. I couldn't have said it better myself. Can't understand what we're thinking.
So David, but getting sued's a weird thing, right? You have a lawyer or something like that? Yeah.
Does it kill you that you had to hire a Jew?
So this is going to be something new for you. I'm Catholic. I was raised Catholic. We're not Muslim, which is fine. But
Whoa, wait.
we're this minority.
Jesus Christ!
Whoa.
Goodness.
Continue.
Yeah. So yeah.
So, okay, did it bother you to
Right, so
hire a
you're
Jew?
Catholic. Your point is, if you were Muslim, you could have had one of your wishes be that this lady disappears.
He's a good Jew. My brother-in-law's Jewish, so got my dose of culture there.
Why do something here real? Something here real. You know Jews aren't that bad.
Yeah.
Goodness. All right. Well, David, that's interesting. Catholic and Iraqi at the same time. Is that real?
Yeah.
Just say that so that you can stay in the country or something like that.
Like there's Persians in LA, there's a lot of Catholic Iraqis in Detroit. That's where they all came during the Industrial Revolution. They came over. So it was the natural spawning point for parents. All of my extended family all moved to Detroit in the early 70s.
All right. Well, there you go.
The Persian Catholic priests molest young boys as well. Do the Persian Catholic priests molest young boys as well? Say it a second time. It isn't funny. A quick wit to remind me. You make me say it again. It's like a cunt.
Certainly a
Are
chance.
they rapists?
I'm sure there's a few.
I love it. You never know anything like that, though. All right, David. Well, I mean, fun times. Your best set ever on this show. Worst set of the night so far, but your best set. There you go, David Paulus, everyone. Go watch Best Thanksgiving Ever on Amazon Prime. He borrowed a bunch of money from a bunch of people with money to make that movie. He's still trying to pay them back. Probably will be for the rest of his life. Hell yeah. Wow, I see some celebrities out there. The great Steve Lee is over there, ladies. Look at that guy, Bill Tony Legend. The great Aphrodite 64th Thursday. Oh, that's your birthday? Hell yeah. Aphrodite made a sign that says her birthday is on Thursday. It's her 64th birthday. It says Aphrodite 64th Thursday.
Still care about birthdays.
Hell yeah. Heck yeah. Jesus. Put your hands together for your next comedian, Fiona Reed, everybody. Fiona Reed. Here we go. Fiona.
I don't see any movement.
Nope. Wow, nothing? All right. Blacklisted. Wow, all right. Fiona. How about Sean Lubin? Sean Lubin. There's movement. Hell yeah. It's all happening here. Sean Lubin.
Thank you guys. So I never want to have kids. Here's how much I don't want kids. I'll wear a condom and pull out. And fuck men. I'm kind of a history buff. My advice for our 45th president, Donald Trump, is that he should be born like our 14th president, Franklin Pierce, who experienced all three of his sons dying in his arms. Like him. My favorite band is the band that was playing on the Titanic as it sank. Seriously, I think those were some badass musicians. They stayed there and they kept playing music for an audience of people that were dying all around them. You know, they didn't run off the stage like that country singer in Las Vegas.
Wow. Sean Lubin. Close and strong. Hilarious. Fuck yeah. First time on the show?
Second.
Hell yeah. I love it. Welcome back, Sean.
Thank you.
So you're gay?
No. I just wrote a gay joke. Come on. Be honest.
We believe you, man. It's been a very bottom-heavy show so far.
This is the thing. I don't know what I can say, what I can't say, because I think a lot of things. I'm like,
You can say whatever you
Please
want
tell me
here.
what. Keep that one to myself.
This is a safe space for people that hate safe spaces. I like your style. But if you change your mind at any point, just be good controversy to have it happen here on Hillside. David, was that better than, Sean, was that better than the last time you were on the show?
Oh, infinitely.
Wow, that's great.
Infinitely.
How long you been
The last
What?
How long?
Would you fucking kill a baby on the last show? How unfunny was the last set?
it wasn't very memorable.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you didn't remember you were even on the show, so.
Yeah, how long you been on stand-up?
Coming up on over 3 years.
Over 3 years. All of it here in Los Angeles?
Yep.
Where are you originally from?
San Fernando Valley.
Hell yeah. What do you do for work?
I work part-time with my mom sometimes.
Ooh, hell yeah. That makes four of us.
You do chores? I take out the trash, I do the dishes, watch my little brother.
She throws me a couple bugs.
What do you do working with your mom?
I'm a location scout for her. She does photography.
What a slut.
So you go out and you just look at places and you're like, this looks cool.
Yeah, we live out near Malibu, so I help her find nature spots and she does photos.
How'd you guys get Malibu money?
My dad is Pat Boone's manager.
Pat Boone,
The old Daniel Boone's brother who got no money in this room.
Dude, check this out. My dad manages Pat Boone.
who the fuck is Pat Boone?
There's a show in England called Boone. I was thinking, is it the Boone from the TV show? But it's not. Oh,
This is Pat Boone?
Yeah.
Wow.
Love letters.
And Pat Boone made enough money so that your dad, who got 10% of it, has a house in Malibu?
Yeah, he's 85 years old. My dad is 82.
so you're made with really weak income.
Yeah.
This is what happens when a 60-year-old man procreates.
You are proof that 4 hymns works.
How old are you?
I'm 31.
31.
51, yeah? That was 51?
He was 50 when he had me.
Oh my goodness, just shooting out old fucking ashy loads. Just fucking.
Oh, the way to fucking take it off the tip of his dick and split it into her pussy. Get in there.
Fucking syringe it out of it.
Yeah.
He's in great shape, actually.
Really?
Yeah, he's in fantastic
How old's your
shape.
mom? How old's your mother?
Good question.
She's in her mid-60s.
That's your mom. Your mom was a whore. Didn't give a shit.
Fucking the old manager, he's
got Malibu on it. I'm gonna fuck this guy. That's your mom, bro.
What kind of photography? Is she like a wedding photographer?
She also teaches dance. It's a lot of her dance strippers. It's like,
Yeah. Teaches people how to dance, takes pictures. This is all fucking rich wife shit. This is rich wife jobs 101. What did she teach people how to dance to? Gold digger? Has manager's wife taking 50-year-old loads deep in her fucking lady loiter.
I have never in my life heard another man talk about another man's mother like this before.
You ever notice her doing anything shady, like exhaling softly after she realizes he woke up again, or anything like that? Just puts an X on another day on the calendar. Does she ever win? Do you think she ever wishes that he took care of himself more like an Iraqi father?
Tony said he hears them having sex sometimes.
Oh, really? Is that true? What does that sound like? The beginning of Tales from the Crypt?
Sounds like Darth Vader breathing.
There you go. Right. All right. Relax right there. Wow. What does it sound like when they have sex? You tell me.
It's disturbing.
Really?
I don't listen for long. I'm just like, oh god.
How many times have you heard? How many times?
Once a month.
Sex. You're searching that out.
Yeah.
Because I never heard my price of sex ever. So once a month, that means like, now you get it. Here we go. Tiptoe across the fucking landing. Get a glass by the wall. Oh yeah, come on, Mom. Come on. Give it to the old folk.
I'm not surprised you've never heard your parents have sex though, Mike. If I was
They split up when I was very young.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say if I was your father.
These are big dates from the other side of town.
I was gonna say if I was your father, I'd literally be afraid to fuck your mom after that. I'd be like, oh, I don't want to upset Mike. What's going on in there? Oh, nothing. Just knocking on the wall, saying hi, son. Nothing's going on. Just comforting your mother. I love it. So, wow, Sean, what do you think's gonna happen now? Who's gonna get all the money when your dad dies? Think you're gonna get anything? Or she's just gonna
Do you know how much you're gonna get when he dies?
And how much do you think we're talking?
Millions.
Millions, right? Malibu. It has to be the house alone. Around probably 2-3 million, I'd say.
Has to be.
Oh, so that's why you're doing shitty comedy. You're like, they don't be a millionaire out of here.
Exactly.
Fuck, here's some jokes.
They're hardcore Christians, so I feel like they can disown me at any time. You never know.
They're hardcore. I thought Christians were nice people. Turn the other cheek and all that shit.
Trump supporter ones.
Oh, they are?
They're both Trump supporters.
Hell yeah, everyone loves them.
You did an anti-Trump joke, right?
Yeah.
And then you followed it with a joke that said, fuck all of those victims in that Vegas shooting. You need to find your voice, sir. You're all over the place.
His baby's dying as well.
Yeah.
A lot of deaths around you.
He threw an anti-Trump joke right in the middle. I was like, this guy's fucking, he's a mystery.
What do you do for fun? Hobbies?
Way into nature and psychedelics.
Oh, wow. Look at that. I'm pretty sure you just lost your inheritance right there. That's what it looks like. Wow. You ever do anything wild, like ayahuasca or anything like that?
I smoked DMT while I was already on mushrooms once.
Wow. Okay. Crossing extremes, Ghostbusters stuff.
Badass.
That was the furthest out I've ever been.
What happened there? What do you remember about that? Do you remember any visions? Or...
Yeah, so I looked to my left and I saw this.
Oh, the mic.
By the way, this is never a good story. It's how somebody tell their DMT story. It's never like, mama, dude, there was a lady and she looked at me and she killed my ego.
Alright, so this is what the craziest thing that happened while I was on DMT. I started hearing and feeling and seeing this music that was like,
That makes sense.
That's called being at a concert, you idiot.
But so I started hearing it and feeling it, and I started laughing because it was crazy. I go, ha! And the music starts responding to my laughter. And I'm like,
Yeah, Lewis was right. It's never a good score.
Terrible. Yeah, I guess it's not getting any better. There you
No, please carry on.
No, I don't think it's
All right, get the fuck off.
Sean Lubin, everybody. There he goes. He's on social media at Sean Lubin. There he goes.
Can I grab another whiskey, please? Another Maker's Rock.
Well, fuck it. I'll take one more as well.
Oh, shit. We are going deep here tonight. I like it.
Literally quit drinking yesterday.
I'll take a crap
We were drinking yesterday, but you were in town, so can't be a bad friend.
We've seen this name before. Let's see if I remember this guy. Put your hands together for Chuck Roque. Chuck Roque. What is happening? Where's Chuck at? There comes Chuck Roque.
Last week, someone told me I looked like a chubby Taylor Lautner. I told her, you just look like an ugly nobody. I was raised on domestic abuse and cartoons. My parents were always fighting, and I'd be listening to or watching Courage the Cowardly Dog. A lot of my friends didn't like it. They said that show was too scary, but it was a lot less scary than my parents fighting. My dad would like to hit my mom to John Lennon songs. I really hope there's no, causation between the two. Just because I'm a big Queen fan. I don't want to be gay and die. Not the biggest fan of Doggy Style, but my dog is. Yeah, that's my time.
Fuck yeah, Chuck Roque. Chuck Roque.
Yeah, you got it right.
Your set was just Roque too.
You said
Chuck Roque.
that last time.
What was the cartoon that you referred to? Because I never caught it.
Courage the Cowardly Dog.
Your set was really, really
Oh, I love that one.
Your set was really sad. Which is the opposite. Just sure you're going for it.
Chuck,
I'm like, you
didn't like it, Lewis?
It's not that I didn't like it. I like the dark stuff, but your dad really beat the shit out of your mom to
A couple times.
John Lennon songs.
Not the John Lennon songs, but he was a big John Lennon fan.
yeah. What ethnicity?
It's not me. Mexican. Oh, I don't know. He just knows his favorite Beatle.
Because as you said, he kind of walks back in a weird way. I mean, he's a John Lennon fan.
One of the more Native American looking Mexicans I've ever seen in my life.
I've heard that.
Yeah. You ever use that to your advantage or anything?
I like keeping it ambiguous, you know.
That's not the word.
Yeah, it's not that.
Ambiguous.
You're syphilis. It's not ambivalence.
You're struggling with the Puerto Ricans giving you grammar.
That's true.
Ambivalence, you just said.
Herschel?
I'm not a learned man by any means, but I think this child is retarded.
Chuck, how long have you been doing stand-up?
Like a year and a half.
Year and a half. How old are you?
24.
24. What do you do for work?
IPA.
Did you ever sue someone for spilling coffee on yourself?
No, I wish. That chick is a bitch. Real bitch, that one. We all know her.
GPA for anybody famous?
I just got off of Surviving R. Kelly. That's the biggest thing.
Wait, what?
You might want to keep that one to yourself.
You also got off to Surviving R. Kelly? That's my favorite jerk off film.
You ever sue someone because you spilled a hot piss on yourself? Man, what was that?
Ribbon, how do you have that prepared like that?
I just typed it in Spotify.
Dude, I don't understand, bro. What are you all fucking way about rejection? You're so ambivalent the way you do these things.
So you dealt with the victims of the R. Kelly situation, not R. Kelly himself.
Yeah, I had to drive him from the hotel to set.
Hell yeah, a lot of
Fucking responsibility there.
Hell yeah.
It's so much more impressive to drive. Like, R. Kelly would be an awesome drive. Like, I drove R. Kelly to the hotel. So he drives victims.
Yeah, it's still bummy. It's still a shitty drive.
Yeah. A lot of passing tissues to him, right?
They're falling out. We get to buy them whatever. Like, they get whatever dinner they want and shit. So they're always from Atlanta, just like.
No, Atlanta people are garbage. I know.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't get it. Hold on. The victims prior or after? Before they were raped or after they were raped?
After. Like after.
I think we're having a good time. They were bawling out in the fucking limo.
That's Hollywood, baby. That's.
Let me ask you this. So you were in charge of getting them their meals. What did you notice that women that have had relations with R. Kelly, what are they really into? What types of foods are they?
Sausage.
Like soul food.
Soul food.
Yeah. A lot of them are black.
Urinal cakes.
Really? A lot of them are black?
I don't know.
My goodness. What's your, what else, Chuck? What other hobbies or fun things are you into? Fun facts about Chuck?
I don't know. I smoke a lot of weed, I guess.
So that's always a mind-blowing fun fact to hear. That really keeps the energy moving along. So you smoke pot. What else about you, Chuck? What about your...
I lost my virginity when my arm was broken.
Wow, that's interesting.
Yeah, I was playing football, and I fell wrong, and my humerus broke right in half.
And the guy fucked you?
He's down. Get it.
Get it, motherfuckers!
And then afterwards, they all reach for a Marlboro cigarette. Wow, that's a weird plug there, Marlboro.
Marlboro's been waiting to throw that joke in the whole show.
Yeah. Silent but Deadly. That was Chroma Creds with a just dropping a Marlboro plug there. Hell yeah. Wow. So you broke your arm and you lost your virginity.
Yeah. She was a horse girl. She had big thighs, and she kind of. I was really stoked to like have sex for the first time, and I didn't really give a shit about the arm. And she kind of just straddled me, and
She fucked you.
Yeah. I had to like pretend to come because I was like hurting, like 'cause my bone was grinding against each other.
It was like a rodeo, huh? Did you only last 8 seconds?
Like it was like a minute. Yeah, it was bad.
Your friends coming after a minute?
Yeah.
Give it a look at Rob, doggy.
Bro, it was hurting, bro.
Change position.
I don't know, man.
Why didn't you just tell her? Why were you scared to just go, hey, watch out, my arm is broken?
I think I don't know.
Perfect reasonable question.
It was my masculinity, you know? I was like, I'm on the football team. I should be doing it.
I've never heard of anyone literally slinging dick before. Seal the deal with a broken arm. All right, well, Chuck, I mean, fun times up here, dude.
Yeah,
Yo, Doc, hopefully we'll see you again down the road. Here he goes, Chuck Roque, everyone. Okie dokie, pulled another name out of the bucket. Let's keep this fun train moving along with the comedy stylings of Jeff Horsty. Jeff Horsty? Jeff Horst. Here he comes. Jeff Horst.
Growing up, I was a bedwetter. Anybody else in the house? Any bedwetters? There's some honesty there. That's cool. You guys probably like me. When I spent the night at my friend's house, I had a mat that I had to bring to absorb the pee. And then your friend's going through your luggage and the stuff you brought. Like, what video games did you bring? What's this? That's my pee blanket. Do you know how nice you have to be to your friend's parents when it's understood that you're going to piss on the furniture? You know how many dishes you're going to wash just at 3 a.m, just finding chores to do? Jeff, you're such a gentleman, and you're just like, you just wait. Growing up, I had 7 dogs in one small house. That's a lot of dog pee to deal with. Sometimes they would, 7 dogs, they'd pee in the middle of the floor. I'd wake up in the middle of the night after I pissed the bed. I'd try to step in some dog pee. Can't even get mad at the dog. I'm like, yeah, no, I get it. I'm not trained either. So.
Oh, yeah, there you go. It's a whole lot of pee. Thank goodness. It's a pee-heavy set. Hell yeah. We were talking about R. Kelly doing someone wetting the bed. R. Kelly wet the bed when he was awake. He would piss on other humans. Wow, that is interesting. When did you stop peeing the bed, Jeff?
It's a good question. Probably later than I should have.
How late? Last night?
35. 12.
I don't know. Have you had any pee shit since, like in a closet once?
Pee in a closet?
Jeff.
I just did a closet.
Yeah, we've all been there.
That's very specific tonight. Like, that's not a general thing. It is.
When's the last time you
sleepwalking?
Last year we took Kill Tony to Dublin, Ireland, and we had a night off when we landed, and we ate one of the biggest meals we've ever had together, and then we got fucked up. And that night, little red band here, Red Band went to go find himself a restroom, and it turns out he walked outside of his hotel room, turned back around on his hotel door, and pissed on that hotel door. Woo! And I was locked out, so I had to go to the lobby. Standard behavior. He's locked out, then he didn't have his room key. Picture Red Band in his underwear having to go to the front desk.
Whitey's even. And that's when we started calling him R. Smelly. R. Belly.
All right. Okay, Bob, are you shopping the jokes, Joel? Let's do a web shop, everyone. Live Kill Tony web shop.
When's the last time you pissed your bed?
I've pissed my bed since then. I've drank alcohol before. Like, I'm not going to say I've never peed myself.
How many times do you piss your bed?
I'm honest.
How many times do you piss your bed?
In my lifetime, I didn't keep like a pee journal. I don't really know.
See, the thing is, you came out, you had a good delivery, you had good stage presence, you handled the crowd well. But essentially, all you did was tell us that you piss on yourself and your dog's piss on you. That's about it. That's about the scope of the joke.
I could have picked like
It's hilarious.
It was a biography, but I didn't really do like a biography of my upbringing, as I said. I could have.
All right.
No, the joke would be good.
If you would have considered how, a little more considered how you sort of wrote your set, you would have maybe minded your P's and Q's.
There it is.
All right, so what else about you? Tell us something else about you there.
Let's see. I've done comedy for like 9 years. I'm from Detroit.
You lived out here 9 years?
No, I moved out here at the beginning of January.
Oh, wow.
So new to Los Angeles. From Detroit. Dating a comedian as well. She's
the third comedian from Detroit.
She's an older lady.
Yeah. An age gap of a relationship. I'm 32, she's 47.
Whoa, look at that. Why would you do that?
Why would I do that?
She's sort of into piss her bed, so you're trying to
I don't want kids, and she can't have them. So it's a good, it's a good relationship.
You finish inside of her?
Huh?
Do you finish inside of her?
No. We're going to graduate there, yeah. We're going to get there.
How do you know she can't
She comes see. I don't know. That was a joke. She doesn't want to have kids. She's older. Yeah,
So you've never come inside of her? Have you ever pissed inside of her? Fall asleep.
Not yet, but we'll get there. We'll spice it up.
Absolutely. I recommend it. So what do you do for a living?
For a living, I walk dogs and I do Postmates. Yeah. Shout out to your sponsors.
You ever eat the fries? You ever eat the fries? You ever Postmate somebody?
I've had the food when they like just cancel after I already pick it up. And I'm like, I got a whole fucking meal.
You're fine.
What do you mean?
Have you ever accidentally pissed on the bag of food?
I get it. It's very pee heavy for his.
Where'd you meet this 47-year-old at?
Doing comedy out in Detroit.
She moved out with you?
Huh?
She moved out with you?
Yeah.
Yeah, I moved out in January, and then she moved out in April. I flew back and we drove out.
She's gonna kill it, dude. 47 years old.
Yeah, right. Absolutely.
That's how they kill it. So fucking days moved out here. She's.
What is she doing?
Who's more successful in the company world? Who's more successful? Girlfriend. I'm a little bit more successful.
Oh, you hear that, you old bitch? Wow.
I've had a good string of luck in the last couple years with my stuff that's happened.
She's here. Is she with you? She's here right now?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Where is she?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Where is she? Is there a spotlight? She's in the comic section.
Jeez,
You're just gonna say that right in front of her. I'm not killing it for her.
You guys think we should have her in it right now? What's her name? Pairing together for his girlfriend, Esther Navarez, everybody. Here we go. Let's see what happens here. I think she's going to be just great. Wow, it's taking her a long time. Shirley is 47 years old, everybody. This is exciting.
Hold on, I gotta get my walker.
Yay! Oh, we've seen Esther before. This is exciting. Let's see how this goes. Put your hands together for Esther Navarez, everybody. Whoa.
Alright. So I'm old. You guys heard that already. So I'm old. Yeah, it's weird. It's weird getting older because, like, when I was young, I used to be able to put on, like, mini skirt and glitter and be like, oh, I'm looking hot for the weekend. Now I have to rely on inner beauty. And it's so much fucking harder, right? I gotta, like, meditate and love myself. That's so much Lizzo. That's too much. I don't have time for that much Lizzo. But, like, I sat wrong recently, and half of my vagina fell asleep. So...
There it is.
And I, like, fucking...
There has to be a vagina joke. Sorry, Tony. I know
walk it off. Just trying to, like, fucking walk it off and shit. Like, it was like a little pussy stroke. Just like a little lip hanging on the side shit. Yeah, it was rough. It was. So, yeah, I didn't even know my pussy was awake. You guys are all sitting out here with woke vaginas.
There you go, Esther Navarez, everyone. I like that. That was good. I thought she was better than him. Yeah, I thought so too.
Better and younger looking.
Yeah. Yeah, it's incredible.
I mean, he looks like Screech from Saved by the Bell.
What? They're like a
Yeah, that's... You just picked a random white guy. He came out, gave a better minute set than he did.
I agree.
While he was over there, he said that he's doing better than you.
Really?
Come on.
He's been on TV.
He likes to me as well.
Been on good TV.
Comedy Central half hour. Kevin Hart presents.
You have a half hour comedy. I'm literally going to fucking kill myself right now. Fuck you, Comedy Central. You fucking shit faggot network. Suck your own fucking dick. You gave him a fucking half hour.
You sound pretty bitter.
Fuck you.
You want to switch chairs right now? You want to switch chairs? Alright. Can I hit your pen? Alright, let's go. Come on, buddy. Hey, give Lewis the microphone.
Fuck this whole bitch tonight.
It was a trade.
Wait, you're gonna check for the first time in your life.
Lewis, it's a Comedy Central half hour. More people are watching this show right now than are watching this.
Let's take a listen to it.
Come on, Lewis, give us 60 seconds.
You can finally get rid of it.
60 seconds, Lewis. What you got?
So,
Ladies and gentlemen, an uninterrupted 60 seconds going to Louis J. Gomez.
So I was hanging out with these faggots, and yeah, dude, they were like, yo, dude, I gotta go to this kike bar with all these niggers, and yeah, it's gonna be fucking crazy, dude. It's gonna be a fucking kike niggery night, and you know, at the end of it, we're gonna fucking probably fuck some Jews in their tranny butts. So yeah, dude, and then I was like, yeah, fuck 'em. Comedy Central, call me.
Wow. hits on the board, but we'll still take it.
Can I just say that some of us still want to be on Saturday Night Live?
Please. I did not say chick.
He's Puerto Rican. They're allowed to say that word.
It's kind of true.
Anyway, Luis J. Gomez joining the ranks of the few great comedians that have done a minute while being a guest on the show, up there with Dom Irera and Ron White.
Tell me mine wasn't the best.
It was the third best. It was the best. It was the third best. None of those guys by far clearly the third best.
Definitely the most offensive.
The crowd really liked it, though. The crowd really liked it.
Dom Irera did say the N-word a little bit more than you, but still the best. Well, you guys are an adorable couple. I mean, stick with each other. I can tell you guys really love each other. It's not easy to be comedians, you know, but this is cool. You guys are both successful. You have a Comedy Central half hour. She has the Mindy Kaling show. So, you know, you guys keep up the good work. There they go. Jeff Morris and Esther Navarro. And how about one more time for Luis J. Gomez, huh? How about that? Special short set. Here we go, though. Ladies and gentlemen, if you know anything about this show, you know that one of the backbones of it is that we do have a regular on this show. We've always had regulars. It's an elite class of military strength soldiers over the years that have been molded by this show and the guests and their experiences of having to write a brand new minute every single week. This guy has been at it for quite a long time. He's an unbelievable regular, a very defined, improvised, loose style, very methodical. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you one of the funniest young bucks I know. It's the great William Montgomery, everybody. Woo! Coming in hot tonight. I can feel it.
First off, I just want to say, Richard Bisping, I love you. My dad loves you. He's a big MMA guy. So I started doing a bunch of cocaine with Arnold Schwarzenegger. It's like we do it, and he won't stop saying, I'll be back.
Yeah, I'm not listening to you.
Hold on, that really threw me off. We didn't plan that. I mean, seriously, this is the night to remember. You really just threw me off there.
Keep going, William. Keep going. You guys, you want to start over one more time for William Montgomery?
What are you doing?
The legend killer, the bigger red machine, William Montgomery.
How's it going? Richard Bisping, I love you. My father's a giant fan of MMA. I love it. I could have been in the NBA, actually. I had a mean jumper. Let's give it up for Bisping. So I have a t-shirt idea that its color is a circumstance. The t-shirt's green, has an alien on the front. You told me to say that. Are you trying to mess this up? Scoot up for Richard Bisping. I'm a giant fan. My father loves you. He's a big MMA guy back in Memphis. Sort of a lone wolf lawyer type. He loves MMA. It's quite the experience to be standing up here with you right now. Here's what I was going to say second.
Okay. Here, there you go, William Montgomery, everybody. Here's what he was going to say second.
Hey, Redman, have you been working out, or are those shoulder pads?
Yeah, they're shoulder pads. I took them from your mom last week.
Whoa! My mom died 2 years ago in a haunted house.
And now her corpse has no shoulder pads.
Is that true? What was she doing at the
Is that a Spaniard accent? What's that accent?
She was carrying William on her back, and that's why she broke both of her shoulders and died.
She had a form of cancer. No, but Tony, honestly, I got kicked out of my apartment this morning.
You did?
Yeah, I'm sending it out here tonight. Can you put, thank you, perfect. Just literally, I'm looking for a room. I got kicked out this morning. I don't know what to do.
Why did you get kicked out?
No, he's embracing the look, though. He's embracing the homeless.
What did you just fucking... Oceanside living room? Somebody get this guy out of here!
William, why did you really get kicked out of here?
I really got kicked out.
Tell us
I'm
about
currently looking for a room. The guy watches this podcast, so I'm a little worried about getting too much into it. Basically, I get to the apartment last night. There's broken glass everywhere in the kitchen. His toe is bleeding. The girl is gone. He's still there. We end up drinking some beers. Just talking a bunch. They work together. I get a text message this morning from Angie. What did you just fucking say? No, but basically, she's like, you have 30 days to find another place.
How's your health?
How is my health? I will just set it up with, I don't know how to read. I buy aspirin at the Kmart. See, this is what my father told me not to say. He's like, William, quit repeating things, start being honest. I was being honest about needing a roommate. I'm open to rooms. I really need to stay out there. Can someone please let me
It's
see?
just such a weird time to get kicked out of your apartment. It's like the first third of October. I mean, it's just like, it seems like normally they just don't evict people. Like, you're out today out of nowhere.
You're out today, and I'm like, my mother died on October 31st, and this is a sad month for me.
It was Halloween at a haunted house 2 years ago.
Halloween, haunted house. Michael Bisping and I are there, getting people with knives in the hallway, not giving a fuck.
William, you look like we all assume Louis C.K. looks like right now.
Boom! And then you know what I picture? Just me masturbating in front of people, just on a cruise ship, just reassuring everyone in the room, don't worry, there are no walls in the ocean.
Absolutely.
Seriously, I need a room. I have 30 days to find one. She's giving me this security.
William, go on Craigslist. This is not the time or place.
I mean, you'd be surprised. A lot of people get a lot of things from just saying it on this show. Joel actually got a bed 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, thank you to that guy. I got PayPal $500 for a mattress. Thank you so much.
I really need a blowjob, and
oh wow, there you go. Heck yeah! If you have an extra room, someone can pay more. Maybe you and I are working.
And aren't you responsible for kicking people out of the
Obviously.
storage unit? So can't you just use an empty storage unit?
Who's talking right now?
That was Chroma Chris, aka Marl Boro.
Yeah, I work in a storage unit. It is a sad place. Splinters everywhere. I don't know if y'all seen my hands recently filled with little pieces of wood. I don't know what to do.
Okay. How's that relationship that you got in going for you, William? You're lovely. It's good. They talk about it. You always seem to be elusive about the subject.
It's been very nice. I almost don't know if I should divulge really what's going on.
Yeah, you should. It's a fucking interview on a live show.
She told me today I could stay at her place. She lives with her grandparents in Reseda.
Oh no.
I don't know if that would just end up being a long transport in my car to my job. I don't know what to think. She missed her period the past couple times.
No. What do you mean the past couple times?
That is so true.
What do you mean the past couple months?
2 times. She's pregnant, dude. She's got 2 periods. She's pregnant.
Pray to God she does not watch this, y'all. I literally got kicked out of my fucking apartment.
Hold on.
I think I knocked up the young lady I've been hanging out with. That's all totally true.
William, you're kidding about this period thing, right?
I'm not.
She's missed. When you say she's missed her period the last couple times, when you're saying the word times, are you talking about months?
I'm talking about 2 months. There were a couple slip-ups, 2 Plan Bs.
So you're saying...
She's worried that maybe it's the Plan B messing with her cycle. And it's funny y'all are laughing. It's literally so true. I get kicked out of my goddamn apartment. I hire David Lucas to follow me as a joke as maybe the next regular. He's gonna be the next one.
What are you talking about? What did you just say? I don't even know what you said. Say that again.
I'm just saying.
No. William, over here. William, over here. What did you just say about David Lucas? I'm genuinely curious.
What I said is, I am so worried. I've had such a fun time doing this, yet he's followed me the past couple of times.
Oh, this is good. This is
genuinely worried he's going to take my spot. But Tony, I swear to you this, I'm going to go out with a fight. I'm not going to take it. I'm on edge. My girlfriend's pregnant. I just got kicked out of an apartment.
Very interesting set. There he goes, William Montgomery, everybody. It's very interesting. I think there was something very honest in that set. Something,
He just saw the new pilot, so he's good.
Okay. It just seems like I think that's the first time we've ever heard William say anything honest before. He's threatened by a guy that I've been putting up after him.
Is that his act? Is that his act?
Yeah.
Or does he always look like that?
No, he looks a little bit. He always looks crazy, but it's always different.
A little much.
You've never seen the shirt open, hair back like that. But the interesting thing, I'm sure every Kill Tony fan's thinking and talking about is the fact that he just said something honest, I believe, for the first time in his entire career, that he's threatened about David Lucas following him a lot. And I absolutely love it. I think competition is great. It pushes people. So let's do it again, huh? Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you a guy that's absolutely been murdering the past 2 weeks in a row. I present to you the great David Lucas, everyone. Absolute kill streak. He roasts me, I roast him back after his sets. It's crazy. This guy's mean. Come on, one more time for David Lucas, everyone.
Yeah. I hate the word cocktail. I hate it because the word cocktail sounds like a story that 2 gay guys tell their kid before they go to sleep. Like, hey, son, you want to hear a cocktail before you go to sleep? I don't even drink cocktails, you know what I'm saying? Give me a mixed drink, motherfucker. You drink a cocktail, you wake up in the morning with a cocktail, you know what I'm saying? Here's your cock, go tell about it. That's my time, thank y'all. Yeah. Tony, I want to say that he reminds me of a non-retarded black William
Montgomery?
You remind me of the ghetto-ass Monster Ronnie.
Whoa! Louis J., I should have warned you. That's Indiana Bad Host. I should have warned you. This fucking guy, quick fire roaster. I mean,
what's wrong with your throat? It sounds like you hit a fireplace.
Oh, shit.
What you got, Louis? Head to head, motherfucker.
Let's see what we're going to do. All right, good.
Take them 1970 glasses off from Job Turkey.
Boom. Do not fucking let me down. You're the comedian.
You sound like Kurt Angle. I mean, you sound like Conor McGregor.
You sound like you're about to get fucked up backstage.
Oh!
Go sit the fuck down, my god, motherfucker. What?
Don't do it. Over here.
Nothing to say. Nothing to say for a Jimmy Farman.
I'm surprised you
Come on, Farman. Dance, motherfucker, dance.
Oh,
Come on, tell us a joke.
Is this
Fucking
slavery?
motherfucker, let's go.
Is this slavery?
make fun of anybody but Michael Bisping.
Oh, man, fuck that.
No, go back. Lewis. Go back to Lewis.
The last thing I want to go back there.
I'm surprised you can hear me with that ear, motherfucker.
Motherfucker.
That's yeah.
Yep.
Yes.
Hold on.
You're the last person that should be talking about appearance. I'm just saying.
Your ear look like prostitute pussy.
Yeah. Wow. Holy shit. You gotta understand, David Lucas has never seen anything like it before because he's never seen cauliflower before in his life.
Or a gin.
Hey, Tony, shut your iRobot looking ass up.
Oh, come on, man.
You look like the kids of the future, nigga. What is going on here? Who is this guy?
I've never been made fun of by Morrison and jean jacket before. Let's check in with Herschel over here.
Yeah, can I just say that when Bisping went off on David Lucas, it was the first time his eyes straightened out the entire evening.
Yeah, speaking of Popeyes, David Lucas is here, everybody. Hell yeah.
Y'all got some more hit me.
My God, this is you look like what would happen if Jay Leno had sex with one of his cars.
Hey, you look like some shit from a Goosebumps book.
That's actually true. That's actually true.
So, you look like one of them toys in Toy Story. Like you hang out with Woody and shit.
Hell yeah.
Sneaking it.
I do.
It's going downhill. It started off really good.
Who are you looking at? Me or the audience?
No, shut the fuck up. Look at you. Hey. I cannot miss you, fat motherfucker. Okay, I'm a little cross-eyed, but you know I'm looking at you.
You're like a white Debo. I can't tell you. You need to tell this nigga to give you his glasses. So I can look at your ass.
Stop this. Last thing I need is Bisping ripping you the heart out of your chest today. It's not going to be good for business. Woo! David, you know how to elevate.
I don't go home and cry myself to sleep, though. At the end of the day, let's be honest. You go home, you look in the mirror, you take your jacket off, you got no microphone, you got no crowd, no jokes. Oh, fuck. I fucking suck at life, motherfucker. Sit the fuck down.
Oh! Bisping shots fired.
Nah, look, no.
This is DIET.
You just want to talk loud.
This is UFC.
This ain't UFC.
Jeremiah Watkins. There he is. Why do you keep pointing? Why do you guys keep going after each other?
Attacking me, Joe. I know.
What the fuck?
You're the funny guys, okay? I'm not here. What the fuck are you doing?
You're good. You're going good.
Talk to me. You go to sleep with a protein shake.
Tony, shut the fuck up.
He does. He's a professional athlete.
He can't go to sleep unless he's in a headlock.
Continue.
You got some more?
No, you continue.
No, you continue.
Well, keep it going.
You look like you're black and white right now.
Let's go. If he said one more, that would have been perfect. Two, he needs three. And then the big finale. Go ahead. I've teed you up.
Next time you're on this show, I'm bringing you some Ray-Ban.
All right.
I can't stare your eyes.
David, it's okay. Stop making jokes. Michael Bisping. Stop it right now.
This is honestly like Notorious B.I.G. versus Fetty Wap right now.
You are going balls to the wall.
I got a Glock in my Rory, ass.
David. Stop it. Do not even look at Mike Bisping.
All right, fuck it, man. What's up, guys? What's up, y'all? Hey, if you sneak behind me, let me know. My nigga got the pistol over there.
Oh, my God. David, you have done
like a typical bitch.
I would tell this.
Hey, but guess what, though? They bury the dead, not the scared.
All right. Oh, wow. Okay, please promise me neither one of you are going to leave either.
I would tell Bisping to not look at David Lucas and get to look at him all the time.
It's impossible to not look at
The motherfucker be looking past me.
The only other thing that's that impossible is David Lucas actually buttoning up that jacket he's wearing.
I can't button it nowadays.
It's like the Comedy Store.
I bought this jacket
365 days a year.
I bought this
just checking for my goal weight.
Wow, that's incredible.
Red man, you my goal weight.
That's it. Stop everything. Ladies and gentlemen, David Lucas has been absolutely murdering on this show on a very consistent basis. And I am excited to announce that history is made right now when I say David Lucas is the new regular on Calzone. Wow. There you go. Huge maneuver. He will be joining William Montgomery on a weekly basis. It will be William Montgomery and then David Lucas until one of them pass away.
This motherfucker's stupid.
You keep making Bisping jokes, you might not make it to your first regular spot, I'll tell you that right now. But David, you're a monster. I mean, the energy and the climactic feel that this show has when you hit the stage is absolutely incredible. Even when you're antagonizing people and pushing buttons and causing trouble, you build tension and fun in every single direction. And I'm so excited to see you perform and write a new minute every single week, and then we make fun of each other afterwards. Push each other to a whole nother level. How about one more time for the great David Lucas, everyone? David, welcome to the family. Be careful.
That makes me so happy.
Do you remember when Tony used to just have hot chicks be the regulars on this show? What the fuck happened to those days?
Hey, that's it. We are an equal opportunity employer here, and we, for a long time, used to sway the scales and have women be regulars, give them an opportunity to write and perform a new minute every week.
There's no swing David scale.
Right, exactly.
Let's get real.
And then it sort of changed because, women, if you can get basically one laugh in 45 seconds, you're basically on.
Maybe sure.
Yeah, you're exactly. You get an hour-long Netflix special. So, instead we decided to balance it a little bit, give a straight white male like William Montgomery. He's our first ever straight white male. He also has a short time to live. Anyway, so we have a new regular, and that's going to be every week. Do you guys think, I know it's hard to beat that, that's how the episode should end, but do you guys think we should go to the bucket one more time? Gotta give the people what they want. Here we go. One more quick one, and then we're all going to get out of here. You guys sure you want to do this? It's a tough act to follow. I'm digging deep. I'm spinning the names around. So many goddamn names tonight. Your final comedian of the night goes by the name of Nick Lee. Nick Lee. Since all the way from the lucky corner. Is that Nick?
No, these are angry people.
Is that Nick?
Yeah.
Is that Nick? Nick, move your fucking ass, you stupid shit.
Is it you?
Yeah, it's alright, well then walk. Keep playing music, man. Let's get this guy up here. Fuck yeah. Here he comes. I told you we shouldn't do it. Wow, this guy has no confidence whatsoever. Shaking his head no.
Hi, Tony. Hey, everybody. Michael Lisbon, big fan of you. Alright, so let's just get into it. Everyone's going dark and all that. I just know I'm gonna follow fucking that big ass bomb. That bomb that was dropping very well. So, I'm just gonna talk about a very fucked up sexual experience I had at the time. So one night I was about 18 years old, and me and my lady got the fucking door, had a good time, and then I passed out, and then the most weirdest thing she ever did. Most weirdest thing she ever did was I was passed out sleeping, I was butt naked, she got some hair. And she got some hair, she put it on her hand, and she put it on my balls. And I love it. The way I was, how fast I woke up, how fast I jumped out of that fucking bed was unfucking real. It was like some alarm went off. I'm like, oh, it's time to go. Ran into the shower, I screamed at her, what the fuck did you do that for? Why? How come? What the fuck's wrong with you? Like, it was funny to me. Alright, that's it.
There you go, Nick. We just can't end an episode that way. That was absolutely worthless. You had no You had no confidence your entire walk here. It's just the worst thing ever. I don't know how anybody like you even has the courage to come to a building this intimidating. Not to mention sign up for a show like this. Not to mention even fucking waste everybody's time. Put the mic back in the mic stand. There goes Nick Lee. That's no way to end the show. And since I refuse to let the show end that way, we're going to do one more special thing. There is a young man here, another guy that I know for a fact signed up tonight, didn't get pulled out of the bucket. Very special guy. The last time this guy was on this show was at Skankfest in New York because he actually won a spot by doing so good in front of Louis J. Gomez. He always kills a true Kill Tony legend. Let's see how loud this place can be. Your final comedian of the night, Steve Lee. Come on, people! Here we go. Steve Lee, Steve Lee, Steve Lee, Steve Lee, Steve Lee. There you go. Come on, guys. It's the last time you got to do it tonight. Steve Lee.
Another roast Michael Bisping. Thank God. So, my dad doesn't believe I'm going to make it in Hollywood because he was like, Steve, how many Asian disabled roles do you see on TV? If you see one, you think you're going to get the role? No, they're going to have Matt Damon play you. And then he was like, hey, you can't even play in a zombie movie. First of all, you can't be a zombie. Look at your hand. You can't grab nobody. And you can't play the people who's alive because you're going to die first. Even before the black guy.
That's how you fucking do it. Steve Lee, ladies and gentlemen. An absolute killer. One of our favorite people of all time on this show. We haven't seen you for a while, Steve. Did you come just because your boy Louis J. Gomez is here? Or is it just coincidence?
Coincidence.
Oh,
what happened was my dad really passed away, so this is part of the first part of the joke about my dad passing away. And
oh, this is the first time that you joke about
so
your dad?
after
Knock was there, not your dad.
yeah.
Or Steve. Knock Knock is actually his sister's name.
Knock, knock. Knock, knock, wait.
So after Skankfest, I went home and took care of my mom for like a month. And I came back out. I was not feeling well. So I was like being really depressed at home and not hanging out in the comedy scene. So that's why you haven't seen me for. I mean, I was doing shows, but it was like it doesn't feel right. And it's funny. And then my buddy was like, "Hey, how about smoking weed?"
Hey, how'd that go? Next thing you know, you're breakdancing, just fucking feeling it. You ever use Infinite CBD?
I mean, that's probably my next thing.
He took one hit of weed and he threw his cans away. I can walk. Steve, did you ever see a hot girl hands? Look how hot this is.
Oh my God.
It's like hot teenage girl hands.
Louis.
I'm gonna get a fucking hand job by Steve Lee.
Louis, you're not supposed to puppeteer handicap guys. Look at this.
Hey, I'm charging this shit.
Let's check in with Herschel.
His hands are the only thing that make this big look.
Steve, is there anything else you want to say or that we should know before we put a ribbon on this thing?
I guess weed helps.
Yeah, weed helps. Man, you are, what's that? You are so hilarious, Steve, and
funny. He clearly is. He came out here, you killed it. It was hilarious. Very, very funny. I'll tell you right now. But I gotta say, even though, I mean, listen, you have your obvious disabilities, which I'm very you're very sad to see. But you're still in better condition than that fat fuck that was on tour.
True. Hell yeah. And we all know Bisping has an eye for talent, so,
What I'll say right now is, Steve, you're fucking great, dude. You really are. I can invite you right now to Skankfest South, March 26th.
Steve Lee is going to Houston, Texas.
I want to see you in Houston. You're a fucking killer every time you come up. You can save a show like no other, and you're a great, honest, fucking great attitude for comedy. And you're the reason we should all be doing comedy.
Skankfest South in March. Live from Houston, Texas. Everything's bigger in Texas except for Steve Lee's hands. One more time, good laugh for the great Steve Lee, everybody. We did it, everybody. Nobody has more fun on a Monday than us. How about one more time for the great Mike Bisping, everyone? Look at this drawing from the great Ryan J. Ebelt, everybody. He drew that while you were all sitting there doing nothing. Show these guys. Just incredible. Look at that. That's you. Isn't that amazing? It's the artist, Ryan J. How about one more time for Kill Tony, absolute icon and brother, the great Louis J. Gomez, everybody. The beast from the east. The pork from New York. The Rican. It's always streaking. Louis J. has the special Louis J. Gomez presents Louis J. Gomez. They have their podcast, Believe You Me, available everywhere on iTunes, Spotify, absolutely everything. This was so much fun, an epic, legendary episode that's going to be looked back upon in the history books. How about one more time for our newest regular, David Lucas? I think it's been like a year since we added a regular. We used to have 2 regulars since we started back in the days of Mustajabi and Wineshank, and then Wineshank and Condon, and then Wineshank and Makovsky and Esslinger. Now we're back to it with the combo of Montgomery and David Lucas. An exciting new era for Kill Tony. How about a hand for the one, the only, the leader of the band, Jeremiah Watkins, everybody. November 16th, he's in Huntington Beach, headlining a big show. November 29th and 30th, St. Louis, Missouri. December 19th to the 21st, Kansas City, Kansas. Tickets are at JeremiahWatkins.com. There's a brand new episode of Jeremiah Wonders, I believe, with Mark Norman.
No, with David Lucas.
Whoa! How's that for timing? Don't forget, we just added a show to Washington, D.C. November 7th to the other sold-out Kill Tony. That's a really big deal, and I think I can say that we are going to New York right after that. We're making our return to the Gramercy Theater November 10th, so congratulations to you New Yorkers. How about one more time for the silent but deadly Chroma Chris on guitar over there, Carl Boro. Anything, what do you think about tonight's episode, Chris?
Tony, I wouldn't expect anything less from the Wild Wild West.
Wow. This is clearly not his best episode.
It's been a what you would call a malfunction.
Program.
I love it. But you know what? You know who's always consistent? The one, the only. Joel Jimenez, everybody. There he is. Live in the flesh. He's mostly sorry on social media. Anything else, Joel?
I love you guys. You should come to Skankfest South. It's the shit, man.
What about your new drum?
Oh, yeah, West Coast Drum Supply. They gave me this dope-ass snare drum. I love it. Thank you so much.
And, of course, Ludwig. He is an official sponsored artist of Ludwig, and is an official drummer on his artist roster.
Also, shout out to Ernie Ball's Guitar Stream.
That's right.
Hey, Tony, we have a new Kill Tony shirt that's going to be in both San Francisco and Sacramento this week. 2 of them, so look for this week. That's why we're going to have
a lot of fun. Remember, there's just a few tickets left for those San Francisco Kill Tony Manias, which are different than regular Kill Tonys, in that instead of only going to the bucket, there's also a caravan of some of your favorite Kill Tony characters that come up to San Fran for a night, make some appearances, and get to sit on panel and instead of having celebrity guests, we use some of our favorite Kiltony people that you see get pulled out of the bucket, and of course some appearances from your regulars. So that's all late next week. But this is where home is where the heart is. Next week we're with Eddie Pepitone and Tom Rhodes. We love you guys. Thank you so much for coming out. Thanks, guys. Spending your Monday with us. We love you. Good night. Hey, this is Rabbi coming to you live from the Road Famous Comedy Store main room for a brand new episode of the Countdown to Get Up and Tell You. Come on, we're here. Everybody make some fucking noise. We are live at the Comedy Store on the Sunset Strip with Brian Redman. Hey! The great Ryan J. Ebelt is here drawing tonight's episode. I'm going to hand for Ryan, everyone. The new Kiltony, the book, is it's selling, and those orders are going out real soon. They're communicating with Amazon. It's all happening over there. Kiltony, the book, you can get that at RyanJebelt.com. That is a brand new book that features all the posters, all the prints from every single episode. It's incredible. So check that out. We're leaving for Sacramento this Wednesday. Those shows are sold out this Wednesday and Thursday in Sacktown. And there are tickets still available, shockingly enough, for a couple of the Kiltony Mania shows, especially on Friday. That's Kiltony Mania Live in San Francisco. Those are huge, huge, huge shows for us, and that's going to be a lot of fun, a lot of special guests, special treats coming up there this weekend. We are in Brisbane next Friday, the 25th of October. Brisbane, Australia still has tickets available, and so does Melbourne the next day, and there's a couple tickets left for Sydney, Australia, the day after that. November 7th, Washington, D.C. Just added another show. There's 4 stand-up shows there as well, and big announcement. Kill Tony will be going back to its roots, its home, its original home of where we're from, Columbus, Ohio, live from the Newport Musical, December 12th.
I used to live right behind the Newport, man. I used to hang out there every day.
Look at that. Back to the old port at the Newport, Columbus, Ohio, 12/12. Then we have a day off. It's going to be crazy. Might go eat some Italian food at my dad's restaurant. Might hang out with my mom, who killed here on the 5-year anniversary show. Then we go to Pittsburgh the next day. Congratulations to you, Pittsburgh. We are at the Rex Theater December 14th. And then the next night, Cleveland House of Blues. Wow, what an incredible treat. That's one of the original House of Blues at the home of the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, Cleveland, Ohio. So that's going to be a lot of fun. Also, Calgary, Canada, Kill Tony, January 23rd. It's stand up on the 24th and the 25th. Look at what Red Band's wearing, everybody. Is that a brand new Kill Tony t-shirt? Just went for sale?
And we also have a black one at shopsquad.tv. Check it out, it's going fast.
I love it. I have always wanted a cool, just like that. I mean, that is just as cool as it gets. That is simple and awesome and baseball style, awesome t-shirt. And, it's cool to wear things that are simple as you get older. I don't want anything too flashy and crazy because I'm getting old, you know what I mean? And one of the things that happens when you get older is, you lose some fucking hair, you know what I mean? Reproductive organs don't work like they once did. But luckily, forhims.com exists, and that's a one-stop shop for hair loss, skincare, and sexual wellness for men. You know about this, Brian, right?
Yeah, absolutely. What's great is that, for hair or ED medicine, you can get the alternatives, like going to a gas station and buying some, rhinoceros pills that are illegal from Mexico, it's horrible shit. It does a lot of bad things. It's not healthy. Here, you just go online, answer a few questions, talk to a real doctor, and get prescribed real medicine for either hair loss, ED, and a bunch of stuff. It's great.
It's true. They connect you to real doctors online. It saves you hours. It's completely confidential and discreet, and they determine if it's right for you. They prescribe it, and then it shows up directly to your door. It's the new hair loss treatment everyone is talking about. GQ, Men's Health, Esquire, Playboy, and Kill Tony. And our listeners can get started with the Hims Complete Hair Kit for just $5 today, right now, while supplies last. And subject to doctor's approval. See website for full details and safety information. This would cost hundreds if you went to a doctor, pharmacy, or somewhere else. Go to forhims.com/KillTony. That's FORHIMS.com/KillTony. Forhims.com/KillTony. You guys ready to start tonight's show? You guys are in for a special treat. These are 2 of the best comedians in the world, ladies and gentlemen. This is very exciting. We're going to have a lot of fun. Let's see how loud this place can get for the great Eddie Pepitone and Tom Rhodes. Here we go. Yes, Tom Rhodes is here. His return to Kill Tony. And Eddie Pepitone's first time on the show, everybody! How exciting is this? 2 of my favorite comedians in the world joining us for an evening of debaucherous stand-up comedy and moments.
Yay, Tony.
Yeah, I'm glad you guys are here.
Thank you.
We're going to have a lot of fun. Eddie, this is your first time on the show. Eddie has Pep Talks on the All Things Comedy Network, and you're going to the East in November. You're going to the Southwest in December, and tickets are available at eddiepepitone.com.
That's right. Eddie.
The great Tom Rhodes has his new album Around the World, available everywhere at tomrhodes.net. That's RHODES.net.
Yeah, Around the World. I recorded it in 24 cities around the world. Starts in Paris, ends in Jerusalem. It's all mostly jokes and stories about each place.
Yeah.
It's the result of me doing the international circuits for 20 years.
That's great.
And it's great because you have jokes for different countries, right? Tom, you have jokes for different countries. So each country is unique to the country itself. It's great.
Each country is unique to the country.
No, for your jokes.
Why stand up? What do you mean by that?
I mean, like you were telling me about this, like how some countries you have like local jokes that you get to use in this special. So kind of like when you're in Texas, I have Texas jokes.
Yeah, right. Like there's some cities like Paris and Amsterdam in Dublin that I've been playing for 20 years, so I had material developed. But I played in Mongolia, and I read Genghis Khan's biography and wrote all these Mongolia jokes. And certain cities like Berlin and Oslo, I had to write my ass off. And then Jerusalem, Tel Aviv.
Hell yeah, Jerusalem. What's the big banger there?
I'll tell you the joke that killed the hardest in Jerusalem, and I brought my 80-year-old Jesus freak mother with me to Jerusalem. So if I wasn't the favorite child before, I think I got that shit locked up. Yeah. But I'm from Orlando, Florida, and we have all these amusement parks there. There's an amusement park in Orlando called the Holy Land Experience. It's a religious theme park. And what they've done is they've recreated ancient Jerusalem at a highway exit. And I have to say, the place is very authentic because the parking lot is full of Palestinians and they can't get in.
Oh, shit. Look at that. Little
The Israelis loved that joke.
Little taste of a
80-year-old Jewish women. I love this young man.
You know who else loves jokes? We have a band on this show, ladies and gentlemen.
And I love this band.
They are one of my favorite things in all of comedy. So fun, so silly. One of the best improvisational units available anywhere in all of comedy. Every single episode, they commit to being different characters. We never know what they're going to be. They have a completely separate dressing room from us in the back. So let's all find out what they are tonight together. I present to you the best damn band in the land. It's the Kill Tony Band. Jeremiah Watkins, Joel Jimenez, and Chroma Chris. Uh-oh. Whoa. This is interesting. Wow. I have no idea what they are. They must be, my guess is some type of child show characters or something like that.
Can I guess?
Yeah, yes.
It's Waldo.
Waldo. How about, what are you?
Hi, kids. My name's Christopher. What's yours?
Wow. So you are a children's television show cast.
You got it.
Wow, that's incredible. Well, welcome to the show. For a second, I thought you were the guy that gets bullied the hardest in the Back to the Future movies. Can't remember his name. And then over there we have Chroma Chris. How are you, Chroma? How's it going over there?
Good, Tony named Stanley. All aboard.
Oh, wow. Look at that. Jeremiah's Christopher. Chris is Stanley. And then clearly back here we have a young Latina lesbian woman whose
name is Jason. I had the cover of Teen Beat for the last 6 years, and now I'm battling a fucking crippling crystal meth addiction.
Wow. Oh, my goodness. I'm excited. This is the first time we've ever had children's television stars on this show. And so there you go. We have them, we have Tom, we have Eddie, we have Brian Soundboard, which brings me to this, everybody, the Bucket of Destiny, ladies and gentlemen, what the show's all about. A bunch of people signed up for the opportunity to get 60 seconds uninterrupted on this stage and then get interviewed by me and my esteemed panel. We'll find out more about you, find out what's interesting about you and what makes you special, meet a bunch of people all at once. You know, your 60 uninterrupted seconds is up and you hear the sound of a kitten. That means wrap it up then, or else you're going to bring out the angry West Hollywood Bear. You guys ready to start this show or what? It's Kill Tony Live. Here we go. A lot of people would settle for that, but I think we can do one better. Guys, are you ready to start this fucking show? Now we're ready. That's what I need, a little bit of Saturday energy on a fucking Monday. Get the show started tonight, uninterrupted, 60 seconds, going to Brandon McGee. Brandon McGee will start the show.
There he is.
Hey, yeah. Here he comes, Brandon McGee. This is gonna be a good start to the show. I can feel it already. Come on, one more time for Brandon, everybody.
So I just took my cousins to Six Flags, and they passed out on the rides. I was pretty shocked because I thought that only happened to black people. And, but I guess I don't know much about that because I just went to roller skating, and it turns out that's a pretty thuggish activity. Everyone was putting their elbows out, dancing, and rolling up behind girls and talking everything.
Come
caught me off guard. And then I thought I was gonna be the cool guy there, and then I was like, nope. Gotta get better at that. And that's it.
Wow, I just got getting out at 39 seconds. That's it.
I just got home from Vegas, and I was pretty shocked because I came in and there was gay porn on the TV, and if you've never seen it, it's pretty shocking. It takes you a second to register. And then I looked down for a second, and I see a guy I've never met before. And
no, go ahead. We gotta know the end of this one.
And I was wondering, it was a pretty thuggish Mexican dude, and he looked at me like, what the fuck are you doing here? I was like, dude, this is my house. And it was like a TV where the couch is there, and my uncle pops up, and he's like, oh, you're home already. So that was pretty shocking.
Okay. Hell yeah. Brandon McGee, everybody. We have all... The Six Flags thing was interesting, but I have 1,000 questions about your last joke there. You said that you were in Vegas, right? Is that where you live?
No, I was visiting my aunt.
You're visiting your aunt, so you're at your uncle's place?
No, I came home, and my uncle...
Where's home?
Montclair.
Montclair.
Home is wherever you want it to be.
Oh, I see what you did there, children's television host. So, you went to visit your uncle and your aunt?
No, I went to visit my aunt, and I came home. My one uncle lives there. And
your uncle lives where?
With me in Montclair.
Oh, okay, that's why it's confusing. All right. So you went to visit your aunt, and that's where gay porn was on the TV?
No, I just came home, and I opened the back door, and there was gay porn.
On your TV here in Montclair?
Yes.
Okay. So you went to Vegas, came home, gay porn was on your TV, and your uncle is on the couch watching it?
No, he was getting grabbed from the back, but I couldn't see him. Like, the couch...
Let me lead with that part.
Like, up from here, I just see, like, up from here, that Mexican dude, and I have no idea who he is.
Hey, what's up, homie? Never seen nothing like this before, huh?
Like, maybe I had him in the middle of something.
You heard of gangbanging, but this is ridiculous.
And then I can tell that my uncle's like, hey, why'd you stop? So that he pops up, like, from a movie where you just see him pop up like that, and then he looks, and he's like, oh, you're home.
Yeah.
Was it your...
I just turned around and walked out of my own house.
Oh, was it your uncle's suggestion for you to go to Six Flags so you get out of the house for a little while?
No, he thought I was coming home later.
Did you know your uncle was gay? Yeah. Right. Does he always, you live with your uncle?
He brings home random guys like every other night, and I'm wondering where he finds these people.
How many people live with you?
It's just me and my dad, my uncle, and my sister.
Let me ask you this, is your uncle a big reader?
No.
Okay.
Wow. So, there was a guy butt fucking your uncle in your living room when you walked home, when you came into your house after going to Vegas.
Well, at least he didn't use any of your Little League trophies.
No, but I go outside, and then so I came in, and I saw that, and I come outside, and then not 5 seconds later, he comes out wearing my sweats. I'm like, dude, I know you didn't have time to shower. Those are yours now.
Oh, shit.
The word of the day is forgiveness. Do you know how lucky you are to have that kind of stability in the moment?
I mean, that is true. That's incredible that is your...
That's right. I never got to hang out with my uncle.
My goodness. So he just trashes your sweats. He's butt fucking in your living room. Where's your dad during all
I
this?
believe the word is butt fudging.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Stanley.
Where was your dad?
He's at work.
Where was your sister?
She's at work too.
What does your dad do?
Construction.
He's in construction? Hell yeah, well, the whole family sounds like the Village People. This is incredible. Construction. Fucking good old time
That's not even the worst. One time I went in the kitchen and there was 2 dudes. It wasn't even my uncle. Like, they were friends of his. They were in the kitchen fucking, and they had the same look every time. Like, dude,
You want a sandwich, homie? What's up?
what are you doing?
What does your place smell like? If you were to... Oh, there you go. There it is. So what's the look that they give you? Describe this look a little bit better. The look of just walking in and getting butt fucked.
They look at me like, what do you know about a third guy? Like, what are you doing here?
Yeah, they think you're...
Yeah, like, I'm the rude one.
Wow.
I feel like your material should be more hard-hitting. Just based on your life, it should just be, you told the real story, right? That's what I think so too.
I'm guessing you're brand new at this, right?
My first time.
First time ever on stage, everybody. He's popping his cherry right here on Kill Tony, doing exactly what his uncle wanted to do with him this entire time, just making a breakthrough.
How did it feel to do it? How did it feel the first time?
Much more nervous than I thought it would.
Yeah, exactly.
It could have been worse. You could have had your first time with your uncle.
Yeah, it's true. That is true. What does your uncle do for work?
Absolutely nothing.
Absolutely nothing.
He sounds like he works hard to me.
Yeah. Wow. How does he survive doing nothing?
Just makes excuses.
Just makes excuses. So,
every time he was with us, he's supposed to pay rent, and then he would just say, "Oh, I had to pay for this AIDS medication." I'm like, "Well, if you weren't fucking all the time, maybe you could save money on
He
that."
needs financial aids? What?
Right. So does he have AIDS, or he's just taking preventative medicine?
Yeah, that's what he said.
Excuses are like elbows. Everyone's got them.
Wow, Brandon. Well, that's interesting. What do you do for work?
I'm trying to join the Air Force right now.
You're joining the Air Force. Why do you want to do that?
I want to be a PJ.
What's that?
It's like their special forces. They're the guys that go in and save people when they're in trouble.
Okay.
Why doesn't anyone want to be on the mundane forces? Everybody wants to be on the special fucking. What about the forces that don't do a goddamn thing, like your uncle?
Yeah.
Or the Coast Guard.
Right. Absolutely. My goodness, you're going to go straight to the... how's that going for you? What are you doing?
I'm just waiting for my PEP state.
Your what?
That's like the enlistment process where they do your full medical and everything, so I'm just waiting for that.
Just make sure you don't have any of your uncle's AIDS or anything like that, right? Just make sure there's no airborne man gun.
How old are you?
22 years old. Look at you. You got the whole world out in front of you. Just take it like your uncle would and fuck it right into the bottom. You know what I mean? Well, Brandon, congratulations. Your first time ever on stage. You did it at the Comedy Store.
Keep doing it.
There he goes. Brandon McGee. American hero. He's on Instagram at Powerful Brandon Lee, all one word. He just had his first time in front of us at the Comedy Store, everybody. There you go. How exciting is that? Anything can happen here. It's a wild one. Just coming home and there's just butt fucking right.
I'll join the Air Force Office.
Right. I mean, like, you walk in and gay porn's on. That might be enough to turn around and go the other way, right?
I'm surprised it's not the Navy.
Yeah, that's true. It's going the other way. Air Force. Put your hands together for your next comedian, Omar Guerrero, everybody. Here we go. Omar Guerrero. Let's see what happens here. Here he is. One more time for Omar, everybody.
Hello. Shit. I don't get anal. I just don't. I don't get it. The vagina is just so perfectly formed. God just put specific time into it and just made it, wet itself. Just so perfect. I don't get anal. I just really don't. I started investing in the pens because a lot of you that fuck in the ass, when you're older, you're gonna be shitting yourself, Fuck. I only do vaginal. Married, freshly married. Yeah, 2 weeks ago to a woman. Yeah, she's a big fan of no anal. Yeah. Okay. That's your only option. Yeah, because gay dudes. I don't expect you to do the sword fighting or putting the dicks in the middle and then you both clasp, jack it off. I guess that's it.
Wow, there you go. Omar Guerrero, everybody. It's incredible, man. We just had the same comedian twice in a row. That was mind-boggling. The same exact man just appeared twice so far in this show, starting with an off-to-year right check. He did an audible. Wow, really? Oh my god.
I've never met a man that wanted anal more in my life.
Yeah, exactly. Oh shit, someone's. Yeah. No, you don't?
No, not
really.
that's where shit comes out.
Sure.
Right. Yeah. That's true.
The piss comes out of the other one. They're both great and bad.
That's a different hole. That's a different hole, Joel.
Okie dokie. All right. There's the parkour.
Anyway,
I liked as you walked up the steps, I saw you go, shit. So, like, you were not prepared for this.
No. At work,
I like that moment of fear that I saw was really great.
it was pretty
Are you a big reader?
Do you know the last guy's uncle?
No.
So let's talk about it, Omar. How long have you been doing this?
Second time.
Second time ever on stage, right? Your first time was just 5 minutes ago, so this is good.
I think it's all that me, though.
Yeah, I guess so. You notice things like that.
Was your first set anal heavy? Like,
No, my first one was a pedophile joke. It was actually on Filter.
oh, okay.
Yeah.
So yes.
Yeah. Not a minute. No.
So,
I have some political comedy, but yeah, that's not really
let's hear one of your political jokes.
Yes.
Oh, no. I still gotta prep it, though.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like your butthole before anal.
I gotta prep that one too.
What are you going to cover politically? What's like the topic that you're going to talk about?
The media.
Yeah, what are you going to say? Give us an example.
Just like in 2016, that I was watching the whole thing, and the media just like flipped and likes everybody.
They notices.
Yeah.
Like what? What they?
Well, when Trump won, it was really just the electoral college that did it, and everybody started freaking out, blaming Russia.
Right.
I haven't made a joke out of it, but I'm just trying to.
All right.
Can you?
Second time. Calm down. It's my second time. Relax. I'll get there.
There's definitely that's definitely true. People did start freaking out. What are your thoughts on it? What are you?
Well, they spent our money for 2.5 years.
Who did?
Well, the government, and then Robert Mueller just came up and said, "Oh, there was nothing, guys."
Right.
Yeah.
So you are the rare, I'm guessing, Latino Trump supporter, right?
Not a Trump supporter. I'm more of a libertarian.
Right.
I observe both sides.
Big anal community.
Yeah. Dave Smith.
There's so much butt fucking going on in the Libertarian Party. It's ridiculous.
Dave Smith, though. No.
You don't think he's going for the dude who
Well, he's libertarian.
They're known as the Brown Party, right?
Yeah.
So, Omar, what do you do for work?
Construction.
Construction. Wow. Are you sure you're not the last guy's?
Do you have a cousin that lives in Montclair?
His dad was in construction.
Right.
Yeah, his gay uncle was just like,
So you work in construction. You're married?
yes.
How long have you been married for?
2 weeks.
2 weeks.
Oh, congratulations. I just got divorced.
Oh, congratulations. Is your wife with you? Is that her right there?
Yeah.
And that is not Melissa Villasenor, am I correct?
Oh, yeah.
I've been looking at her. I was even trying to get Jeremiah's attention during your set because I've never seen anyone look more like anyone else in my entire life.
Not the same thing.
I was certain by the end of this that Melissa Villasenor was just awkwardly sitting in the front row of this show.
I don't know that.
Wow. Well, you're going to be surprised when you find out that a woman that looks 100% exactly like your wife is on Saturday Night Live.
Oh, shit.
Yeah. There you go.
Okay.
That's crazy, right? Now you see what I was pointing out to you during that, Jeremiah.
I can't read lips.
Very clearly you can't. You also can't read pointing fingers going like that. But it was good, though. You gave it real good effort.
I thought you were looking at his bum, and I was like, okay, I see it. It's not that impressive.
Right, I know. Anyway, Omar, so that's incredible. What's something else interesting that we should know about you? You seem like you have an open mind. You pay attention to things, sort of, somewhat.
Yeah.
Second time ever on stage.
Yeah, second time.
So what else about you? What about your life or your family or anything like that?
Just a bunch of construction workers, Mexicans.
Yeah. Before you were married 2 weeks ago, were you doing a lot of cat calls or anything like that?
No.
Has anybody ever gotten a long nail from a nail gun shot into their skull?
No, we do mainly on the road water.
Oh, asphalt.
Yeah, asphalt. We do water main.
You put the ass in asphalt.
Thank you, Joe.
It ain't his ass's fault.
Wow. Oh, Maria, nothing too exciting, to be honest. Been working on a comedy, I guess.
What are you doing with that?
Writing shit down.
Yeah.
Yeah, but then on the way back from our honeymoon, I started watching Mrs. Maisel. And then I started realizing that she's funnier than me too. So
That Miss Maisel is?
yeah, essentially the husband in that.
Yes, the woman with the reference.
Yeah, that's a great show. And I watched the Joker.
I didn't like the Joker. Can we talk about
Oh, shit. Wow. This is tangent.
I thought it laid a little too heavy on the mental illness. And why couldn't the Joker be a badass, great comedian with great jokes? Why did he have to be a shitty open micer? That would be better. That's right. That's a great point. He should have been a fucking genius comedian like a Bill Hicks crusher. And then it kills the Johnny Carson character. I don't care if I ruin the film. You should have seen it by now, you idiots. I don't mind killing rich people like they condoned in the film, but killing comedians, I'm always against that.
Very good.
I ruined the film for everybody. You welcome.
There you go. That's a hot take.
I thought he should be the next Joker, and I'll be a better comedian.
He's really in.
That's all. Today, kids, we learned what a spoiler is.
So, Omar, anything else crazy about you that we need to know about?
Well, I mentioned I broke my jaw last night.
Broke your jaw?
Yeah, I broke my jaw.
You said last time?
Yeah, my first time doing comedy was on Kill Tony.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
It was here at the comedy store?
It was Doug Benson.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And you broke your jaw?
Yeah.
How'd you break your jaw?
Standing next to a net, I was at the batting cages. Wasn't looking and kind of gave out.
Right.
Straight to the jaw.
Got hit in the face with a ball.
6 weeks.
My goodness. That's incredible.
Lost weight though, so that's good.
There you go. Absolutely. Where was your honeymoon at?
Ireland.
Ireland. Why Ireland?
Where did you go in Ireland?
It's beautiful. We went to Dublin and then we went to what was it called?
Galway. Fucking nice work. It's one of your favorite places.
So memorable. You had to say, where did we go?
I forget the name.
My goodness. Well, why Ireland? Why would two Latino people, like, I mean, why?
It was actually rituals.
Oh,
Yes, it was nice though.
Ireland's great. Everybody likes to drink a lot, laughs a lot.
Hell yeah.
Everybody drinks.
Yeah, Galway's awesome. Galway's like a little mini San Francisco University seaport village, and there's street musicians everywhere. If you were gay or a musician in Ireland, you would move to Galway.
Yeah,
It's like that fucking cool city.
Yeah. Less shit and less evil too.
Okie dokie. Ladies and gentlemen, there you go. Omar Guerrero, everybody. Omar Guerrero. How about a hand for the band, everybody? New songs every week. How exciting. Okay. Let's see if this goes any differently. Put your hands together for Dante Cordova, everyone. Dante Cordova. Here we go. Dante. Here he is. Dante Cordova, everyone.
What's up, guys? Happy Black History Month. Happy Black History Month. That was a test. As a black person that's been a welcome to white people and say Happy Black History Month, they'll always just say back to you out of fear. But oh yes, Happy Black History Month. That's right. Everybody thinking because October too. That's right. Speaking of niggas, I let this nigga suck my dick for the first time. I got a blowjob from the dude for the first time. Thank you. This nigga sucked my dick from the bottom of his heart, you guys. Oh my god. You know, so dudes are better at blowjobs. Did you know that? Dudes are way better at blowjobs. If I were to break it down into numbers, I would say like most jobs, a woman's blowjob is worth like 77 cents to the dollar of a man's blowjob. It's just not as good. Okay, it hurts my feelings. I can feel that. Look, if any ladies want to prove me wrong, I will be outside after my set. If any fellas want to defend the title, I'll be in the same place. So, find me.
Hell yeah. Here he is. Dante Cordova. Very interesting set. So somehow, yeah, the set of the night so far. Dante, welcome to the show. That's right. If any women want to suck the dick of the weekend after he goes to a swim park, this is what it would be like. Dante, welcome. This is your first time here, right?
This is my second time.
Oh, your second time. Something change about you?
I grew my hair out.
You grew your hair out. How long?
I like you had a lot of confidence when you came on. That was good.
Yeah,
I like the trick Black History Month opening.
Yeah, I had
nervous, and then I get confident again.
Hey, look at that.
Yeah.
It's like getting your dick sucked by a dude.
You like it, then you don't. Then you like it again.
And you love it. You love it. Right at the end, you fucking
Guilt
love
and
it.
shame and back to
So
pleasure.
Dante, is that true? Did you really get your dick sucked by a guy?
I did. I let my friend Cheddar suck my dick hella hard.
Chad? That's Chad?
What's his friend? I said his name already. I fucked up.
What?
Well, his name is Cheddar. That's his nickname.
Word of the day is snitch.
Yeah.
Now I don't feel so bad about ruining the Joker. He just made me the funny thing. He's so
Hell yeah. So when did this happen? When did you get your dick sucked by a guy?
It was March 19th, 2019.
Wow, you got
Day
it.
of living infamy.
Yeah, I'll never forget.
Wow, that's incredible. Hell yeah. So what were you guys doing? How did it start?
We were doing coke and ecstasy. And
Yeah.
that's fair. Yeah. I sucked a lot of dick on that.
And then you just started to get a boner and you started looking at him.
No, he's wanted to fuck me for like years, so I finally let him do it.
Wait, you let him fuck you too?
No, I mean, he's wanted me to fuck him, so I just let him suck my dick.
Let's check in with
There was no anal or he didn't let him do it.
Let's check in with Christopher over here.
I would like to tell you kids about the DARE program right now.
So you're doing coke, you're doing ecstasy. Where are you guys at? Your place, his place?
We're at an Airbnb in San Diego.
Oh my god.
Just where that kind of thing's gonna happen.
Oh my goodness.
B&B stands for butt and balls.
Wow. Butt and balls reference. Interesting. Dante, so you're serious? Best blowjob of your life?
Yeah, it was pretty good.
Yeah, what was so good about it? Was it like muscle hairs?
A lot of muscle and a lot more suction. You know, women will kind of just like let your dick go into the mouth. He like sucked it into his mouth, you know?
Oh my goodness, like a spaghetti noodle or something like that.
Exactly. It like slurped around and went in my face.
My goodness, and when you say muscle, what exactly do you mean? What muscles was he using?
Like a jaw muscle.
The jaw muscle.
Yeah, like a good bicep thing going. It was pretty hot.
Oh my god, so you were really into this when it was happening. It was your first time getting a blowjob from a guy.
It was my first and last time. I don't know.
Oh, you don't know that?
Yeah, right.
Nobody knows anything.
Jesus, how do you know? How do you know it was your last night? Did you hang up the shirt you were wearing in the rafters or something like that?
Ladies and gentlemen, retiring from the blowjob field.
Yeah, a heavy reader.
His uncle Hunted. So what makes you say last one ever?
I don't know, like it felt great at the same time I felt bad. Because it wasn't like, he like convinced me to do it.
Yeah, how did he do that? What did he have to say?
He was like, come on. I was like, you're right.
Is that all it takes? Come on.
Wow.
All right. I'm asking you for 3 years now.
How long do you think you lasted during this blowjob, if you had to guess?
Okay, so.
Uh-oh. This is always good.
I lasted pretty long, so like, we're in the room that's like in the middle of everything, so like the drugs are in the back room, and we're hanging out in the living room, so people are coming through to like kind of do drugs.
Oh,
So we had to like kind of pause a little bit, and then keep going, and then pause. So.
This was in a crowded place.
Oh yeah, a lot of people there.
Wow, look at you.
Yeah, when you give up your principles, you really go all the way. All right, let's do it where everybody can see.
Heck yeah.
Everybody's got a much more interesting life than me. I just have 2 little rescue dogs.
You ever got your dick sucked?
It's the gayest cheddar. So this is like, so we're saying it's like in a middle room, like a dining room area, or
It's like a side room, but it's like
the side room?
it's like the hallway kind of cuts through the room, so you gotta go into the room to get to the back room. Yeah.
So it's like a closet that you were deep inside.
That was a room. It had a bed.
Hey! Heck yeah. Other than getting your dick sucked by a guy, Dante, what would you say the second gayest thing you've ever done in your life is? Come on, you know what it is.
I mean, I kissed a guy before.
Hey, look at that. What was that guy's name? Blue Cheese?
That was great.
I want
shut up crystal meth with another teen heartthrob in Tijuana. Beat that.
Dante, how long have you been on stand-up?
8 years.
8 years. Wow. And what do you do for a living?
I used to work at the Comedy Store in San Diego, but I just moved here, and I got a job at a sushi place now.
Are you doing comedy at the sushi joint? How often do you wash your hands when you work?
Not enough.
Which one is it so we can stay away from it?
I can't say that. I can give away my
You gave away cheddar blowing you.
Yeah, which was cool, man.
You can't tell us where you work.
That's a secret.
That's his money source.
We don't want to know the name of the sushi place. Don't throw them under your big gay bus. Wow, Dante. Well, congratulations, man. You got your dick sucked by a dude. Best blowjob of your life. March 19th, 2019.
Oh, you're number 2.
Congratulations to you, man. There he goes. Dante Cordova, everybody. He's on social media. This is an incredibly gay episode of Kill Tony.
Did you break down that date?
This is... See, like if I signed up for this show, right, and I'm waiting, seeing if I get pulled out of this bucket, and if I had any jokes about anal, butt fucking, blowjobs from dudes, I would be writing right now.
Yeah,
I'd be writing episodes. I would be changing the tone of the show. That's what I do.
You think, like, when you go to Australia, is there that many, like, butt fucking...
No. This is a goddamn anomaly. This is like being dealt 3 aces in your first hand of poker. Or maybe 3 jacks or something like that. Okay, let's see what happens now. Put your hands together for your next comedian. He goes by the name of Reed Rothschild. Reed Rothschild, everybody. Reed is coming to the stage. Here we go. Hey. Come on, one more time for Reed, everybody.
Fuck this up. So, we live in pretty rough political times right now. Have you guys noticed that? You guys following the debate and shit? Sure. Yeah. Abortion is a huge issue these days. It's like fucking huge. One thing you'll notice is that like big companies will start taking these stances on issues like abortion. Like here's a great example of that. I read this the other day. I read this fact about abortion. It said today alone, over 3,000 children will be denied a chance at life due to abortion in the United States. And I was like, fuck. That's kind of a dark Snapple fact. I don't think I want this anymore. Who's that for, Snapple? Who's that? Whose mind are you changing? Who's standing by their convictions until their tea tells them otherwise? Like, bro, you've always been pro-choice. Have you tried the Diet Raspberry? It's like 0-calorie heroin. Side note, 0-calorie heroin. I want to make that. I think that would take off with white women. Giving that fake guilt, like women ordering mimosas in the middle of the day. Like, guys, we are so bad at shooting. Cool. Thank you guys.
Hey, Reed. Hell yeah. Whoa. Welcome to the show, Reed. How are you? This is your first time. I remember you. Look at you. You little baby boy, you.
Why no anal material, Reed?
I don't know.
Don't you have an unemployed club? I love the Snapple joke. Yeah, that was funny. Clever twist, and then like a really uncomfortable topic like abortion, and then to switch that, flip that with a funny Snapple thing. I thought that was great. That's how good it is. Eddie's gonna steal it.
How old are you, Reed?
I just turned 24.
24 years old. Wow, that is incredible. You look like you watch shows hosted by these guys sitting behind you. Fucking amazing. You got a little baby face on you. Where are you from?
I'm from Boulder, Colorado.
Boulder, Colorado. How long have you been in Los Angeles?
Since April.
Since April. You live here now?
Yep.
You just moved here. How long have you been on stand-up?
Off and on for about 5-6 years.
5 or 6 years off and on. That's incredible. You started young. High school. Wow. And what's your living situation now?
So I live in a hostel.
Oh.
At Melrose and Western. Yeah, so I live in a room about, if I marked off, it'd be from like here to the edge of the stage with 6 other people.
But you get to meet a lot of impoverished European women, right?
It's only guys.
Oh, it's only guys.
Absolutely. So, and you've been living in that situation since April.
I lived with on Friends Couch for a couple months, and then I moved out.
Okay. And what's your work life like?
Yeah, right now I'm just doing catering gigs off and on, trying to get more stable bartending stuff.
Right. They allow you to bartend. Even though you look as young as you do.
The customers ID you.
Yeah. Very good.
Have you been a bartender before?
No, I just went to like bartending school. So
you went to school, so you know how to like throw stuff around and everything.
I didn't pay extra for that. They were getting paid
If you want to learn how to bartend, just watch your cocktail.
Not that bad a movie, actually.
Didn't see it.
However, he did read the book.
I can ruin the end for you if you like. So what's the next step up after Hostel? What do you
Honestly, I'm trying to I'm trying to do the whole acting thing, so I'm kind of cool with just saving money for the moment.
Your parents proud of you right now? What does your mom and dad do?
Today's word is disappointment.
Yeah.
So my mom's an artist. She's a painter, so she kind of understands.
Right. And she's a lesbian.
Yeah.
No, go ahead.
And then my dad and all my uncles are all optometrists, so they don't really understand.
Yeah, they don't really.
They fuck each other.
All optometrists? How many optometrists are we talking about here?
Like 4.
Wow. How's your vision? You don't need like contacts or glasses.
No, not yet.
My goodness, do they all have good eyes too, or are they opticians with glasses?
Now they have glasses.
Right. Because they went to medical school.
Why the fuck are frames so expensive?
Do you want to? Because they're all made. There's like 3 companies that make
monopolies, and it's an Italian company that has a monopoly on
or something. It costs them like, I saw the whole thing on 2020, but it cost them like $20 to make Ray-Bans, and then they just fucking.
You can just buy. So one Italian company bought up all of these glasses manufacturers years ago.
Fun fact: you can just buy a pair of sunglasses, pop out the frames, and take it to like whatever lens crafters, and they can put a frame in there for
How ironic that 2020 did a piece on it.
Hey, zing. So, what has your dad specifically told you about your adventure doing stand-up comedy? Like, what exactly?
He think he's like funny in social situations, so he tries to write jokes for me, but they don't make sense. There's no punchline.
What's so funny? What's the funniest thing you've ever seen your dad do?
One time, I was in middle school with my friend.
It was like 3 weeks ago.
And he walked into the room, like all scared, and he was like, "Have you guys seen my clothes?" Yeah, that was pretty good.
Doing the Red Hot Chili Peppers act. You said you got into acting. Who's your favorite actor? Kids, if you've been touched by a parent, call this number below.
Favorite actor? Might be Sam Rockwell. I like Sam Rockwell.
That's a good choice.
Oh yeah, look at that. Are you taking any acting classes or anything like that?
Yeah, I have a BA in theater.
Oh, you too.
But I've been doing like theater acting stuff for all through college, and
what plays were you in college?
I was in a play called Translations.
Yeah, what was that about? What was your character in that?
It was about like poor people during the potato famine in Ireland. I was like a.
Do you know areas?
Yeah, it wasn't.
Do you reenact that for your hostel people? Hey guys, I'd like to do a little bit of the potato famine for you.
Would you mind doing a little bit of your time from that little line from that play for us all, ladies and gentlemen? Reed Rothschild giving us a little something from Translation.
Use an Irish accent.
Did you have an Irish accent during the play?
Yeah, it was back then.
Okay, let's hear it. Ladies and gentlemen, Reed Rothschild.
This was in 2015. This was kind of
2015.
Don't bail out. Really do it.
I saw the old soldiers across the way at the mark moving those sticks up about, and they'd be like, "Oh, no, dog, we didn't even know what they were talking about. We told them where to go."
Wow. so incredible that we're going to have a guy named Cheddar suck your dick. It's amazing.
I'm not really in any position to have standards, so.
Right, yeah, absolutely. Well, Reed, congratulations. Your first time on Kiltony. Funny stuff, man. Reed Rothschild, everybody. There he goes. Reed Rothschild.
It's crazy that
Oh, wow. This is so cool. We know this young man. He's been on this show numerous times. It's been a long time since he's been on this show, actually. He's a real badass comedian. He runs an amazing show at a place called the Venice Underground, and he signs up all the time for this show. Put your hands together for me. Just got lucky. Make some noise for Matt Devlin, everyone. Here he comes. Here he is. It's been a while since we've seen him. Come on, one more time, good and loud from Matt Devlin.
So I'm at this gun show, and I bump into this guy that I do a little business with, and he says, "What's up?" And I said, "What's up?" And he says, "I just saw Joe Rogan a couple of weeks ago." I said, "How was it?" He said, "It was great." I said, "Great?" He says, "Yeah." I said, "Cool." He said, "The guy that went on before him was awesome." I said, "Who was that?" And he went, Hinchcliffe? He goes, "Yeah, that's it. Toby Hinchcliffe." I said, "Don't you mean Tony?" He said, No, Toby Hinchcliffe. Definitely Toby. I said, "I think you mean Tony." He said, "No, it was Toby." I said, "Big fat black guy?" He said, "No." Skinny little white kid. I went, "Oh yeah, that's Toby." And he said, "Well, next time you see him, make sure you tell him I said hi." So Cheddar says, "What's up?"
Hey! That's how it's done. Matt Devlin. Hell yeah.
True. Yep, true story. Oh, hey, Melissa.
Hey, that was great, Matt.
Yeah, it really happened.
That's a true story, huh?
It wasn't a gun show, though.
I like that.
Yeah, man. What kind of business did you do with that? It's not worth getting into, Tom. You know that. No trick questions on a Monday night. He asked me if I knew you. I said I drink beer with his brother and we shoot rats in the alley in Venice.
You shot rats in the alley with my brother?
Yeah.
My goodness.
And he hit a kid over the head with a skateboard once because he jumped over a fence incorrectly.
Enough about my brother.
Yeah.
How old was the kid, if you had to guess?
Did he hit?
Yeah. When you say kid, you don't mean like true kid. You call him.
Yeah, he was of the age of majority.
Right, exactly.
He knew better.
Of the age to get hit in the head with a skateboard. Just like to make sure my brother's not. Just like to make sure.
Yeah.
I'm glad that you answered it that way, whether that's the true answer or not. Good job, man.
It is.
Do you have any other Hinchcliffe brother stories?
No, but how about that fucking hair replacement stuff? That shit really works for him.
Yeah, it's true. For Hims and Matt Devlin have a special partnership where he just dips his head in the mixture all the way to the net.
I was on the first ever show, too. This is great.
You were on Kill Tony 1?
Kill Tony 1.
Wow, look at that. How far we've come. You were one of the 8 people there that night, huh?
Yeah, you announced the guy who didn't go up, so I just ran him.
Oh, that's incredible. You were the first to break the rules like that. That's amazing. I love it, man. And you've been doing stand-up for a long time.
78 years.
Straight originally from Boston. How long have you really been doing it?
15 years, maybe.
15 years. And
what are your plans with comedy, man? Oh, yeah, sure. I think that success is just doing things every day that make you feel good. And I don't want to jump in front of a bus.
Absolutely.
And, I'm intentionally unemployable, and I refuse all this Geico shit. And I don't know, I'm thinking of buying a pimped out Winnebago and driving around the country, doing the Tom Rhodes things. Yeah, baby. Without all the passport stamps and dealing with foreigners. I love to go. Fuck them. I like foreigners, especially the darker ones. The best looking Asian women. Best looking Asian women. Oh yes, my joke. The most beautiful women in the world are Thai men. Yeah. Hey, I like that. Yes. Thank you. It's on my album. Fucking buy it around the world. There you go. 24 countries. Around. But I love to go to used bookstores, and I was in I'm in old friends with that, and I found this book, and it's like it's a Daredevil, like Evel Knievel, and it looks like Evel Knievel, but it says Devlin. And I shit in my pants. I'd never seen it. And I bought it from Matt. And I took a picture of it. And I was like, dude, did you know about this? And you're like, yeah. So I've never even heard of this. A lot of people have the same last name as each other. But a lesser Evel Knievel, I mean, that's pretty special. He wasn't lesser. He was tattooed. He didn't even exist. Wow. So Devlin was born before Evel Knievel? Oh, man, my chronology on this shit's not up to scratch. It was a cartoon Saturday.
It doesn't matter. Yeah, so you have an interesting look to you. You're very manly. Like, there's a whole thing going on here. Like, this is incredible, right? Have you ever thought about using that in any way to your advantage? No? Why not?
Because I don't trust myself. When I get big and famous and I can't even go to rock and roll rallies with Mickey Rourke and get some fucking food, then I'm just going to cut my hair and shave and nobody will go in and bother me on the street. Wow. I don't know, man. I love doing stand-up comedy. That's it.
Yeah, you never thought about being like a mall Santa or anything like that? Or
I got something I can fall back on.
Yeah, absolutely.
I took typing in high school, too, so.
When was the last time you didn't have a beard?
My niece fit between my hand and my elbow there, and she's now 8, so.
8 years?
Yeah.
Do you have a weak chin, or is there a reason for it?
Come hit me, man. No, I don't have a weak chin. I look like my mom, actually. People are always like, what do you look like without the beard? I'm Kathy, you know. She's gorgeous, fuckers. I just, you know what? I didn't grow a beard. I just quit shaving. Right. That was it. I was like, what are your dreams? To be cast as a model for a denim manufacturer and get paid obscene amounts of money.
Wow, look at that. I think that's actually possible. Any denim companies.
Yeah, you need to write for that. I just look good.
How long did you work for NASA?
13 years.
There you go. Because he's wearing the hat, everybody.
Yeah.
What's your love life like, Matt Devlin?
Oh, it's awesome, man. I got hoes all over.
Really? I imagine that there's chicks that are like really into like being with a, you
talk about one and then you don't bring up the other one and you start texting you and shit. I'm already on 2% battery, so. And this is going out loud. Aren't you the guy from World's Deadliest Catch? That wasn't nice to me.
Definitely wasn't nice.
I knocked out a cop once, though.
Tell us about it.
It was, technically, it was a citizen's arrest. And, this lady didn't like some shit that I did. So she jumped on my back, and I just ran head first and bent over at the last second into the building. And, so, yeah.
What do you and my brother shoot rats with? Is that a BB gun or a 22?
Can't talk about that.
No, I want to know now. I'm very curious. This is in Venice Beach. You guys are shooting rats with a what? Like a BB gun?
It's a little too with a Sprite bottle taped to the end to kind of muffle the sound. And you can feed them, like you just sprinkle tuna fish all over it.
Oh, Jesus. And you guys do this?
You do it on a Sunday night before the fuckers come around and collect the trash barrels on Monday. Fucking America.
Sounds like fun.
You haven't lived.
I believe it.
I stole the idea from Woody Allen in that movie that Sean Penn was in. That Sweet and Lowdown. I should probably get off stage, huh?
You know what? I was looking for a way out, but sometimes
okay to kill animals, kids.
People just do it themselves. I love it, man. Well, Matt, I mean, always a pleasure. You were on episode 1. This is incredible that 6.5 years later, here we are, both bigger, better, stronger than ever. How about a hand for Matt Devlin, everybody? Matt Devlin is Matt Devlin on social media. DEVLIN. was really good friends with my brother. I have a brother. He lives in Venice Beach. They all live in Venice Beach. Him, Bronston, my brother.
The beard guys.
My brother is famous in Venice Beach just as being a free spirit. Yeah, like everybody knows it. Like people get starstruck when they find out I'm his brother. No, he's not. It's not really that. He's not really on the Italian side of the family, but he does fucking hate rats. You know what I'm saying? Pull another name out of the bucket. It's gonna be our first lady of the night. Make some noise from Leah Mansfield, everyone. Leah Mansfield. Here we go. One more time for Leah Mansfield, everyone. Leah! Finally a woman, kind of, huh? That's all I got. Man, I'll tell you, my dad turned 68 this year, and he came out to me as a bisexual crossdresser. Yeah, together we make a full woman. My mom's dead. The thing that complicated that was that she had 2 cats when she died. And when she died, they didn't find her for 5 days. That's a long time. But hey, maybe be nicer to your kids and they'll show up more often. Wow. Incredible. I believe it was the great Montel Jordan that once said the words, it's how we do it. Incredible performance, Leah Mansfield. Taking your time, owning the moment, absolutely just staying in the pocket. Really incredible stuff. Set of the night blatantly, and incredible stage presence. Welcome to the show. Thank you. I stopped giving a shit. That helps a lot. Hey, it sure does. Oh, yeah. Absolutely. That's the most important fucking thing. Really? Yeah. There's a woman that loves me. I'm like, that's it. Hell yeah. I can have sex tonight. It's cool. I mean, I probably won't, but I love it. I love it. I love it. How long have you been with that woman? A little over 2 years. A little over 2 years. Where'd you guys meet? Tinder. Whoa. Wow. That's a beautiful place. Yeah, dude. Listen, you can keep playing Tinder, but I won already. So. Yeah, I like that. I didn't realize Tinder was a big, like, lesbian dating site. I thought you guys would be on, like, Plenty of Smells Like Fish or something like that. It's more briny like oysters, but, yeah. No, yeah, we met on Tinder, and we have her actually. She's calling into the show right now. That is her. Oh yeah, that doesn't surprise me. She's got a camera on me somewhere. Wow, I love that. Yeah, lesbians tend to really be. She's in charge. So she's more the alpha one. Of course. Yeah. Wow, that's incredible. Yeah, I would have guessed. I got the short hair. That's it. That's it. I do a lot of dishes. That's all she allowed, huh? A lot of pussy eating. Yeah. So she's like the alpha boss in this. She is. She's an executive. Wow! I would have guessed totally different. I would have guessed you're with some like innocent little girl that just spreads her legs and just lets you fucking. Man, that was my type for like 15 years, man. All you can eat buffet, and then you switched it. You're like, you know what? I want to be man-handled or woman-handled or whatever it is. Yeah, no, it's great. She bosses me around. Wow, tells me what to do, tells me to shut the fuck up. Oh, wow. Yeah, it's so great. Are you sure she's not a man? Nah, man. This is a beautiful story. I'm in there twice a week. It's fine. She's not a man. I love it, man. Yeah, dude, well, here's what happened. A year before I met her, I stopped dating, and I didn't go out with anyone. I didn't sleep with anyone. I was just working on myself, trying to be a better person. And I was like, what do I really want in a woman? And I was like, oh, here's what it is. I want a woman who'll be like, Liam, put that down. Wow. That's incredible. I fucking got that. So she's she's more the alpha in the relationship. So my next question is, wow, how short is her hair? Must be even. What does she have? The Joe Rogan, like, she's Dr. Phil. Which hair are you talking about? Say that again. Which hair are you talking about? Oh, hell yeah! I love it. That's incredible. Long hair on top, I'll tell you that. Long hair on top, short hair probably down below is my guess. Takes good care of herself. Leah, you are incredibly talented. How long have you been on stand-up comedy? Any answers? It's like an embarrassing length of time. No, it's not, we're not going to be shocked because you absolutely destroyed with your minute. You got 14 years.
You're a brilliant joke writer.
Thank you.
I loved every joke.
Thank you.
The joke about your father at the beginning is he really a grocer?
Yeah, it's a new thing. He came out very late, and I had to sit him down like he should have done for me as a teenager. I mean, listen, I know what's going on. Is this true? Yeah. How did you know? I did it like 3 days after my mom died. My mom dies. Sit my dad down. I'm like, listen, you knew when he started putting on her clothes after her death. Yeah, well, he was growing his hair, wore a lot of silk, and I was like, listen, I know what's going on. Wow. It's like women's clothes. It's fine. And he goes, he doesn't want to get any surgeries, but he likes going out as a woman. That's very, and I hate it, so we're perfect. Perfect father. That's incredible.
The word of the day is acceptance.
Wow, so many words of the day today. That's incredible. Usually there's only one, but
it's been a long show.
Kids should watch this show for sure. They'll learn some shit. I love it, man. That is so cool.
Where are you from, Leah?
West of Seattle. Bremerton, if you know it, but Seattle, if you don't. Yeah. What do you do for work? I have a rich girlfriend. Oh, heck yeah. Wow.
Kids, if you work hard enough, you can get a rich girlfriend one day too.
My goodness. Guys, listen, this is why it's important to eat good pussy. Hey. What does she do? She's an executive, business executive. She does business strategy. She worked at Fox. She just got her severance from Disney. And wow, that is incredible. We're going to Spain next month. That is amazing. We're going to Spain.
I have a question. Go to Sevilla.
Yeah, we're going to Sevilla, Granada, Barcelona, and Andorra. Just because we haven't been there, we just want to like brag to our friends that we went to Andorra. We're idiots. It's pretty awesome. Yeah, I don't know how long this is going to last, but I'm going to write it out as long as I can. Absolutely.
I had a question. Do you have any tips for straight guys on like pussy eating or like how we could?
Yeah, totally. I was actually going to get there. You should talk to her beforehand.
I mean, I tried to, but anything else? Any techniques?
Effort. Just ask what's working. That's the biggest thing.
But any sort of like technical advice?
Yeah, like, is there any chance that maybe if we, is there any chance that if we, maybe played some pussy eating music that you could give us a little example straight down the barrel? Hey, look at this. This is very exciting. Who's got Barry White? You got Barry White? Barry White? Absolutely. We're going to bring that right up for you, whatever you want. Lesbians associate this with dogs that need homes. Yes, exactly.
I had a lesbian friend that used to refer to the pussy licking as uphill gardening. Have you ever heard that?
Oh, that's great. Yes. Nice. That is. That's sort of like getting the oyster shell open with your tongue. That's what I got. Sometimes there's a pearl in there. Yeah.
Uphill gardening.
All right. So just hey, how about that? Is that good enough? Is that good? All right, you guys want me to try pussy eating? Who wants to see her show us how to eat a pussy here live on Kill Tony? Here we go. All right. Yeah. First you start out, you get a resume, then a job. Then you meet a lady who also has a job. Both of you have jobs. You can meet once a week. Yeah, you have jobs. Then you take off your clothes and you talk about your jobs. That's it. You just talk mostly. It's a lot of like. You have to be excited no matter what it looks like. Wow. It looks weird. You just go for it. Wow. It tastes slightly salty. If it tastes more than slightly salty, you should go to the doctor. Oh. Yeah, it's not bad. It's not bad. My goodness, I like that. That's very interesting. You know what? You just gotta talk to her. You gotta be consistent. There's a button. They talk about it in the movie The Color Purple.
It's a cauliflower, right? Brian's never had. As you can tell by his build, Brian's never had cauliflower before.
Don't go to that store anymore. That is bad cauliflower. No one says that about cauliflower.
My goodness. So, wow, that is interesting. We learned a lot here. Ask about the job.
That's the most important thing, really.
Yeah, I guess so.
You find the thing, and then you lose that working, and then eventually you just don't have to ask those questions because you've done it enough times.
Right, you've done it enough times.
Yeah, and then, make sure she makes you coffee in the morning. That's important, too.
Wow, yeah. I like that. So she makes you coffee.
She does, yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
That's how good it is.
Wow, look at that. What was the last fight you got into?
Oh, I was applying for a scholarship to UCB, and I wrote out my scholarship, and she wrote out an alternative scholarship application, and we got a huge fight right up to midnight when I was going to apply. And I was like, I'm putting mine in. And she's like, I think mine's better. And then I put mine in, and I got accepted.
Hey, look at that. Let's check in with Christopher.
Somehow that's gayer than getting your pee-pee sucked by cheddar.
Wow, look at that. Oh, one more time for the great Leah Mansfield, everybody. Coming on, flexing how it's done. An amazing 60-second set from Leah Mansfield, everyone. That is just awesome. I absolutely love that.
Set of the night.
Hell yeah, no doubt about it. That's one of the fun things about this show. Maybe it's someone's first time, maybe they're a couple of years in, and every once in a while we'll have someone that really, really knows what they're doing. It goes to show there's no coincidences in this thing. Like if you work hard and then fucking perform well and take your time, you do good. How about one more time for Leah Mansfield? Let's do that. We have regulars on this show, ladies and gentlemen. We have two comedians that perform a brand new minute every single week. This first comedian, you know him. He's been doing this for a while. He writes and performs a brand new minute every single week. It's a love-or-hate relationship, it seems, with this guy. He has a lot of haters out there. And some people just absolutely love him. Put your hands together for the great William Montgomery, everybody. Here we go. Let's see what happens here tonight. Here he comes, live and in the flesh. It's the one and only William Montgomery. Very controversial figure. Very polarizing man. Come on, one more time for William Montgomery.
How's it going? I don't know what happened to my knee. So, today was Columbus Day. I'm glad they changed it to National Filipino Day. Finally, a holiday for my people. I would like to give it up for my uncle, Richard Chuivas. Is my Filipino uncle. He runs Chuivas.com. It's a lot like iTunes, but only Lou Vegas songs. Did y'all hear about that guy down in Florida who swallowed the sinkhole? Just kidding, it's the other way around. So I got pulled over by the police the other day, and the whole time I was just like, "Oh, hello, sir! I wasn't coming over this speed limit." But Tony, I can't get over the fact that your uncle is also named Richard Chuivas. Are we related?
We probably are, William. Welcome to the show. That's William Montgomery's set, everybody. Richard Chuivas seems to be a running theme.
That set got me on Showtime at the Apollo. I got off stage by the clown with the shepherd's crook.
With the what? The shepherd's what?
Shepherd's crook. I don't know if that's the Christians, but yeah, the shepherd's.
Oh. Shepherd's hook. Okay. William, welcome to the show. I just saw you a week ago, but it looks like you've aged a decade since then. Is everything okay in your personal life?
How does he look older than Eddie Pepitone?
What the fuck?
Eddie's 19, you son of a bitch. How dare you?
Oh my god.
I have some good news and some bad news.
Let's hear it.
My girlfriend is in fact not pregnant. She was in fact very offended. I said she missed her period for 2 months, and it's actually just a week. I want to clear that up.
Wow.
Split up.
Look at that.
My lady friend, she's watching it right now. I think the bad news is I have been poisoning my roommates who kicked me out of the apartment.
Yeah, what have you been poisoning them with?
They have Colgate. I've been putting a lot of Pepsi AC in their Colgate. That's a pill you take if things are wrong with your tummy. It's like Zantac. A lot like Zantac. I don't know if y'all saw in the news, but it's giving people cancer.
Yeah. And you actually, there's been a lot of people that hit me up on social media this week because you are famous for Zantac references. You've been doing that since your first appearance on the show. And a lot of people are wondering if your health is okay, if you've gotten checked out by a doctor. Because you've also talked about urinating blood and other things. Have you been to a doctor recently?
The other night was on top of the building. I was sort of, after all this bullshit about what I've seen about jumping off, I didn't. I went to the doctor the next day and I told him my symptoms. He was like, I think it's strep throat.
You told him about blood in your urine and he guessed strep throat?
Strep throat.
Where was this doctor at?
It was in the Philippines.
Yeah. You went to the Philippines for your doctor. Whoa, look at the look you're giving Tom Rhodes right now. What's going on over here?
I've been to the Philippines and I've pretended I was a doctor a few times.
Hey, hell yeah, strep throat.
Hey, Tom, can we act like I went down to the Philippines on a ship? Took me a long time.
Nah, you know what? Let's skip that. Let's skip this idea. This is your first time being seen by the great and powerful Eddie Pepitone. Eddie, what are your thoughts on William?
I'm confused, but I sense, a funniness, It just needs to be nurtured and coddled and petted.
William, something looks different about you. Did you shave your eyebrows off or something like that? Like, what's different? Did somebody do something to you this past week?
I found myself 3 nights ago on a bed looking at walls of red.
Walls of red?
Walls of red, just thinking, William, where are you? The gates of hell? We're a good buddy's place. What are you doing here? What's going on? How long have you been here? I don't get it. What did it take 30 minutes to get here? Was that a wreck on the highway? William, please answer me right now. Where are you? What's up with these red? I mean, what is going on? What has happened? You were in the Philippines 2 months ago. You were having a pretty good time. You got sick. You were in the hospital for 4 weeks, up to a month.
William, I see a piece of paper sticking out of your pocket that has little words on it. Clearly, you write. What do you write? And why is it that you don't ever do any of that on the show? What do you have there? Can you give us an example of something that you haven't done on the show before that you've written?
I have just a bullet point.
Yeah.
Michael Receive. And underneath it, in quotation marks, hold on, is this Receipts?
Look at that. Look at the reaction you get when you do jokes. It's incredible. Do another one.
So I've got an idea for a t-shirt. Color is a circumstance. It's going to be the color green and have an alien on the front.
Okie dokie. I love it, man. I love your style. He's got it written out word for word, Christopher.
It said that word for word.
Wow. Well, William,
Hold on, is that a broom collar?
just in quotation marks. So don't set a great closet.
Okay. Now save some of this. You have a lot of shows coming up this week, and it's going to be rolling around with us.
Thank you all so much. I started trusting in Jesus 3 months ago. I was in the Philippines system in the Philippines.
All right, there he goes, William Montgomery, everybody. Something's different about him. I can't figure out what it is. Baby, step back from that ledge, my friend. All right, we have a brand new regular, ladies and gentlemen. Last week, this guy was christened as, I believe, our 7th or 8th ever regular in the history of the show. This is his first time in the rotation, getting to write and perform a new minute every single week. Everybody's absolutely thrilled about this. He is a monster, and we have so much fun every time he's on. Make some noise, a brand new minute from the great David Lucas, everybody. Here we go. Here we go. Here he is, David Lucas, everyone. Come on, one more time for David, everybody.
Yeah, man, I'm trying to be more healthy. Gave up meat and shit. Yeah, hired a trainer. But I hate when trainers ask me stupid-ass questions. You know what I'm saying? Like, after we work out, he like, what you about to do? I'm like, nigga, I'm about to eat. Like, I burned 1,200 calories. You don't think I deserve to eat 800 more? You know what I'm saying? For real. I had to stop going to my gym. I was going to Planet Fitness. And these niggas was giving out pizza every Thursday. Like, y'all don't give a fuck about my health. Y'all got candy when I check in. You know what I'm saying? Like, after a while, I'm like, shit, the gym is $10. That's like an unlimited pizza pass. I was only going on Thursdays. Mingling with the rest of the fat people. Like, hey, Ryan, what's up, man? They had a thin crust. Better come back next week. We'll hit them next week for sure, bro. All right, man. Check you later.
Fuck yeah, David Lucas, everybody. Hell yeah. Man, my goodness, that's interesting. Did you really stop eating meat?
Yeah, only fish.
Oh, wow, only fish. What kind, whales?
Anthony Hitchcliffe is at it again.
Oh, shit. Only my mother calls me that when she's mad at me.
I know, she hit me up.
Oh, you son of a bitch.
She was like, I think Tony needs a black stepdad.
Oh, my goodness.
I might be your stepdaddy, nigga.
Oh, my goodness. Yeah, well, that's funny, because your mom hit me up. She's looking for a new kidney, so,
I was healthy as fuck, motherfucker.
Is that true?
Yeah. She got no health issues.
Wow, really?
Goddamn, all black people ain't got shit.
I mean, let's just say, I know you're the only thing that doesn't run in your family. You know what I mean? Something like that.
So, you're white. Do you have Asperger's, motherfucker?
I mean, if there were Asperger's here, you'd probably be ordering them to eat.
These are below the belt shots, Tony. Motherfucker.
I can't see it. I don't know if anything's below the belt with you, David Lucas. It's like everything's really above the belt. So welcome. This is your first time doing a locked-in minute on the show. It's, as always, it's a huge bang. It's the start of a new era. It's very exciting. Hell yeah, absolutely. This is it. It's all happening. How's the last week of your life been?
Hey, shit been good, man. I got a lot of new white fans. Y'all keep on following me and shit. You know what I'm saying? I fuck with y'all. Appreciate it. Put the cameras up.
They're following you.
Yeah.
I'll take all the darker.
Hey, look at that.
I like these two guys.
Yeah.
That's really, I like your confidence. It's very funny. It does Planet Fitness or wherever you said you worked out. It's been really
Planet Fatness, obviously.
Do they really do free pizza on Thursday?
Yeah, they give out free pizza. That's why I hate them.
That's why you only work out on Thursday.
It's a fat person gym. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely. What do you like to do at the gym? What's your
look at women?
Wow. Absolutely.
Hell yeah, look at women and use the towels. Take the bitches home. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely, man.
I'm a frugal ass black person.
Yeah.
I take the towels.
Does your gym have a pool?
My new gym got a pool. I upgraded.
Do you want us to swim in the gym?
I can swim, bro. What you trying to say? Looking like one of them niggas from Jurassic Park.
Oh, wait. No. Don't take shots at the guests, David. We don't that's last week. David Lucas.
Mr. Wilson from Dennis Dominion.
Okay, all right. Take it easy. Take it easy. Take it easy on the guests, David. Take it easy on the guests.
You're amazing.
This guy is...
You invited to a sandwich, I bet your teeth will be stuck.
Okay, David, you stop it. You stop it. David, stop it. He does this to people. He did this. This guy did this to Michael Bisping last week, one of the greatest fighters of all time, and he literally would not stop making fun of him.
I ain't scared though. I ain't scared. Fuck that.
You're definitely not scared. I was frightened, however.
He only got one eye. I would have poked that good eye out.
No, you wouldn't. I promise you.
He got one eye. He's not gonna beat me. I will poke that. I will spit in it, poke it, whatever.
Just turn left. Oh my God! I'm so glad you're saying all this now that he's not here.
He can check every month. That's a disability.
All right. Okay.
He would have a better chance if he was in a wheelchair.
Why would he have a better chance?
Because at least he got all his sight and shit. But nigga, that eye.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, you're right. But he had one eye when he won the light heavyweight championship of the world a year and a half ago or 2 years ago, too.
If he beat that nigga, I can beat that nigga. Michael Bisping.
Okay, that only means one thing. Next Kill Tony, we're gonna have Luke Rockhold here, and we're gonna see if you can. That was the guy. He was the former light heavyweight champion of the UFC.
Oh yeah, I wrestled his ass.
Okay. Okay, I mean, I agree. I think the only thing that you can really handle that's shaped like an octagon is a large pizza.
God.
So.
What you eat on your pizza? You look like you eat weird shit like shoestrings.
I do. I eat shoestrings on my pizza, actually. I've been exposed here on my own show by...
Hey, let me get a large pizza, shoestrings, and paper napkins.
Absolutely, which reminds me, when you lose your feet to diabetes, I love your shoestrings. I'm just gonna have a bunch of...
They can't see your feet. Tony be wearing wrestling boots and shit.
That's true.
Off the top rope foot ass.
Absolutely. I mean, you know what it's like wrestling with obesity on a daily basis. So fun. David Lucas's first minute as a regular. Anything else for David, guys? He's a machine, this kid. Oh, no, David, you be nice. So mean to people.
I seen you before. Yeah. What's your name? Tom Rhodes. Your name is Dusty Rhodes?
Yes, he's my own.
I knew.
No, I love Dusty Rhodes, but his real name wasn't Rhodes. He changed it. But I love Dusty Rhodes.
That's true.
I have wined and dined with kings and queens and lived in alleys off of pork and beans.
I don't know what you're talking about, y'all. Help me.
Dusty Rhodes used to, like Muhammad Ali used to do great rhymes.
No, Dusty Rhodes is wrestling.
That's what I'm talking about.
He sang?
Dusty Rhodes, that was his most famous line. He used to do this kind of white trash.
See, you're older than me, so I probably don't know that.
David,
I know the wrestling does.
David, we gotta teach you how to be nice to you, man. I mean, these guys could potentially take you to open and feature for them and things like that.
I don't trust his mouth, so they can't.
Yo, David, you stop it. Oh my God, he's ruthless.
If that's the road that...
All right, David Lucas, everybody, there he goes. That's unbelievable. This guy's a machine.
I love him, Tony.
If he burned calories like he burned bridges, he'd be an unstoppable machine. I'm telling you right now. This guy comes up every week and tries to light up the gas.
I didn't expect that. It was like...
And you didn't ask him. He's the only guy that's been up all night that doesn't know how to read, and you didn't even ask him. I'm just kidding. Menus. He reads menus. You guys want to go back to the bucket one more time, huh? All right. Here we go. And your final comedian of the night will go by the name of Celeste Torrance, everybody. Celeste Torrance. Here we go. That's not Celeste. Is that Celeste? Is that Celeste? No. Alright. Let's hold on a second here. That's not Celeste. No. So, we know this young lady. She is an elite member of the Apollo 13. Make some noise for Mina Q, everybody. Mina Q. Oh, no, that's crazy. No, she's always here. I even saw her earlier. I saw her earlier.
Let me do her back simple real quick.
It's okay.
Baking soda.
Alright.
Baking soda.
How about Arden, everybody? A-R-D-I-N, Arden.
Marion, there's a lumberjack.
Here we go. Arden. Your final comedian of the night. It's Arden, everybody. Here we go.
Hello. It's good to be here. Good to see y'all. Thanks for hanging out. And I know what you're thinking that, oh no, another white guy here to gentrify the place. And it's not. I'm an actor as well as a comedian, and you always got to be ready to audition. So I keep the hair up like this because I'm tired of the gender inequality. Because I want to be a sexy male librarian. So tonight I'm going to do my audition for everybody here, folks at home. So here we go. I should be paid $1.5 million for that. I think it's totally fair and reasonable. Don't you? Come on. No? Damn. Thought my white privilege would come through. Oh, well. Thank you. I'm all
There you go, Arden. Arden. All right. That's one way to put a big ribbon on a fun episode of Kill Tony. It's incredible. Welcome, Arden. This is your first time on the show. I remember you, no doubt about that. How long have you been on stand-up?
5 years.
5 years. All of it here in Los Angeles?
No, San Francisco.
San Francisco.
You're from San Francisco? No, from New Jersey originally. Okay. We started up in San Francisco. Yes.
What made you go to San Francisco first?
I was in advertising and marketing, and my career just took me up that way.
Right. Are you still in that field?
No, I quit all that, and now I'm unemployed.
You're unemployed. How long have you been unemployed for?
Almost a year.
Almost a year.
Are you enjoying it? No, not very much. I've been trying to find work. It's a little hard.
Have you run out of money yet?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so how do you survive?
Family very disappointed.
A very disappointed family that gives you money.
Do you know that I used to have really long hair? Yeah. And then I bought a calendar and realized it wasn't 1986. I'm just kidding. I'm sorry. I couldn't resist it. I'm sorry.
Son of a bitch.
Sorry. I feel bad.
So when you say your family's disappointed,
I'm so sorry.
All right. When you say your family's disappointed in you, like what are we talking about?
No, I mean now they're starting to come around because I've been pursuing the comedy thing, but until they see tonight. This was nerves and
I gotcha. That makes sense.
How long have you been doing the library?
Is that a brand new bit?
No, I've been working on that for a bit. It's just a little.
Do you wear your hair in a bun ever?
Yeah, usually.
Why?
Just
you have internet, right?
Yeah.
You know, everyone hates that shit.
Yeah.
We all make fun of it. Why do you do it?
It's just the convenience sometimes. I don't wear it constantly like that.
Wow, Jesus Christ! Look at that. There's a real live YouTube commenter in the audience. Everybody is dropping some 0-star knowledge about
you do have great hair, by the way. Oh, thank you.
Yeah, that is incredible. So tell us more about you, Arden. What are you into? You seem like a very hip dude. You're clearly, you have the San Francisco. You had a man bun a second ago.
Yeah, when I had money, I was into rock climbing. It was a big thing for me. Yeah. No. How expensive is rock climbing? Pretty
pretty expensive. Yeah, I used to travel with it. I used to go to like Mexico, Puerto Rico, upstate New York, Yosemite, just
all to climb rocks.
Yeah.
Wow, you thought Red Band hated you before. Wait till you find out his feelings on rock climbing. So, rock climbing, what else? I mean, there has to be something that makes you interesting art in earnest.
I used to be a raging alcoholic. Now I'm sober.
How long you been sober for?
3 years.
3 years.
It makes dating very hard. Just sober dating. I'm very anxious.
You think that's what makes it hard, huh?
Oh, yeah, that and the personality and the hair and everything else.
Right. Do you rock the man bun while going on dates with women?
No, usually I wear it down.
Oh, okay, that makes sense. It's a good move.
Yeah.
It's interesting, your joke about the librarian. Everybody listened when you said shh. It was incredible. Like, very, not really hilarious, but it was very effective. The room was dead silent during.
I'm sorry, Jeffrey.
You know what I don't get about the hair? You know you can fucking get rid of it, right?
Yeah. It's just.
You like it?
I kind of like it. I just also can't figure out what I would want to do with it.
How many do you think we should give him a haircut right now in this dude? No?
Your hair's great, man. Your hair's awesome. You just keep it like that until you start balding like me. And then,
Arden says no to the haircut. What an interesting thing. Why is it? What do you got going on to where you don't want to cut your hair?
I'm working on a TV pilot that's about me kind of look like Jesus. So yeah.
Oh, okay, that makes sense.
They never, those things never get made. You can fucking cut your hair back.
That's true. Absolutely. So you got no girlfriend, no real love life, dating's hard.
Yeah, I had a panic attack in a lift on the way to a date recently.
Really?
Yeah.
What kind of panic attack are we talking about? Let's
I'm talking full on sweats like this, a sinking feeling, heart palpitations, the whole nine.
What happened when you got there?
It was pretty much okay. It was a coffee date, but I had decaf, so that was all right.
Do you have any meds for it?
Yeah. So now I take Lexapro and some other stuff, but still dialing it in.
Right. I'm sure your dad was excited when he found out he'd have to pay for all that too, right?
Well, I mean, I was 5150, so we kind of,
Oh, they did you like that?
Well, I was not to make light of the situation, but I was beating myself up, and my roommate called the cops because he didn't know.
What do you mean beating yourself up?
How many of you would like to see this guy beat himself up tonight?
Christopher, there you go.
No, I beat myself with my fists and my belt, and
you what?
I beat myself with my fists and my belt, and so they called the cops.
You beat yourself? So, like, where would you hit with your fists?
So anywhere in the torso region, and then my back with my belt. Yeah.
My goodness! And then they came and they saw you, and they're like, "Oh my God, what woman did this to you?" Right?
Well, no, I told
bruising.
I told the cops when they showed up. They said, "We heard you were hurting yourself," and I said, "No, I fell." And they didn't believe me, so they took me out.
If you're interested in getting big money, just next time you're gonna beat yourself up, put it on pay-per-view.
I'm trying not to do that anymore. That's why I'm taking the meds down. So.
All right, well, that's good.
Mental health is a serious thing, and anybody, if you need help, please call for help. Like, don't get to where I got.
Do you like to co-host my show?
Absolutely. We take mental health very seriously here on Keltoni, and that's a real thing. So just want to make sure that disclaimer's out there.
Sorry once again to bring down the whole energy again. Sorry.
You ever use CBD for your anxiety?
Yeah, and THC.
Very good.
Yeah,
very good.
But,
you can use the promo code Keltoni at infinitecbd.com and get unbelievable discounts.
Yeah.
It's incredible stuff. It's our old friend Brody. Beat himself up the old school way, you know what I mean? To the finish line, not like you just fucking throwing the ones and twos at yourself. He didn't slap himself with a belt like a fucking pussy, you know what I'm saying? Brody knew how to finish the fucking job. Alright, yeah, I'm still.
By the way, I suffer from a lot of fucking anxiety, and anxiety can be such a fuel for comedy. Like, seriously, like scream that shit. I've been screaming for 40 years, which is why my teeth are fucked. Yeah. So do you ever think of using comedy as like a cathartic experience to get
to talk about.
Well, you're trash.
How did your mom try to kill herself?
She downed Handle-A-Gin in my prescription for Claritin.
Oh wow, Claritin. Yeah. Oh my goodness. The old loud cry for help.
You know what's wild?
She must not have sneezed for like 3 weeks after that. That's incredible. She float-nazed herself.
You don't look like you would have to live this pain.
Yeah.
You just look like a guy who's like, hey, let's blow bubbles.
Yeah. You look like you do acoustic covers of Dave Grohl songs.
Welcome to Cosmic Wishes, where you turn wishes into cosmic wishes by applying science. And what we're going to do with our guests is we're going to have them tell us their wish. And then we're going to draw from one of these science cards, and there are hundreds of science cards. So we're going to draw a science card randomly. We're going to apply that science to their wish and make their wish a cosmic wish. And then after we do that, we're going to go through a series of activity cards, and there are hundreds of these too, and we're going to apply a scientific-based activity to their wish and make their wish even stronger.
Yo, what up, dog? How you living, pimp? Yo. Did you get your hours straightened out yet? Fuck no.
No. I mean, I'm trying.
You know we've got UFC tonight, right? 5 p.m.
Yeah, that might be a little late.
Dude,
I woke up at 6.
You woke up at like 6. Okay. I've got a.
I think you're gonna like this scramble.
Okay. I can play.
I have a laundry list that I've applied, including a very special bonus one that I think you'll like a lot.
Okay, I can play. Maybe just one game for right now, because I've got a podcast to do at 7, and I've got some stuff that I have to do this morning. Like I've got to pray and I've got to do my Kabbalah class. So I'm gonna do that at 5. But I'm good for the next like 2 hours. So that sounds good. Google, the fucking schmucks at Google banned like, I don't know, 600 of my blogs, like a lot. But that's okay. If I lost every blog in the world to them, I'd be fine. It's like, who cares? Nobody gives a shit anyway. So long as I don't lose my like main blog from Medium, I'm fine. Like Medium, I care about. The other shit was just AI. So that's that.
Why did they delete it? Because you created a bunch of accounts.
I didn't create a bunch of accounts. I created a bunch of blogs, and they just said it's spam. But what is spam? Spam is just non-approved advertising, and I don't know why it should even fucking matter. Like, you should be able to put whatever you want, but so long as it's not like, you know, like my stuff is very scientific. So, anyway, no big deal. And then I have a podcast to do today, a podcast to do tomorrow. Let me check my calendar really quickly. Nothing Tuesday. Nothing. Oh, a podcast on Wednesday. And then, and I'm lining up podcasts for this week as well. And I've got the opportunity to do 2 interesting ones. I've got to look more into what this woman wants to do. Like basically one of them is called Cosmic Wishes, where you just have a wish. And she says that she uses cards, which already like, if it's like tarot, it's generally considered against Judaism, because it's is generally seen as like some kind of forbidden divination. So I'll have to look, and maybe I can't do that one. But tarot? No, it's tarot.
Tarot. I've only heard people say tarot.
Nobody's listening.
That's what I've heard.
Okay, so tarot, it's French. Yeah, it's tarot. Nope. Nobody. Are you saying tarot? Like carrot?
Yeah, not tarot, but tarot. Like if I go tarot cards, like T-A-R-O-T.
Yeah, that's tarot.
Okay.
Oh,
Where are those things from?
I believe they are. Well, I think the pronunciation is French. But those types of divining tools go back to antiquity. So I know a guy who's really into them. He's in one of the Masonic lodges I'm in, and so they first appeared in Ferrara and Milan in northern Italy.
Interesting. Wouldn't have guessed that.
Yeah, 1430s.
Shout out to the 1430s.
All right, are you ready?
Wait, can I just read this list of changes?
Sure thing.
So one, the game session refresh. Before when you refresh, it would just kick you back to the lobby. That's fixed. So you can refresh and then you're still at the same game.
That's tight.
Every word you play, you get a definition. Not give you the definition. Only if the dictionary doesn't have the word monk. They give you the definition of it. Which I have to, I guess, fix that at some point. Yeah. So every word definition now comes in the thing. Custom game handicap. You can set the field. Set each person's handicap to anywhere from 0 to 1,000 starting points, and it works with 3 players.
Excellent.
Consistent blank tiles appearance in dark mode should be fixed. It didn't. I did test those. And then I haven't tested it after I've done some other stuff. But no problem. Reposition the game settings card below. That's number 5. Drag that to the bottom. Oh, one other thing that's not listed here is that I just got rid of the margin padding on it.
Yes.
So that
good.
Not just on the all of those bubbles, because there's padding on the side. They just go straight to the edges now, but then also fix the tile rack. That was a big one. Tile rack is fixed, and also the game board. You don't have to adjust that anymore. It's just or you can still adjust it, but it should be pretty solid and basically auto fill to the side. I
I told it to get rid of the margins. I go like straight to the edges. There's still like a tiny little gap, but it's a lot better than it was. The end game scorecard recap. You'll see what that is. Oh yeah, autoplay and skip turn rotations. So when Zoot cheats, or rugs, they call it'll just skip his turn and it won't bug out. Also I added a feature where if you have tiles on the board and it's a valid word, even if you don't press play the word, it'll still check if there's a valid word, try to play it, and then if it is a word, then it'll just play it for you automatically. So you can just, if you don't feel like pressing the play word button, just let the timer run out and then you'll still get the points. Just like literati. And
That's great.
Yeah, you can also shuffle tiles in the rack by selecting and highlighting it, and then just clicking on another tile, and then it'll change swap the positions of those tiles. So, like if you want to create a word in your tile rack, you can do that. There's this is a big one. Real-time tile tracking of the remaining tiles. So you can clearly see how many of each tiles go up. Just like the pros. What else? We have the colors toggle slider settings. So when there's 10 seconds left, it'll warn in flash red, and then if you have a word, then it'll highlight green pretty clearly. Clearly be able to see by the word. If you have that setting enabled. What is this? Some tile rack responsive scaling for stuff, and 12th is responsive board dynamic sizing auto set. And there's a secret surprise, which you'll see if you there. But I'll see if you can find it. But it's the best. It's the best. So let me know when you're there and ready to play. And I'll send you an invite.
Do you send an invite or is it a code?
Oh yeah, it's like the code. Let me know when you want the code.
Okay. Just one moment. Okay, I'm ready for code.
PBGMD.
Okay, I'm in. Board looks great. Tile rack looks great. Remaining tiles. That's cool.
Let me know if you find the secret setting.
When you type in the chat, at least on dark mode, you can't read the text. It's white on gray.
You prefer dark mode.
Yeah. Okay, where's the timer?
Oh, fuck, I didn't put that on. I'll create a new. My apologies.
No worries. What are your thoughts on the Knicks winning the NBA title? Oh, wait.
Yeah, I watched it. Like the last 5 minutes. Or not even like the last minute. It's a very close game. Alright, the code is PEWMP.
Hold on. Should I have to quit this game?
Yeah.
Okay. You maybe want to put on there for quit. Like, are you sure? Because if you quit, it's just done.
No, you can join back.
Oh, okay. PEWET.
PWMT.
PWNT.
TEWM, like Marley, and then T.
Okay, I'm in.
Alright. Did you find the secret setting?
Oh. I see Sex Beast, light mode colors, quit.
There you go. Oh, wait, there you go. No, that's not it.
Remaining tiles, that's really cool. Remaining tiles does not need a scroller though. Dictionary lookup, gameplay log, room chat.
You're up.
In dark mode, the board is still light. Is it supposed to be?
You can change it.
How do you change it?
You scroll to the bottom where there's down to game settings. This is a secret thing. There's a cog icon in the upper right, and you change it, and it opens up this huge color menu. You can customize the board and the tiles.
That's tight, but it just needs to be. Oh fuck! Then if you quit that, it quits it. Hold on. It should
There's
just.
a back to game button.
Okay, I'm back.
Just play in light mode.
I don't like light mode on anything. It bothers my eyes.
Okay. Isn't literati mostly light?
That's a good point. If I have the opportunity, though.
I'm gonna gather you need another turn. Oh, no, you played 10.
No, I do need another turn. Where's the thing? I thought it was supposed to blink.
It did blink at 10 seconds.
Where?
On the tile rack, on the top, the thing above and below you.
The tile rack.
You'll see it.
Give me my turn back.
You played a word.
Yeah, I don't care. I'm not done. I know. I'm playing off of that word. I have 2 more letters to add to it. Okay, I'm gonna. Okay, so I see the thing that says green. Okay, play word. I mean the whole back. Everything in the background should flash red. And when it's your turn, everything should flash green. Like there shouldn't be any white. It should be green. Everything is green.
I mean, everything is green.
Like all of the space. Like wherever there's white, it should be green when it's your turn.
Oh, up there. Do you see how like the words form? Like it highlights it green.
Yeah, that's really nice. And the definitions are really nice. And you took away the space on the side. That's really nice.
Okay, watch what happens when it's 10 seconds. Like the tile rack should become red and the top will become red.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. But it's not blinking anymore.
Well, do you want a strobe light or just stay red?
Yeah, or strobe light's fine.
Strobe light?
Yeah, and then when it's your turn, everything should turn green. And that red strobe light should be everywhere. In case I'm looking down at like remaining tiles or gameplay log and I'm not paying attention, it's like, hey, it will alert you anywhere you are on the page.
Noted. Did you add any custom colors?
No, nobody's going to do that. It just needs to be a toggle that makes it black. But aside from that, it's really good. Okay, I see that it just flashed, and that's cool. I have to hit the play word button.
No, you don't. If you have tiles down,
Oh, then maybe I don't have a word that's... No, it played it, but it wouldn't play the title. I don't know. I'll try it again.
Alright, let me just see something. Oh, no.
If you're not allowed to use the term Scrabble, which you probably won't be able to, or the term literati, which you probably won't be able to, what would you call your game?
Diagonals.
You can't use the term Scrabble.
Oh. I don't know. Oh wait. I may need more time. Oh, I got it.
Okay. The definitions for game fill-out are excellent.
What did you say?
The definitions for like what a thing is. I don't know if this big. Definitions are great. Something is off with the play word. Because I'm playing this word. It's a word. It just maybe it takes a while. It works now, but it doesn't play right away. I don't know why.
Oh damn, that's devastating. Oh wait, 29 points.
That's not that big. And the definition, I love the definitions of this. The fact that you have definitions on here makes me like it more than literati.
Oh yeah.
You play cat?
When you customize the board, it's so much better.
How isn't this more points? Okay, maybe it's not.
18, 19.
I've hit the play word button like 5 times. Maybe it takes a while for it to just like connect or something. Is there one place that you can see how many tiles are left? Yes, there is a place. Okay, 61. Cool. 61 seems like a lot of tiles, but maybe not.
I did not hear what you said. Seems like a lot of tiles.
Yeah, 61.
Yeah, I mean there's 100 and
Right.
on a 15. You had to like double tap.
Double tap to zoom in. I don't know what that means. Now, what happens when I swap the tiles? Does it just swap into my own bag, or does it swap into your bag?
Not entirely sure, but I don't know the answer. I don't know the answer to that.
I guess if it's supposed to be fair, then it shouldn't take from your bag, because then I could take your Z's or your Q's or your X's or whatever.
Yeah, I don't know if you can spot your high value tile into the public bag, or if it. I think it's splits. I think it's predetermined. You're on bag. I'm pretty sure. I can. I feel like in Scrabble it has to work. You share a bag. Well, in the current setup, each player is dealt their own separate deck of tiles at the beginning of the bag, or at the beginning of the game. This guarantees that both players get exactly the same number of vowels, consonants, 5-point tiles. I did not specify that we need the same vowels and consonants.
It says the same. It says the same number, but there should be a thing that says you get the. Like, you shouldn't have one person get more use than the other person.
No, there has to be some randomness. It's just not going to be different every time. I mean, I guess it would be if you pulled them out in different order. This one, you do get the same number of vowels and consonants. You don't get the exact same ones, like evenly, but at least you have the same number. S-tact, then S-tact, then
Blank.
was terrible. I don't know why I did that. Terrible. Bad moves.
Claw?
Claw?
What did you play?
Claw?
Why is that so bad?
I should play something better.
If possible, it would be nice to know, like, so you don't have to check the game log, what the last word was played. Like, you could just highlight it. What did you play?
I should have gone for something.
I may need a second. I'm gonna wipe my eyes. I may need another. Dude, I love the definition aspect of this. It is phenomenal.
I agree. It's way better than one grader.
Right. Do you know what the normal timer is for literati?
A minute.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, like that. It's adjustable too. Because I was playing earlier on 30s. You could do like speed scrabble on like 15 seconds if you want, or 30 seconds.
Speed Scrabble.
Also, enabling backwards letters changes the game a lot. You can play way more.
Do you need you need your time back?
It's your turn. Did you play something?
Oh, you played something?
Yeah, it says you passed. I played Sin.
Oh, I didn't know it was my turn. Okay, can you give me my turn back?
Yeah.
So that's the important thing. Like it turns to green, then I know. If not, I'm just waiting. And then if you play something, I don't know because nothing changes on my screen.
Yeah. Fair enough.
I feel like the thing that should be at the very top is the board every time. Like you don't need Fair Scrabble Live. You don't need to handle that. Can all be below. Dark mode, colors, quick room, all at the bottom. The room code, all at the bottom. Maybe just Riser's turn, the timer. Even the thing for the zoom and stuff could be below. That way, whenever you scroll to the top, you just know it's going to be the board every time.
What are you doing? Are you searching in the dictionary all the time?
No, I read the gameplay log.
I did not realize it was my turn.
Exactly. Oh, good job. Okay, but you played something. Oh, you played Quinn? Wait, Quinn?
Yeah, I had to get rid of.
How did you get a Q and a Z?
Because it selects randomly between like out of like the Q, the X, and then the J.
Which is huge.
It'll just give you two random.
It's a huge advantage. So I would change that to be if the person gets it should be if the person gets the Q, then they also get the J. If the person if the person gets the Q, they get the X. If they get the Z, they get the J.
Why not just one random of each, either the Q or the Z? Like you got the Q or the Z, and then you get the X or the J.
Okay, but then there's the argument to be made that playing the Q is much more difficult than the Z, and playing the X is easier than the J.
Oh,
What did you play?
Big Cow.
Something's wrong. Okay, so do you see in the bottom right, grudge?
Pardon me?
Do you see in the bottom right, there's grudge?
Yeah.
Hold on, give me that back. Did I play it? Oh, can I play it?
No.
Yeah.
What are you trying to play?
A-R-E. I'm gonna need this back, but something's wrong.
What are you trying to play?
I'm letting you know. Okay, so do you see there where the R is with wider and grudge?
Yeah.
I'm trying to play an A next to the R, to the left of the R, and an E to the right of the R for the word R, A-R-E. And it's not letting me play that.
R a word?
Yeah, like you are, they are. So I don't know why that isn't working.
What does it give you an error? Does it give you an error? Anything?
I'll tell you in a second. A-R. So I can play the A, and it would be plus 2 points. But then if I play the E, it says invalid format. G-A was not recognized as a valid English word. But if I remove it, oh wait, hold on. Okay, I see the error. I'm going to need this back, but we're just doing troubleshooting. Okay. Send it. Oh, it autoplayed it. Okay, whatever. So, AR is a word, and it will let you play that. But GA is not a word. So it should say AR is a word, but GA is not a word, so you can't play it. Right now, it just says... Right now... No. You don't understand what I'm saying. Wait. It let you play GA?
Let me play R. A-R-E.
Okay, then something's wrong with it. Because it said GA is not a valid word.
Yeah, but in the dictionary, when you search it up,
I know. So, hey, what happened?
Oh, wait, never mind. I just searched up again and said GA is not.
So,
yeah, GA is not valid. But then it shouldn't have let you place the A there.
Exactly. There's something wrong with it. So, like, maybe take a screenshot of that as like an issue that arose, if you can.
Yeah.
Can you swap with like no matter how few tiles are left?
Well, they're in your rack. There are two separate racks now, so probably. But in real Scrabble, if there's less than 6 tiles, you can't do that. Prevent spamming the other person with the other crappy tiles. Literati, where does it say like so and so played this?
I think it just highlights it on the board.
Guys like some famous. Guys like those letters. Read the gameplay log. Read it out loud.
Riser, oh, that's turn by turn recap. The champ is here. The winner is Sex Beast. Riser is garbage. This is cute. William Montgomery knows they're garbage. Bob Lazar knows they're garbage. Joe Rogan knows they're garbage. G.I. Joel knows they're garbage. Brendan Schaub knows they're garbage. Marlon Hill knows they're garbage. Casey Rocket knows they're garbage. Miranda Cosgrove knows they're garbage. Everyone knows they're garbage. That is phenomenal. Did I win?
Yeah.
Okay, let's see here. Turn by turn recap. That's fine. Shouldn't it say like how many tiles were removed from my score because I didn't play them?
To deduct you at the end.
Yeah, but how would I know? Like, how do I find that information?
Yeah, it should log that.
And if possible, have like a thing that like, it's fine. It doesn't need to pop up. But like, maybe change the screen color or something so you know it's over. Like, you shouldn't have to be like, read the gameplay log. That's phenomenal. That thing.
So the final game score. It says game over at just above the board.
I see that, but still, you might still be just looking around, and if the other person is like, I whooped your ass, then you wouldn't know. You made it a lot closer than what it was, dude. It's amazing. It's not even like I'm not even busting his balls about it. It's amazing. To the point where the fact that they have the definitions there means that we're not just sitting here jerking each other off. We are learning new words, which I think is really important. And like the little things about whatever, like not being able to play GA, G-A, or whatever. That stuff that we can get over or we can fix. Before I want to play diagonal and I want to play backwards, I want to make sure one game mode is really, really good. And this one, out of 100, the game itself is like 96 out of 100, 97 out of 100, and its accuracy is pretty close to that too. So that's all really great. So yeah, I'd love to play it more, but can you play against a computer?
No. I mean, you can't yet, but it's possible.
Yeah.
It's possible. Like it easy.
Right. Oh, look who the fuck showed up. Zoot, are you there?
Yeah.
How you living, pimp?
Not bad.
Riser, do you know that Zoot is going to perform on Monday?
Yeah, he does.
Did you impregnate the chick that got kicked out of her house?
What?
He asked, did you impregnate the chick who got kicked out of her house?
No, I haven't told you that.
Playing it cool. Are you gonna say hi to Chelsea on Monday?
That bitch sucks.
Interesting.
No, I didn't say. I just said I gotta say hi to her.
Sure. I saw her on Saturday.
Did you tell her that she sucks?
Or does she do stand-up?
What'd you say?
Is she a poet? No, she did poems on stage or does she do stand-up?
Just stand up.
Do you think you're funnier than her?
Yeah.
Did you tell her that she sucks?
Yeah.
No, you didn't, and you need to. You need to put that bitch in her place. She needs to know that I get banned from enough people in this world that she should not try to continue negativity to those who may one day make a significant impact on her life.
There's so many up and downs there.
Okay.
Rabbi should have cut my hair.
Should you cut your hair?
Should have.
You should be a man and make your own personal decisions and not ask other people.
Are you saying cut your own hair? Or just cut your own hair? Get it cut.
I have a fringe right now.
What's a fringe?
What's a fringe?
Yeah.
When your hair grows out of your forehead.
We call that bangs. Dude, so what are you going to talk about on Monday?
You might get offended.
Okay.
But I'm gonna do it another way. That's like not offensive.
Oh, the fact that you already said that means it's going to be extremely offensive. If you don't preface me on stuff like Amish orgies and weird people on the bus, then this is automatically going to be offensive. But let's hear it.
Oh, I don't know if I can say it.
All right, well then don't say it.
We will help you, right? No. Rabbi.
What up, Zoo?
Is blasphemy the biggest sin you can commit?
There are arguments.
You don't believe in
There are arguments to be made that you should not blaspheme, and that in its own way, it can be the worst thing that you can do. But there are also arguments to be made that murder is the worst thing you can do. So it depends. Why? What do you want to say?
Yeah, I've just been. Have I ever blasphemed God on stage?
It's blasphemed, not blastified, but no big deal there. When you call God, like maybe they have mental issues, that's like your biggest set. That's what got you to the finals of Raw Comedy or whatever. State finals. So tell us what you're going to say, and just don't, like, if it's super offensive or whatever, you think I'll get in trouble for it, then just spell it out or spell it out or something.
I'll get in trouble.
Okay. What is it?
No, you're gonna hate me for this. But I'm gonna say it anyway. You think if Jesus Christ did his mission today, the Jews would have put him on the Epstein list?
Why is that a thing?
Guys, you get it? How did you choose 2,000 years ago when we had cameras around and we had internet around? It would have been easier to prove himself today. Why did he not want to choose today? Like, did he was afraid that he was going to get put on the Epstein list?
I don't understand.
You don't understand?
Yeah.
You're saying like God chose to come down to Earth at a period where there was technology and cameras because he was a PDF.
Where is that? Where is that in your doctrine? Where is that in your doctrine? That the Nazarene abused children. That person abused children. Riser, can you translate?
He didn't.
I don't understand.
He never did.
Okay. I don't understand the joke. Riser, can you translate it?
I don't get it either. Because I'm writing it.
Okay. Well, for clarification, we do have sin in Judaism, but we don't have original sin, and not like the cardinal sins, but any of the transgressions of what we consider the 613 mitzvot are sins. And you had said blasphemy would be like the worst sin, but there are arguments to be made it'd be idolatry, but there's no like perfect list that or perfect Jewish law halakha that would determine this. So I don't understand your joke though. So if you could, can you just clarify it?
Okay. Like the people who control the world, you think that they would put like, you think they would put the name of, you think they would make Christ the worse than he was and do things like put him on the Epstein list. It's kind of what I was going for.
You're gonna get crickets if you say this in the middle of a.
No, I haven't quoted it properly.
Okay, because it doesn't make sense. Like, I think what you're trying to say, or maybe you do need help with the word. It would be something like, if the Nazarene were here today, do you think that they would be seen as an enemy of the state and be put in a challenging position on the Epstein Island? And if so, how would that?
They chose to come in their time knowing that they'd be nailed to a cross for like 3 days and die. They chose that time period to go to.
Okay, you recognize that not everybody in your
allegedly.
Not everybody in your stand-up room is Christian, right? Maybe only 50%.
Yes. They all know the story of Jesus Christ.
No, I get that, but you're acting like everybody should know that they knew that they were going to be, that the Nazarene was like had all this knowledge of going to be crucified and everything, where there are some people that might not know that.
I'm in a Christian country.
As am I, and I'm telling you right now that like there are a lot of that is a, as I understand, a certain doctrine of Christianity, but it's not every Christian believes that.
I don't know if Australia is actually. I don't know if the Muslim population is outgrowing the Christian population in the last decade.
Okay, I don't know. I don't think you've got a winner with this one. I think Tweety Bird is much funnier. I don't know if this is going to work. Tweety Bird's funnier.
Though you said a few things where can they get into?
Zoo, every single joke you've ever had, in my opinion.
What's the premise of the joke? Or it will work when you get the whole thing. It will work when you put together.
So you're accusing of Jesus of being a PDF thing, right?
No, not at all. Actually, opposite. Man never sinned.
Okay, but like that's a Christian take.
Christian take that he never sinned.
Correct. And of the room that you have, especially if they're stand-up comedians, more than 50% of them are probably secular. Unless you have a really killer religious joke, it is not a good idea to joke about religion. People take it too seriously. What did you say?
Nothing.
What
I'm just reading. Oh, do you want to hear my four favorite movies on Letterboxd?
You told them to me like 6 hours ago, but sure, let's hear it again.
City of God, Casino, Wizard of Oz, and AR Artificial Intelligence.
Do you like Casino more than Goodfellas?
Yep.
Why?
Why?
Yeah, why?
Casino. Right. Casino is like more of a better it feels like an escape where in a world that I like.
And Goodfellas doesn't?
Goodfellas is kind of like Goodfellas is like they all get caught, you know, Goodfellas get somewhere. Do you like Goodfellas?
Yeah. But not by much. I like them both a lot. I could go either way, frankly. And in my opinion, Goodfellas Casino is underrated.
I think Goodfellas is better cult. Better made. It's a better book.
I think that Goodfellas wins slightly because the soundtrack's better, frankly.
Yeah, guess.
Which isn't a huge thing. And the actors in Goodfellas are probably slightly better, but
So but no,
you don't have Ray Liotta, but Casino has Sharon Stone.
Sharon's done
In a bun?
in her prime.
In her prime, yeah. But that lady in, I forget her name. She's also in Sopranos. She's really hot too. But like Sharon Stone's kind of like another level. Dude, I don't know. But Casino, they're both based on true stories. And I like the ending of Casino a lot. Because it's just like, it's very true that like casinos went from being run by the mob in the 1990s or so to being corporate entities of family fun. And then they changed again. They stopped being family fun and they went back to being adult. But when they were family fun, it was like another world. I think it's arguable that when Las Vegas went to be family friendly from like the 1990s to the 2000s, it was almost in its own way. Like Las Vegas has seen different peaks, but there was definitely a peak. They had all kinds of fun things there for kids. They had the best arcades in the world. They had roller coasters and these huge shows that were all free. And it was like they had like my family would like back in the day we'd stay this one like at the peak of all of this, Treasure Island, and which is based on Robert Louis Stevenson's book. And for like an entire year of my life, it became pirate oriented. Everything I did was like I wanted it to be pirate oriented because my parents would go down to the casino sometimes and just leave me. I would ask to be just left in the room because 24 hours a day they would just show the same movie on the TV, and I just wanted to watch the movie Treasure Island. And I got to learn this movie super, super well. And then we go and like, I don't know, like Lego was pirate, and the arcades were pirate, and it was just everything was really cool. And that all went away. Anyway. Hey, Zoot, are we listening to the fucking radio? Zoot, you should be in here at 5 p.m. Pacific time for the White House Freedom 250, dog.
Everyone woke up.
I mean, it's not over, dog. Canada tied on Friday. What up, Zoot?
How do you feel that you know the world's best trillionaire?
I always knew that Elon Musk would be competition, but at least from what I recall in my dream, I would be the first trillionaire with $1 million in the bank, or first trillionaire with $1 trillion in the bank, I should say, not on paper. I could give a shit of being a trillionaire on paper. To me, liquidity means everything.
Elon Musk is much money versus billionaire.
What?
Elon Musk is not the first trillionaire.
That's a first publicly acknowledged trillionaire.
He's the first public trillionaire.
Depends how you define public.
That's true. And I would have rather been a billionaire 100 years ago than a trillionaire today in terms of the power of the dollar. The dollar is just extremely devalued. Dude, I have a question for you. Are you ready for my question? Are you sure? That girl who won Raw Comedy, the finals, or not the finals, but she went to Melbourne. Has she been back and has she been doing stand up and has she seen success?
Yeah, so I won.
All right. Did she do well?
Yeah. Yes. She's getting better.
Okay. Is anyone telling you at stand up that they think you're funny?
No.
Okay. Well, that's a big sign. That's a big sign.
No.
I don't know about that.
Australia won.
They haven't had time to play twice.
Yeah.
I don't think so. The World Cup started. The World Cup started on Thursday, and
They won the match.
yeah, 2-0. And Canada tied 1-1 against Bosnia. But where are you getting your information that Australia?
With Mexico, and South Korea.
Just within their division.
Oh, they're winning. Oh, they're tied with the US. Does that mean they're playing the US next?
No. Do you want to know who they play next?
Yeah.
They played in Vancouver. They play.
They're playing US next.
They play
Saturday, June 7th.
They play the United States on Friday at noon. Are you gonna watch it in here with me?
No, the US.
We're not that good. Now here's my question for you, Zoot.
Yeah.
Do you think Australia has a better soccer team than New Zealand?
I think so, yeah.
Do you know who Vinny Eastwood is?
I mean, the last time the US played Australia, they won.
Who's they?
The US. Last time they played Australia, they won.
Okay. The U.S. is probably a top 20 team in the world, but not top 5. And so you've got to be really good to be at that level.
How does the division work?
As I understand, it works like this.
Sorry?
You have your groups, and then the winner of each group then makes it to the playoffs. And the playoffs are 16 teams and then 8 teams. And the round of that round starts in early July. So the team. So there's a round of 32, and I think you have to end up in the top. The top 2 or 3 in each division. Or I should say, you have to be in the top 2 or 3 in each of your group. And that's done by points. So you get 1 point for a win, and
how long is it go for? To July?
Yeah. The finals are like July 19th.
Who do you think is going to win?
Probably Spain. Probably Spain, but I'd like England to win. They haven't won since 1966. 1960. What are the chances of Australia winning? You told me yesterday it was 1 in 600.
I think it's high now because they won the first game, but what's the next game?
The next game of anybody is today at noon, or no, 10 a.m. Pacific time. It's Germany versus Curacao. Then Netherlands, Japan. Then Cote d'Ivoire, Ivory Coast versus Ecuador. Then Sweden and Tunisia.
And Belgium, Egypt, Is Israel in the World Cup?
No.
Israel in the World Cup? Why not?
They didn't make it. They didn't make it. Same with Italy. China's not in the World Cup. Dude, who is so loud on the mic right now?
I'm not even talking. You're breathing into the mic. Really?
Dude, that's what I tell you. You're so loud. Your microphone is so sensitive.
It sounds like you're snorting cocaine.
It does. Zoo, did you know that yesterday the 2 flags of countries that have the most differing dimensions played, Qatar and Switzerland? Switzerland is like a 1x1 flag, it's square, and Qatar's is like really long. Have you ever seen the full Qatar flag? It's like longer than a normal flag. Did you just say you're going on Instagram now?
Max up here. Rabbi.
What up, pimp?
Rabbi. Who's the most five powerful comic book superheroes?
I mean, isn't Superman?
I don't even think Superman reaches the top five.
Okay, I don't know this. I'm not good with this kind of information. What I can tell you is that the White House is establishing a new UAP Science Advisory Council. Harvard astronomer Harvey Loeb has been tasked by the White House with helping form this new council.
Rabbi.
What up, Pimp?
Apparently there's 80 aliens that visit the White House.
Okay. Dude, I have a question for you, and this might be the best question anybody's ever asked you. If you had to be on a tropical island with either the girl who was a finalist of Raw Comedy or Chelsea, which one would you pick?
How long am I on the island?
10 years.
10 years?
That's what I said.
Oh, that sounds like hell. I don't want to do that.
No, but you have to choose.
How do you survive 10 years in tropical?
It's tropical. There's fruit and there's water. And
Is that slow?
no, there's no cell phones. There's no Instagram. You have to spend time with that person.
God.
I'm going to ask you again. You are on a desert island, a tropical island, with either the girl who is the finalist for Raw Comedy or Chelsea. Who are you choosing? Her name is what? Tilly. Tilly or Chelsea, dog?
Yeah. I'll probably get sick of Chelsea real quick, so probably do it.
All right, who do you find hotter?
Oh my god.
Why? We know the answer. Tilly is slightly hotter than Chelsea. That's facts, dog.
You only say that because you blocked me.
No, I would say that without that. But since she blocked me and Tilly did not, then Tilly's way hotter. Do you like Pink Floyd or AC/DC more?
ACDC.
Do you like Pink Floyd or Led Zeppelin more?
Led Zeppelin.
Do you like the Beatles or Led Zeppelin more?
The Beatles.
Do you like the Beatles or AC/DC more?
The Beatles.
Do you like the Beatles or the Rolling Stones more?
The Beatles.
Are the Beatles your favorite band?
None of the other bands. I love all the bands. But like every band in existence was the best song or someone it's one of my favorites.
That's true. Dude, did you know that I'm going to be on a podcast in 2 hours and 19 minutes?
Cool.
Is that the coolest shit you've ever heard?
Yeah. Would you say that? It's true. Bands have been
For sure.
Like Coldplay is just like modern day Beatles.
Correct. What did you just say?
Oh. What are the other Australian? What's the other Australian band? It's not ACDC.
Jet.
Jet.
Yeah.
That's an obscure answer.
I know, isn't it? It really is. It absolutely is. They're like the 7th most famous Australian band, but they have 2 really good songs. Cold Hard Bitch and
Are you gonna be my girl?
Are You Gonna Be My Girl? There you go. Good job, Zoo. Yeah, those. Yeah, so Jet's an amazing band. There's
His second album got 0.
I imagine nobody knows what happened, but they had a really great name. And then what would it be? Is it Men Without Pants? Or is it Men at Work?
Men at Work.
But yeah, Jet is an obscure answer. Riser, do you know who Jet is? Yes or no? I'll wait.
Maybe if I heard the song. Off the top of my head now.
Do you know who Men at Work are?
No.
You don't know Land Down Under?
Maybe if I heard the song.
Don't you come from the land down under? It's like Zoot's theme song.
I don't think I've heard it.
You better run. You better run. You better say, oh. Don't you know I'm from the land down under? Zoot, sing it. Don't you come from the land down under? You better come. Yeah, they're big. For like the 80s. She was. At one point, she was the flavor of the week. Her sister was never that big, but she had that song, and I still love it. Love at First Sight. I love that song. Kylie Minogue was like the Australian version of Kylie Rae Jepsen. She.
Big. 5 seconds of summer.
That's Australian?
Yep.
Oh, okay. Yeah, they're pretty big.
They were but they go big. They're not big as hard, but they're not as big as One Direction. One Direction in Australia, but they're rock focused. They're an actual boy band. They're an actual boy band.
Dude, do you want to be in a boy band? Yes or no? I'll wait. Back in the day, you wanted to be in a boy band?
Yeah. Yeah. Tight. You know how many girls want to fuck guys with boy band?
Who's the hottest girl who performs at Raw Comedy? I'll wait.
Performed at Raw Comedy or open mic?
Open mic, I should say.
Are the chicks in Australia supposed to be hot?
Some are.
Some
Some are.
Said some are.
Yes, I said some.
It's not like eugenics and made everyone
Correct. But girls in Australia are looser than other countries.
What do you mean?
They're whores in a good way. Do you know that Alex Mather is doing an Australian tour at the Botany View Hotel in Sydney? You knew that? Dude, have you ever seen the Kill Tony where they go to Sydney, Melbourne, and Brisbane?
Yeah.
You did watch them?
I've seen them on YouTube. I just watched a bit.
Were they the greatest things you've ever seen? Okay, while you're answering that question, did you know that Tony Hinchcliffe married an Australian woman? Yeah, I did. Nobody knows anything about this woman, though. He's very private. All right, you go to Laugh Lab Instagram. Dude, did you watch Tony Hinchcliffe's special? Yes or no? I'll wait.
I've seen clips on it.
Did you see that guy in the front row who wasn't amused?
No.
Dude, you should know all about this, man. He kept a frown the whole time. Allegedly. Dude, where was that special shot?
What?
Where was the special shot?
Houston, Texas.
It was in Houston?
No, I was just guessing.
No, I think it was in Phoenix. So, do you know that Riser made a really good Scrabble game?
Yeah.
And he made it. No, it's amazing. He made improvements to it. It's even better now. Maybe next you should ask him to make a 3-person Moncala game.
How'd that work?
You have to redesign the board.
I'm sure somebody can figure it out. It's not that complicated. It could work like pool, like it's cutthroat. Riser, if you asked AI to make a mini golf game with a different hole every single time, could it?
No, I have not. But that might be a good project. I'd like to design the holes. Unfortunately, Plato doesn't want you to do that. It would be so much cooler if there gave you like a little thing to tinker around in.
Did you ever play the game? I doubt you did, but it's called Sim Golf. It's by Max, it's the people who did The Sims.
Are you saying Sims or Sim?
Sim, S-I-M.
Oh yeah. I don't know.
You can create your own golf course. Actually, you create your own country club. And then you get to play on it. And it's a lot of fun. It's like SimCity, but for golf.
It is.
What did you just say, Zoot?
Nothing.
Zoot, have you been taking your medication?
Have I had oh shit.
No, you've been really good on that, but I'm just asking, have you?
You ever take medication?
I don't need medication.
I said I've been taking my medication.
Oh, okay. Good for you, man. Excellent. Shout out to Zoot. Why don't you ask that girl out? The girl who was just living on her friend's couch or whatever.
So we all know there's a spark there.
Yeah, definitely. I would tell that woman, hey, I know you don't have any money or whatever. Here's $20 or whatever for you to go to the store and get whatever you need to get deodorant or whatever, maybe $40. I don't know. But like to get her self-esteem back, and then you go to whatever you go to there. You could invite her to comedy, or like, if you're performing at comedy, do you have the ability to bring a guest or no?
Yeah.
Okay, so why don't you ask her to comedy on Monday?
Have you not heard his comedy?
That's a great point. That's an excellent point. That's the second best point.
Wow, this is the least funny thing I've ever seen.
Right.
Use that as motivation and as fuel up to her life around.
She'd be like, wow, I almost set it up with that guy. That is the most eye-opening phrase that I've heard. Oh, he just... What? Okay, I'm not the one who said it. Riser said it. But
when you're a comedian, you have to be able to take the trash talk.
you need thick skin. But no, I get it. That's fine if Zoot wanted to say F you to me on that one. I get it. I have no issue with that. That was kind of mean by Riser. But it's very funny.
Just a joke.
Zoot, what is the girl's name? What's the girl's name of the girl who's hanging out on the couch or whatever? Indiana? Like the American state?
Yep.
How'd she get that name? No way. That's an interesting name. Oh, that's a great question. It's like a family name. So, my grandfather who passed, I took his name, and it means Hebrew. It means who is like God. And my Hebrew name is Moshe, which means from the water or drawn from the water. And that's also from my grandfather.
Sorry, Bobby.
You okay? Are you choking on a dick?
Yeah, buddy.
All right, gentlemen. I'd love to shoot the shit with you all morning, but I got to get ready for this podcast. So I'm going to put you guys on mute. Zoot, come in at 5 p.m. Pacific time. Riser, be here at 5 p.m. Pacific time.
5 p.m. my time.
Doug, Riser's the one who said that we were doing a fight watch.
Remember when do the good people go on?
They're all good. The 7, there aren't any preliminaries. Everything is the main card.
Okay. How long is it? Like 2 hours?
It'll be like 3 hours.
Okay.
You won't be here at 5. You'll be here at 7:30.
Yeah, I'll probably be a little later, but
No, that's bullshit, dog. That's bullshit. Okay, boys. Take care, my friend. Shout out to Riser and Zoom. Even saying not to correctly. Okay, so if I ever done incorrectly, which I've been saying. You get to 29th of Superman, 5796, Sunday, June 14th. Creation of life, birth, family, 36, 31, 36, 35, 26, 235, 897, 34, 36, 324, Keenan, 17, 33, 66, 395, and Hall, 7, Keenan was born, 33, 01, 460, Yard, 71, Hall was born, 31, 39, 622, Sonic, son of Yard was born, 30, 74, 687, Sherlock, son of Hall was born, 28, 87, 875, 2, son of Methuselah was born, 28, 31, 930, Adam died. We've been doing this bitch for 170 days.
Creation of heaven and earth, and Adam and Eve. Secular year Jewish year event in history. Minus 3,761 creation of the world. Birth of Adam and Eve, Java. Minus 3,631 130 Seth, son of Adam, was born. Minus 3,526 235 Enosh, son of Seth, was born. Minus 3,436 325 Kenan, son of Enosh, was born. Minus 3,366 395 Mehalalo, son of Kenan, was born. Minus 3,301 460 Yerd, son of Mehalalo, was born. Minus 3,139 622 Chanak, son of Yerd, was born. Minus 3,074 687 Metashalach, son of Chanak, was born. Minus 2,887 874 Lemech 2, son of Metashalach, was born. Minus 2,831 930 Adam died. Minus 2,705 1,056 Noah, son of Lemech 2, was born. Minus 2,225 1,536 Noah began the construction of the ark. Minus 2,205 1,556 Yaphat, son of Noah, was born. Minus 2,204 1,557 Cham, son of Noah, was born. Minus 2,203 1,558 Shem, son of Noah, was born. Minus 2,105 1,656 Metashalach died. Minus 2,105 1,656 The Great Flood covered the earth. Minus 2,103 1,658 Arpachshad, son of Shem, was born. Minus 2068 1,693 Shalach, son of Arpachshad, born. Minus 2038 1,723 Eber, son of Shalach, was born. Minus 2004 1,757 Peleg, son of Eber, was born. Minus 1974 1,787 Ryu, son of Peleg, was born. Minus 1942 1,819 Sirach, son of Ryu, was born. Minus 1912 1,849 Nakhrai, son of Sirach, was born. Minus 1,883 1,878 Terah, son of Nakhrai, was born. The Forefathers. Secular year Jewish year event in history. Minus 1,813 1948 Abraham, son of Terah, was born. Minus 1,803 1958 Sarah, daughter of Haran, was born. Minus 1,788 1973 Abraham married Sarah. Minus 1,765 1996 dispersion from Babel after building the tower. Minus 1,761 2000 Terah left Ur Kasdim with his family. Minus 1,755 2006 Noah died. Minus 1,743 2018 The Covenant, Brit Bain Habitarum, with Abraham. Minus 1,738 2023 Abraham settled in Canaan. Minus 1,727 2034 Ishmael, son of Abraham, was born. Minus 1,713 2048 Abraham circumcised himself in Ishmael. Minus 1,713 2048 Sodom and Gomorrah were destroyed. Minus 1,713 2048 Isaac, son of Abraham, was born. Minus 1,677 2084 The Agda, where Isaac was brought on the altar by Abraham. Minus 1,677 2084 Sarah died. Minus 1,653 2,108 Jacob and Esau were born. Minus 1,638 2,123 Abraham died. Minus 1,603 2,158 Shem, son of Noah, died. Minus 1,590 2,171 Isaac blessed Jacob instead of Esau. Minus 1,576 2,185 Jacob went to Haran. Minus 1,574 2,187 Eber, great-grandson of Shem, died. Minus 1,569 2,192 Jacob married Leah and Rachel. Minus 1,566 2,195 Levi, son of Jacob and Leah, was born. Minus 1,562 2,199 Joseph, son of Jacob and Rachel, was born. Minus 1,556 2,205 Jacob left Haran. Minus 1,553 2,208 Benjamin was born. Minus 1,545 2,216 Joseph was sold. Minus 1,533 2,228 Isaac died. Minus 1,532 2,229 Joseph became Viceroy of Egypt. Minus 1,526 2,235 Kahat, son of Levi, was born. Minus 1,523 2,238 Jacob and his family went to Egypt. Living in Egypt. Secular year Jewish year event in history. Minus 1,506 2,255 Jacob died. Minus 1,429 2,332 after Levi died. The enslavement in Egypt began. Minus 1,393 2,368 Moses was born. Minus 1,355 2,406 Joshua was born. Minus 1,314 2,447 Moses encountered the burning bush. Minus 1,313 2,448 the Jewish nation left Egypt. Traveling through the desert. Secular year Jewish year event in history. Minus 1,313 2,448 the Jewish nation crossed the Red Sea. Minus 1,313 2,448 the revelation at Mount Sinai and the giving of the Torah. Minus 1,313 2,448 Moses broke the tablets. Minus 1,312 2,449 Moshe came down Mount Sinai with the second tablets. Minus 1,312 2,449 the tabernacle was erected. Minus 1,312 2,449 the spies returned from Canaan with bad news. Minus 1,274 2,487 Aaron and Miriam died. Minus 1,273 2,488 Moses died. Judges and early prophets. Secular year Jewish year event in history. Minus 1,273 2,488 the Jews crossed the Jordan into Canaan. minus 1,258, 2,503. The appointment of the land of Israel was completed. Minus 1,245, 2,516. Joshua died. Minus 1,228, 2,533. The rule of judges began with Othniel ben Kenaz. Minus 1,188, 2,573. Ehud ben Gera became leader. Minus 1,107, 2,654. Shamgar ben Anath died. Minus 1,107, 2,654. Deborah became leader. Minus 1,067, 2,694. Gideon became leader. Minus 1,027, 2,734. Abimelech, son of Gideon, became leader. Minus 1,024, 2,737. Tola, son of Pua, became leader. Minus 1,003, 2,758. Jair, the Chaldite, became leader. Minus 982, 2,779. Jephthah, Hagiladi, became leader. Minus 969, 2,792. Elam, Hazavilonai, became leader. Minus 959, 2,802. Abdon ben Hillel became leader. Minus 951, 2,810. Samson became leader. Minus 931, 2,830. Eli the Cohen became leader. Minus 907, 2,854. David was born. Minus 890, 2,871. Samuel became leader. Kings and the First Holy Temple. Secular year, Jewish year event in history. Minus 879, 2,882. Saul was appointed king. Minus 877, 2,884. David became king of Judah in Hebron. Minus 869, 2,892. David became king of Israel in Jerusalem. Minus 837, 2,924. Solomon became king. Minus 833, 2,928. The building of the first Beit Hamikdash commenced. Minus 827, 2,935. The first Beit Hamikdash was completed. Minus 797, 2,964. Solomon died and his kingdom was divided. Minus 797, 2,964. Rehoboam, son of Solomon, became king of Judah. Minus 797, 2,964. Jeroboam ben Nebat became king over Israel. Minus 718, 3,043. Elijah went up in a chariot of fire. Minus 677, 3,084. Joash renovated the Beit Hamikdash. Minus 619, 3,142. Isaiah began his prophecies. Minus 574, 3,187. The first 2 of the 10 tribes were exiled. Minus 566, 3,195. Another 2 of the 10 tribes were exiled. Minus 562, 3,199. Hezekiah became king of Judah. Minus 556, 3,205. The last of the 10 tribes were exiled. Minus 548, 3,213. Sennacherib invaded the land of Judah and retreated. Minus 533, 3,228. Manasseh, son of Hezekiah, became king of Judah. Minus 463, 3,298. Jeremiah began his prophecies. Minus 458, 3,303. Josiah renovated the Beit Hamikdash. Minus 442, 3,319. Jerusalem was conquered and Jehoiakim was exiled. Minus 443, 3,321. Joachim burned the Book of Lamentations composed by Jeremiah. Minus 434, 3,327. Jerusalem was conquered again and Jehoiakim was exiled. Minus 433, 331. Jeremiah persisted in prophesying calamity. Minus 429, 3,332. Ezekiel prophesied in exile. Minus 425 3,336 The final Babylonian siege of Jerusalem. Minus 423 3,338 The walls of Jerusalem were penetrated. Minus 423 3,338 The sacrifices ceased in the Beit Hamikdash. Minus 423 3,338 The first Beit Hamikdash was destroyed. Exile in Babylon. Secular year Jewish year event in history. Minus 423 3,339 Gedaliah ben Achikam was killed. Minus 421 3,340 Daniel interpreted Nebuchadnezzar dream. Minus 410 3,352 Ezekiel prophesied about the future Beit Hamikdash. Minus 372 3,389 Daniel read the writing on the wall. Minus 372 3,389 Daniel was thrown into the lion's den. Minus 371 3,390 Zerubbabel led the return to the land of Israel. Minus 373,391 building of second Beit Hamikdash commenced. Then halted. Minus 366 3,395 Akashverosh II made his great banquet. Minus 362 3,399 Esther was taken to the palace. Minus 357 3,404 Esther took action against Haman's decree. Minus 355 3,406 Mordecai proclaimed the celebration of Purim. Minus 353 3,408 building of the second Beit Hamikdash resumed. Minus 349 3,412 the second Beit Hamikdash was completed. Building of the second Holy Temple. Secular year Jewish year event in history. Minus 348 3,413 Ezra led the second return to the land of Israel. Minus 335 3,426 Nehemiah returned to rebuild walls of Jerusalem. Minus 313 3,448 Ezra died. Minus 313 3,448 Simon the Zadok met Alexander the Great. Minus 313 3,449 the Minyan Shtaro began. Greek cultural domination. Secular year Jewish year event in history. Minus 273 3,488 Simon the Zadok died. Minus 246 3,515 72 elders translated the Torah into Greek, Septuagint. Minus 143,621 the revolt of Mattatyahu the Shashmonadai. Kingdom of Judea. Dynasty of the Shashmonadim. Secular year Jewish year event in history. Minus 139 3,622 Judah the Maccabee ruled. Minus 139 3,622 the second Beit Hamikdash was rededicated. Minus 138 3,623 Hanukkah was declared a festival. Minus 133 3,628 Judah the Maccabee was killed in battle. Minus 133 3,628 Yonatan, son of Mattatyahu, ruled. Minus 127 3,634 Shimon, son of Mattatyahu, ruled. Minus 119 3,642 Yohanan Hyrcanos, son of Shimon, ruled. Minus 93 3,668 Judah Aristobulus, son of Yochanan Hyrcanos, ruled. Minus 91 3,670 Alexander Yanai, son of Yochanan Hyrcanos, ruled. Minus 73 3,688 Queen Shalomzion, Salome Alexandra, wife of Alexander Yanai, ruled. Minus 65 3,696 Aristobulus II, son of Alexander Yanai, ruled /TD. Minus 61 3,700 the Romans gained control of Judea. Minus 61 3,700 Hyrcanos II, son of Alexander Yanai, ruled. Minus 43,721 Antigonus, son of Aristobulus II, ruled. Roman client kings and rulers, the Herodian dynasty. Secular year Jewish year event in history. Minus 36 3,725 Herod I ruled. Killing all the Shashmonaim. Minus 33 3,728 Hillel became the leader of the Torah scholars. Minus 19 3,742 Herod I began rebuilding the second Beit Hamikdash. Minus 11 3,750 renovation of the second Beit Hamikdash was completed. 1 3,761 Archelaus, son of Herod I, ruled. 8 3,768 Hillel died. 10 3,770 Archelaus was deposed by the Roman Emperor. 21 3,781 Agrippa I, grandson of Herod I, ruled. 28 3,788 The Sanhedrin moved from the second Beit Hamikdash. 44 3,804 Agrippa II, son of Agrippa I, ruled. 53,810 Rabbi Gamliel I, son of Shimon, grandson of Hillel, died. 66 3,826 Vespasian arrived in Judea to reassert Roman authority. 69 3,829 The second Beit Hamikdash was destroyed. The Talmudic era. The Mishnah. Secular year Jewish year event in history. 74 3,834 R. Yohanan ben Zakkai died. 86 3,846 The Sanhedrin moved from place to place, under R. Gamliel II. 133 3,893 Bader fell, and the Bar Kokhba revolt ended in tragedy. 134 3,894 Judaism was banned, and R. Akiva was imprisoned. 189 3,949 R. Judah Hanasi completed the Mishnah around this time. The Talmudic era. The Gemara. Secular year Jewish year event in history. 219 3,979 Rav left the land of Israel and settled in Babylonia. 247 4007 Shmuel was the Talmudic authority in Babylonia. 254 4014 R. Yohanan was the leading Talmudic authority. 294 050 R. Huna was the leading Talmudic authority. 298 4058 R. Yehuda was the leading Talmudic authority. 304 060 R. Kista was the leading Talmudic authority. 309 4069 Rabbi was the leading Talmudic authority. 321 4081 R. Yosef was the leading Talmudic authority. 325 4085 Abai was the leading Talmudic authority. 338 4098 Rabbi was the leading Talmudic authority. 359 4119 Hillel II, who established the calendar, became Nasi. 392 4152 R. Ashi was the leading Talmudic authority. 427 4187 R. Ashi died after the compilation of the Gemara. 475 4235 The Talmud was complete when Ravina II died. The Rabbanan. Secular year Jewish year event in history. 551 4311 Mar Sutra proclaimed Jewish self-rule in Babylonia. The Janim. Secular year Jewish year event in history. 589 4349 The Talmudic Academy of Pumbedita was reconstituted. 609 4369 The Talmudic Academy of Sura was reconstituted. 614 4374 The Persians conquered the land of Israel. 614 4374 The Jews were allowed to return to Jerusalem. 629 4389 The Byzantine Empire reconquered the land of Israel. 636 4396 R. Yitzhak was the last Jayon of Nehardeh, Firas Shaber. 637 4397 The Arabs conquered the land of Israel. 645 4405 One of the Takanat Hajanim was enacted at this time. 755 4,515 Jaon left Iraq for the land of Israel. 759 4,519 Yehuda became Jaon of Surah. 759 4,519 The Halachot Gedalat, B.A. Hag, was written at this time. 788 4,548 Another of the Takanat Hajanim was enacted at this time. 858 4,618 Aram, who wrote the Siddur, became Jaon of Surah. 928 4,688 Rabbi and Saadia was appointed Jaon of Surah. 955 4,715 Four captives were ransomed at around this time. 968 4,728 Bar Shera became Jaon of Pumbedita. 997 4,757 Arhai became, the last, Jaon of Pumbedita. 1,038 4,798 Arhai died. And the academies of Babylon declined. The early Rishonim, the Crusade massacres. Secular year Jewish year event in history. 1,040 4,800 Rabbi and Jerusalem near Hagolah died. 1,088 4,848 The Rif arrived in Spain from Morocco. 1,096 4,856 The Crusaders destroyed Jewish communities. 1,099 4,859 Jerusalem was captured by the Crusaders. 1,103 4,863 The Rif died. 1,105 4,865 Rashi died. And the era of the Tosafot began. 1,135 4,895 The Rambam, Maimonides, was born. 1,144 4,904 The first, recorded, blood libel took place. 1,147 4,907 The Crusaders attacked Jewish communities. 1,147 4,907 Rabbi and Atam was captured by the Crusaders. 1,148 4,908 The Rambams and the Radek's families left Cordova. 1,165 4,925 The Rambam visited the land of Israel. 1,171 4,931 Rabbi and Atam died. 1,175 4,935 The Rashbam died. 1,184 4,944 The young son of the Ri was killed. 1,187 4,948 Jews were allowed to return to Jerusalem. 1,189 4,949 Yaakov d'Orleans was killed in London. 1,190 4,950 Jews were massacred in England in the Third Crusade. 1,191 4,951 Rabbi David Kimchi, known as the Radak, wrote his commentary. 1,194 4,954 The Rambam, Nachmanides, was born. 1,198 4,959 The Arei Avid died. 1,204 4,965 The Rambam died. 1,236 4,996 Rampaging mobs massacred Jews in France. 1,242 5,002 A massive burning of the Talmud took place in Paris. 1,244 5,004 Jerusalem was sacked by Egyptians and Turks. 1,252 5,012 The Inquisition began to use torture. 1,267 5,027 The Rabban left Spain and settled in the land of Israel. 1,270 5,030 The Rabban died. 1,286 5,046 The Maharam Mirathanbuk was imprisoned. 1,290 5,050 New works advanced the study of Kabbalah. 1,290 5,050 The era of the Tosafot concluded at around this time. Later Rishonim. Persecutions and expulsions. Secular year Jewish year event in history. 1,295,050 all Jews were expelled from England. 1,293 5,053 the Maharam Mirathanbek died in prison. 1,298 5,058 the Rindfleisch massacres began. 1,298 5,058 the author of the Mordecai and Hagahad Maimoniyot were killed. 1,305 5,065 the Rashba placed a limited ban on philosophy. 1,305 5,065 the Rosh and his son, the Tur, arrived in Spain. 1,306 5,066 all Jews were expelled from France. 1,310 5,070 the Rashba died. 1,320 5,080 Jews were massacred by the Pastoros Crusaders. 1,327 5,088 the Rosh died. 1,336 5,096 Jews of Germany were massacred by the armed-letter bands. 1,338 5,098 the Ralbag wrote his commentary on the Bible. 1,349 5,109 the Black Death massacres swept across Europe. 1,367 5,127 the Ravish and other scholars in Spain were imprisoned. 1,391 5,151 Jews of Spain were massacred. Many were forced to convert. 1,391 5,151 the Ravish and Rashbats left Spain. 1,394 5,155 the final expulsion of Jews from France. 1,413 5,173 R. Yosef Elba was in a forced debate with Christians. 1,421 5,181 Jews in Austria were massacred in the Wiener Gazira. 1,475 5,235 the invention of printing was used for Jewish books. 1,481 5,241 the Inquisition was established in Spain. 1,488 5,248 R. Obadiah de Bernanora settled in Jerusalem. 1,491 5,251 Columbus consulted R. Abraham Zakito for his travels. 1,492 5,252 all Jews were expelled from Spain and Sicily. The great scholars of the Shulchan Aruch and Torah Consolidation. Secular year Jewish year event in history. 1,493 5,253 R. Yitzhak Abarbanel arrived in Naples. From Spain. 1,496 5,257 all Jews were expelled from Portugal. 1,516 5,276 the Ein Yaakov was printed. 1,516 5,276 the Turks, Ottoman Empire, conquered Eretz Yisrael. 1,525 5,285 R. Yosef Yasselman saved many Jews during the Peasants' War. 1,553 5,314 a mass burning of Jewish books took place in Rome. 1,563 5,323 the Shulchan Aruch was completed by R. Yosef Karo. 1,570 5,330 the Shulchan Aruch was published with supplements of Rama. 1,572 5,332 the Arizal died in Tzfat. 1,573 5,333 the Maharal came to Prague. 1,573 5,334 the Maharshal died. 1,575 5,335 R. Yosef Karo died in Tzfat. 1,599 5,359 the Maharal returned to Prague again. 1,614 5,374 the Maharsha became rabbi in Lublin. 1,616 5,377 the Tosafot Yom Tov commentary was concluded. 1,621 5,382 The Shiloh arrived in the land of Israel. 1,629 5,389 R. Yom Tov Lippmann Heller was imprisoned in Prague. 1,640 5,400 R. Ul Sirks. The Bach died. 1,646 5,406 The Shach and Taz, on Shulchan Aruch, were printed. 1,648 5,408 Jews were massacred by Shmuel Maki's forces. Early Akaranim and East European massacres. Secular year Jewish year event in history. 1,654 5,414 The first Jews settled in New Amsterdam, New York. 1,655 5,415 Many Jews killed in Russian and Swedish invasions of Poland. 1,656 5,416 Jews were permitted to live in England. 1,656 5,416 Baruch Spinoza was excommunicated. 1,673 5,433 The Magen Avraham, on Shulchan Aruch, was completed. 1,676 5,437 Shabtai Tzvi died as a Muslim. 1,689 5,449 The Beit Shmuel, on the Shulchan Aruch, was printed. 1,698 5,458 The Baal Shem Tov was born. 1,702 5,463 The Nehai Yehoshua's family was killed in an explosion. 1,712 5,472 The Siftei Chachmim was arrested. 1,724 5,484 R. Yaakov Kulai, Miam Loizi, arrived in Constantinople. 1,727 5,487 The Mishnah Elimelech died. 1,734 5,494 Jews were massacred by the Haidamach bands. Akaranim and early Hasidim. Secular year Jewish year event in history. 1,741 5,501 The Or HaChayim arrived in the land of Israel. 1,747 5,507 R. Moshe Chaim Lezato, Ronkel, died in Akko, Acre. 1,750 5,510 R. Jonathan E. Beskuitz became rabbi in Hamburg. 1,754 5,515 R. Yechezkel Landau, known as the Noda Yehuda, became rabbi in Prague. 1,757 5,518 The Frankists instigated mass burnings of the Talmud. 1,759 5,519 Frankists supported blood libel charges in public debate. 1,760 5,520 The Baal Shem Tov died. 1,764 5,524 The Council of Four Lands, known as the Va'at Arva'aritzot, was discontinued. 1,768 5,528 Despite resistance. The Haidamachs massacre thousands. 1,772 5,532 The Maggid of Maziritsk died. 1,782 5,542 R. N. Adler and Chatham Sofer visited the Noda Yehuda. 1,786 5,546 R. Elimelech of Lizinsk died. 1,791 5,551 The Pale of Settlement was established in Russia. 1,793 5,553 Jews suffered in reign of terror of French Revolution. 1,797 5,558 The Vilna Gaon died. 1,798 5,559 The Baal HaTanya was released from first imprisonment. 1,799 5,559 Napoleon led an army expedition through the land of Israel. 1,806 5,566 The Chita, R. Haim Yosef David Ajalai, died. 1806 5566 the Chatham Sofer became rabbi in Presmuth. 1809 5570 R. Levi Itzhak of Berdichev died. 1810 5571 R. Nachman of Breslov died. 1814 5574 R. Akiva Ager became rabbi in Posen. 1814 5575 Koshnitzer Megid and Yehudi of Peshiska. Both died. 1815 5575 Chose of Lublin and R. Mendel of Rimanov both died. 1819 5579 anti-Jewish riots spread throughout Germany. 1827 5587 Russia began conscripting Jewish children to the army. 1840 5600 R. Israel of Ruzin was released from imprisonment. Later a Karanim and the Changing Society. Secular Year Jewish Year event in history. 1843 5603 The Tzemach Tzedek of Lubavitch was repeatedly arrested in Russia. 1846 5606 Sir Moshe Montefiore visited Russia to help local Jews. 1848 5609 R. Yisrael Salinger left Vilna. 1851 5611 R. Shimshon Raphael Hirsch became rabbi in Frankfurt am Main. 1859 5619 R. Menachem Mendel of Kotsk died. 1864 5624 The Malbim was imprisoned, and then expelled from Romania. 1866 5626 Chedushay Harem, Tiferet Shlomo, and Tzemach Tzedek died. 1873 5633 The Chafetz Chaim was published. 1874 5634 The Minchat Chinook died. 1878 5638 Petah Tikva agricultural settlement was established. 1881 5641 Many Jews began leaving Russia after a wave of pogroms. 1886 5646 R. Shlomo Gans Fried, author of Kitzer Shulchan Aruch, died. 1892 5652 R. Chaim Brisker became rabbi in Brisk. 1905 5665 This Fat Emet died. 1905 5665 Many Jews were killed in official Russian pogroms. 1911 5671 Chazanish was published. 1914 5674 Over 500,000 Jewish soldiers fought in World War I. 1918 5678 Over 60,000 Jews were killed during the Russian Revolution. 1923 5684 The Daf Hayomi study cycle commenced. 1927 5687 The 6th Lubavitch Arab was released from Soviet prison. 1938 5699 Jews were attacked in the Kristallnacht pogroms in Germany. The Holocaust. Secular Year Jewish Year event in history. 1939 5699 Germany started World War II. And mass killing of Jews. 1941 5701 Nazi Germany unexpectedly invaded Russia. 1941 5701 200,000 Jews were killed at Babi Yar and Ponary. 1942 5702 400,000 Jews of Warsaw were sent to death camps. 1943 5703 Nazi Germany experienced massive losses in the Battle of Stalingrad. 1943 5703 The remaining Jews in Warsaw staged a massive uprising. 1943 5703 Jewish uprisings at Treblinka, Sobibor, and Bialystok. 1943 5,703 The Danish people quietly rescued 93% of their Jews to safety. 1944 5,704 300,000 Hungarian Jews were killed in 3 months. 1944 5,705 Uprising in Auschwitz death camp just before freedom. 1945 5,705 Nazi Germany was conquered. And World War II ended. 1945 5,705 6 million Jews were killed by the Nazis during the war. The modern state of Israel. Secular year Jewish year event in history. 1947 5,707 Publication of the Talmud Encyclopedia was commenced. 1947 5,708 The United Nations divided Israel. 1947 5,708 Arabs attacked Israel to gain territory. 1948 5,708 The State of Israel was established. 1948 5,708 Israel was invaded by many Arab countries. 1949 5,709 The War of Independence in Israel ended. 1950 5,710 All Jews left the ancient Jewish community of Iraq. 1950 5,710 Almost all Jews of Yemen emigrated to Israel. 1951 5,711 The Lubavitch Rebbe accepts the mantle of leadership. 1956 5,717 Jewish forces invaded Egypt and conquered the Sinai Desert. 1967 5,727 The Lubavitch Rebbe established the Tefillin campaign. 1967 5,727 Jerusalem reunited under Jewish rule in the Six-Day War. 1973 5,734 2,500 Jewish soldiers were killed in the Yom Kippur War. 1974 5,734 The Lubavitch Rebbe established the Shabbat Candle Campaign. 1982 5,742 massive enemy arsenals were discovered in Lebanon. 1987 5,746 The first international conference of Chabad Lubavitch emissaries. 1993 5,753 A secret agreement signed in Oslo. 1994 5,754 The Lubavitch Rebbe passed away. 2008 5,767 Deadly terrorist attack at the Chabad house in Mumbai. India, kill 6. 2020 5,780 Israel signed Abraham Accords, normalizing relations with UAE and Bahrain, soon followed by Sudan and Morocco.
I think we already did this one. But,
I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and welcome to Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion. One of the most difficult aspects in starting to study Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah is getting a handle on just how these ideas developed over time. It's tempting to think that, for instance, Kabbalah has just always existed in the form that we have it, or that Kabbalah is just one thing at all. Of course, neither of these positions is really tenable. Dr. Justin Sledge, and welcome to Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion. Justin Sledge, and welcome to Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion. One of the most difficult aspects in starting to study Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah is getting a handle on just how those ideas developed over time. It's tempting to think that, for instance, Kabbalah has just always existed in the form that we have it, or that Kabbalah is just one thing at all. Of course, neither of these positions is really tenable. Such notions developed greatly through the ages and are still developing. And there are now, and there have always been, numerous mutually exclusive schools of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. This class is meant to serve as an introduction to Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah from the point of view of its incredibly complex development from the prophets of ancient Israel until the rise of modern Hasidism in the 18th century. Of course, this series isn't meant to be exhaustive by any means, but only should serve as a springboard for deeper study and reflection, and hopefully it will also enable you to situate developments in Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah in their historical and cultural context, and hopefully embolden you to dive into the primary texts, which are admittedly as sublime as they are obscure. Let me express my gratitude to Congregation Tia for allowing me to use these lectures to reach a larger audience here on Esoterica. If you want, find the entire series under the playlist Entering the Garden, Introduction to Jewish Mysticism and Kabbalah. I'll be uploading them over the next few weeks, or you can find these episodes after autumn of 2021. If you want to watch the entire series, you can find them in that playlist. If you find this series on Kabbalah interesting, I'd hope you check out my other content on topics in esotericism, and perhaps consider supporting the production of free academic scholarly topics in occultism, hermetic philosophy, by joining my Patreon, or perhaps with a one-time donation. You can find those links below. And I really appreciate your participation. Now, let's enter the garden of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. But just as a recap from last time, what we handled was let's talk about Christian Kabbalah and Lurianic Kabbalah. And I always look back on how I handled Lurianic Kabbalah, and there's always a problem with teaching it. And the problem with teaching it goes like this: is that either you go too thin or you go too thick. And I always feel like I go too thin, and then sometimes when I feel like I go too thick on Lurianic Kabbalah, I lose people. Even a very thin overview, I think, loses people really rapidly. It's just such a, it requires such a heavy amount of background knowledge in Kabbalah to really get a handle on it. So there's just no right way of covering it without doing an entire class on it. But the main recap from last time is that by the 15th century, Kabbalah is spreading. It's moving. It's moving not just within the Jewish community, but it's also moving outside the Jewish community. Especially Christians are picking up Kabbalah. They're doing their own kind of Christian Kabbalah. They're taking Kabbalah from their Jewish neighbors. They're bringing converted Jews to translate text for them, folks like Resius and Flavius and Thranides. And so Christian Kabbalah becomes a part of this larger Renaissance traditions for perennial truths is going to build up a philosophy that sometimes gets referred to as esotericism, Christian mysticism, specifically in many of the cult mode. And this form of Christian Kabbalah is going to eventually become a whole thing to itself. The Christians are going to kind of run with Kabbalah, they're going to adopt the ideas from it, and eventually what's going to emerge is kind of what's sometimes referred to as the Hermetic Kabbalah, which is a form of Kabbalah that mixes cult ideas and Christian mysticism ideas and Jewish ideas into one synthetic thing. And this becomes the groundwork for what is now called Western esotericism. So, in many ways, Kabbalah gets a life of its own in the Christian world and eventually becomes its own form of mysticism, completely independent of Judaism. Of course, the big form of Kabbalah that develops at this time is the Quranic Kabbalah. Just to go as a refresher back over to what we covered last time, because it's been a couple of weeks since we more in the way. But the big ideas in Quranic Kabbalah is that Gloria is going to really focus in on the mythological structure of reality. He's very concerned with how reality comes to be, how it is that God comes to be all of reality. This is a very pantheistic or pantheistic, whatever shade of flavor of that you want to go with. But he's really concerned with the descent of the universe, how the universe comes into being. And he develops, or very much helped develop before him, the idea of the 4 or 5 worlds, depending on how you want to count them. And you have these various levels of reality. And what ends up happening is that at every level of reality, there are more spherot, more spherot. If you ever come to the house, I can show you a book I have called Ilan HaGadol, which is a kind of a map of reality according to the classic Quranic take, where you have this enormously complicated system of spherot within spherot within spherot. So if you ever come to the house and you want to see this book, I'll pull out the shelf and show you, but it becomes this incredibly Byzantine system of spherot within spherot, very organized, what you can say. But the big ideas, right, are this idea that God contracted some of God's self into a kind of divine void, and that divine void is filled with divine light, which shatters vessels inside of it. This leads to a kind of cosmic tragedy, and that cosmic tragedy is repaired, it's subject to tikkun, and the process of tikkun is accomplished by Jews basically maintaining the Torah, which means maintaining strict observance to Jewish law, and by that strict observance of Jewish law, the metaphysical realities, various realities, are repaired, they undergo tikkun olam, and that paves the way for the Messiah. And so the Messianic idea, this is going to be a big deal tonight, the Messianic idea in Kabbalah begins to really heavily alter during the period of Quranic Kabbalah, and it becomes less the idea that God has picked someone to become the Messiah, has been thrown into history as the Messiah, has been made Messiah before all times. Jesus is rather Messiah is something that you can become, that you can become Messiah by becoming sufficiently righteous or sufficiently metaphysically able to manipulate reality in the interest of this tikkun process. And so we have a lot of ideas of exile and redemption in Quranic Kabbalah that become very important in just a bit. And so what's going on in Quranic Kabbalah is a radical organization, systematization of Kabbalah as it's been inherited through the past several hundred years. Remember that the Sefer Zohar was only basically written down or published beginning in the 1270s, and that we're now in the late 16th century, and it's in the 16th century that the Quranic Kabbalah will come about. So it's been about 300 years since the development of the Kabbalah. It's like 300 years is quite a long time, and it's in this 300-year period that Kabbalah really undergoes its major systematization, and also its major systems theory, and that major systems theory is the one of Encyclopedia. Now, again, I just want to drive this point home. Encyclopedia did not leave us a system. He left us a bunch of teachings to a bunch of students, and those students don't even agree about exactly what his teachings were. Chaim Vital, his most famous student, leaves us one system of teachings. His earlier student, Israel Saru, doesn't really get any press these days for whatever reason, but he published another system first. It's very different than Chaim Vital. So the question is, what is the real Quranic Kabbalah? The answer to that is, no. We don't know what Luria taught. Luria didn't write much down, and what he did write down mostly just poetry and stuff. And so we actually don't have Gloria's teachings. What we have are his students repeating his teachings many, many years later. And so how much of that is a telephone? That's a good question. We actually don't know. In fact, even the main body of work that represents Gloria's teaching that went on to become Gloria Kabbalah, a book from Eitz Chaim by Chaim Vital, that book was never even intended for publication. Chaim Vital actually tried to hide it. And it was actually illicitly kind of stolen from him and then published without his consent. And so it's not even clear that that book is meant to be a systematic representation of his teachings. It's a mess. It's just a mess. And so often people teach Kabbalah as the definitive Kabbalah. You go to the Kabbalah Center, you learn the Kabbalah. You learn this definitive that's completely impossible. The Kabbalah is a mess from an academic point of view at least. And as you study it, you realize that there are lots of different systems out there in the historical record, and they don't really Tzimtzum is a big problem. It's exactly how the Tzimtzum happened. The degree to which when God Tzimtzums, everything come out in the vacuum, everything pulled out of the board, stuff left behind, is stuff left behind, what's left behind. It's just a bit. Let's get into it. And what I want to say is two things. One thing is I'm going to be talking a little differently than what the slides are saying. So there's going to be a lot more information on the slides than what I say. So that's one thing that will be importantly different about this talk than other talks. And the reason why that is there's so much information that I want to get out about Shabbat Tzvi, and that I can only put it in the slides. And if I talk about all of it, I would just be here all night. So there's a lot more information on the slides than on what I'm talking about. But I want to make sure the slides are there. So if you want to read the slides as they go, you'll get a lot more information from there. So that's the main thing to know about sort of the general flow. So if you typically just listening to this as a podcast style or something, then you'll be missing a lot of information by not in the slides. As you can say. So today we're going to be talking about Messiah, a failed Messiah. Judaism is full of failed messiahs. We have lots of failed messiahs. We have Jesus, we have Shabbat Tzvi, we have Shimon, we have Judas, we have a lot of failed messiahs. The question is, what is a Messiah? What is this concept of Mashiach? What does it mean to be a Messiah? The idea developed primarily during the Zoroastrian influence period, that's to say during the Persian period, under the sort of reigns of the apocalyptic. And the idea does begin to appear very late in the Tanakh, and it seems to be the idea of a kind of chosen person by God to do some world historical thing. Now, in the Bible, it's not really clear what any of that means. In fact, the person in the Bible to be referred to as a Messiah is actually a pagan king, King Cyrus. It's a Persian king, it's not even a Jewish guy. So the idea is that basically God picked Cyrus to do this very important historical thing, i.e. the Jews return home to Judea, and that becomes grounds for the Bible to refer to him as a Messiah. He's the only person referred to as a Messiah in the entire Bible. So if you look at the Bible for it, the only person referred to is a Persian king. Now, what ends up happening is that over time, this idea of Messiah evolves and changes. And as it evolves and changes, there are a lot of debates among Jews about what it means. And to be clear about this, there's never been a settled notion about what the Messiah is. To this very day, debates about the Messiah go on. It's never been a settled idea in Judaism. Typically, what's happened in Judaism, I think I mentioned this in a previous talk, is that people grab onto Messiah, they want the person to be the Messiah, and they kind of backtrack their notion of Messiah onto that person. So you pick a person to be Messiah, and then you figure out what that means, and then you go to the Bible and they are the Messiah. There is no ready-made theory of the Messiah out there. It just doesn't exist. Now, we'll talk about some rough and ready ideas we find in Judaism, but even they're pretty rough and ready. So, over time, what ends up happening is the notion of Messiah becomes more and more canonical, becomes more and more mainstream in rabbinical Judaism. And by the Babylonian Talmud, there are long, protracted discussions about what Messiahs mean, what is it to be a Messiah. And even by then, by the 5th century of the Common Era, there's no agreement. So if you read Tractate Sanhedrin toward the very end, in the 90s of the Davim, you'll you'll see that there's a lot of debate about even what they thought the Messiah was, what the Messiah would do, how you recognize the Messiah, what's the Messiah's name. There's an enormous amount of debate about this. At any rate, by the Middle Ages, belief in the Messiah had become a dominant part of Judaism. In fact, it's one of Maimonides' 12 articles of faith. You're supposed to believe that the Messiah is going to come. Fervently believe this. This is one of the 12 articles allegedly that makes a Jew, according to Maimonides. So there's the idea that you can believe in the Messiah, but it's still not hammered out what exactly the Messiah is and what they're going to do. And it's not even like this can be one. There's some that messianic texts in Jewish history that even claim that they're going to be two of them. One of them is going to die. And then one of them will be like a military leader. In fact, almost all the literature overwhelmingly is going to be Messiah as a kind of military leader. Furthermore, there's the idea of Mashiach Lador, which is the notion that in every generation there is a sort of potential Messiah. That the Messiah is actually out there, and it's just a matter of them activating themselves, or getting activated, or God activates them, or somehow they get activated. And so the idea is that the Messiah's out there. They're just a Messiah in India. They haven't made a Messiah in Acton. It's just that no one's been worthy of that task up till now. So what little do we know about what the Messiah will do? How do we know a false Messiah from a real Messiah? Well, the stakes are pretty high. As you can see when I go through this list in a second, why Jews don't accept Jesus as the Messiah, because it's very clear that Jesus has not accomplished any of the things that make a Messiah a Messiah, according to even the most general lists. It's true, by the way, not just of Jesus. It's true of every Messiah. Every Messiah has faith. And so some of the list of things that they're supposed to do are things like they have to be born in a Davidic bloodline, be related by blood to David, you trace your lineage back to David. They have to rebuild all the ruined cities of Israel. So every city in Israel that's been ruined over Israel has to be rebuilt. They have to construct a third temple. That's a thing they have to do. They have to be both king and high priest. They have to live 1,000 years. Well, one of the main problems with Messiah is they tend to die. So show me one that's lived, above the age of 60. So they tend to die and not live 1,000 years. They have to bring world peace. No big whoop. In fact, not only bring world peace, they have to bring peace to the point where not even the animals fight each other. So that it's world peace at the level of not even animals fight each other. They have to cause every nation in the world to worship the God of Israel. So everybody becomes kind of Jewish. They resurrect and judge the dead, or at least they judge the dead. Maybe not resurrect them, but they judge them. In fact, they judge them by smell, which is weird. The Messiah is said to smell and judge. They can know your sins by smell, so like a sin sommelier. They stop all illness, they stop all death, they stop all sadness, hunger, and strife. They cause all the Jews to immigrate to the newly established Jewish kingdom, which stretches from the Mediterranean to the Euphrates, sometimes referred to as the Great Israel. So they have to do all that. That's the bare minimum. Just to be clear, this is the bare minimum. There are all kinds of other things that the Messiah is expected to do. This is just the minimum, right? That they have to do to even be a candidate. Now, as you can tell, no person who's ever lived has ever done any one of these things, much less all of them. Now, according to Christians, Jesus will come back and do all this stuff later, but they've been waiting for 2,000 years, and this guy hasn't showed back up. So, at any rate, these are some general outlines of what we think of when we think of Messiah in Jewish theology. Of course, it's much more complicated than this, but typically, these are the bare bones things that make a Messiah, and the reason why we're still waiting for him. Now, when we go back in time to the 17th century, when we go back in time to the world that's going to produce this false Messiah, Shabbatai Tzvi, there's a couple different things that are going to be important about the historical and cultural context, and so I want to go through those relatively briefly. The first thing that's really important about the Jewish world is that rational philosophy has all simplified to Kabbalah. Kabbalah has one. There is no more Maimonideanism, not really. There's not much in the way of rationalistic Judaism. Rational Judaism has kind of fallen out the window. And what's increasingly taken over at this point is a turn toward Kabbalah. Now, it's not to say that Kabbalah has spread very far and wide. It certainly is the dominant intellectual movement at the time. And I feel like most of the intellectuals are either going straight into legal stuff via the Talmud, or they're doing that in Kabbalah. But philosophy, for the most part, is just not a big part of the equation anymore. And so in some ways, it may just be an unchecked kind of enthusiasm around Kabbalah. The second thing that makes all this very important is the Alhambra Decree. Of course, the Alhambra Decree was a complete disaster for the Sephardic Jewish world. Unfortunately, where all the Jews were basically ejected from Spain, eventually ejected from Portugal as well. And this ejection did two things. One, it heightened messianic expectations. People really thought that this was the end of the world because it was the end of their world. And the idea was that because it was the end of their world, perhaps God would intervene and save them. But how could God just let all of these hundreds of thousands of people be kicked out of their homelands in Spain? God will intervene and fix it. Well, God didn't fix it. It doesn't happen. What ends up happening is that people end up converting. They converted in mass. All about the hundreds of thousands that converted to Christianity. And what ended up happening is that they converted to Christianity and then eventually left and began to be Jewish again. Now, what ends up happening in some of these conversion communities that's really important is a couple of things I want to do relatively briefly here. The first is an intense feeling of exile. An intense feeling of exile. They are experiencing exile in a deep way. They're exiled from their homeland, like Spain, and they are desperate. They really want to return. And a big part of this is that for Kabbalah, which is the kind of exile restoration motif. Secondly, there's just sort of an apocalyptic flair in Europe generally. We'll talk more about that in just a minute. But in the 1600s and the 17th century, apocalypticism, the idea that the world was about to end, was just a overwhelming cultural aspect that was going on in Europe at the time, both with Christians and with Jews. One of the things that's also important about this is a shift in conversion communities because they were more in contact with Christianity. They've been basically practicing Christianity and learning Christianity for quite some time now, as a generation or two, is that their concept of what a Messiah was much more open to the idea of a spiritual Messiah, or a Messiah that didn't do all the political stuff. Now, the political aspect of the Messiah is essential to the notion of Messiah in Judaism. There's just no such thing as a spiritual Messiah in Judaism. Messiah in Judaism is always a political entity. They're always a king and a high priest. They always change the world in concrete, disciplined manners. Well, the Christian idea of Messiah isn't that. The Christian idea of Messiah is Jesus did not fix the world, Jesus fixed sin. And because Jesus fixed sin, it's completely invisible in the political world until even on until Jesus comes back. Well, the idea that these conversos came in contact with that more spiritualized version of the Messiah meant they were more open to non-traditional ideas of Messiah more generally. You see this in the chapters. They were also open to the idea that of what we might call theological supersessionism, which is just to say that having been raised as Christians, they were told the idea that Judaism had been superseded by Christianity. Christianity had come along and corrected all the errors of Judaism, and that Christianity was the superseding, corrected religion, and that Judaism was outmoded. What's important about that is the idea that Judaism in some ways can be replaced. So they're going to convert back to Judaism. They're going to revert back to Judaism. They're going to be much more open to the idea that fundamental things about Judaism can be changed. Traditional Jewish communities would not be open to that idea. So many of these conversion communities or many of these conversion people would be open to it. And also they're going to be much more open to what we call antinomian tendencies, which is just to say that for a traditional Jewish community, observance of Jewish law, observance of the Sabbath, observance of kashrut, observance of certain aspects of Jewish law are just not questionable. They're not up for grabs. We're not living in the Reconstructionist world of the 21st century. The traditional Jewish world is very clear. You cannot abandon any aspect of Judaism. You can't negotiate with it. You have to do it or not do it. It's not up for grabs. But in these conversion communities, there's much more of the idea that you could violate the law. But the law is not immutable. But the law is something that can be read as a metaphor, or it can be read as a way to change, that one could alter Jewish law into the interest of spiritual or somehow higher notions. An idea that's completely foreign to traditional Jewish ideas, but very much in the strain of what's been exposed to Christianity. Further, the situation in Europe is just such that, in general, people expected a kind of apocalypse. That was just in the air in the 17th century. Christians, Jews, Muslims, basically everybody thought the world was about to end in a very, very intense way. Comets started appearing saying that disseminates ideas very, very rapidly. That's one of the great things about printing. You can disseminate ideas very rapidly. You can also disseminate ideas that are incorrect very rapidly. And what you get are all these bizarre broadsheets being printed through Europe that are making claims that are completely crazy. That one good example of this is that all the Jews, the 10 lost tribes of Israel, they had returned in Saudi Arabia, what is now Saudi Arabia. They had returned to Arabia. They had amassed a giant army led by this general, and that the 10 tribes of Israel had overtaken Mecca and destroyed Mecca. They had conquered Islam. This idea is completely nuts. It's not grounded in any history at all. But they were reading broadsheets printed through Europe where people really believed that the 10 tribes of Europe were literally about to reconquer Israel. This was a very common idea. So these kind of dissemination of bonkers notions were very, very popular. Not just that, there's all kinds of things going on in Europe that led people to believe the world was about to undergo some big change. Columbus's discovery of the Central World, there were the ongoing religious wars years before the Protestant Reformation. There's tons of talk about Antichrist. Everybody was the Antichrist. Protestants self-vote was the Antichrist. Martin Luther was the Antichrist. There's the witch trials. There are all kinds of things going on. If you want to get an idea about this time period, right? I'm sure most of us have heard of Nostradamus, right? Nostradamus is famous for his quatrains, his prophetic quatrains. He died in 1566. It's around he's living, so roughly this time. So what's going on here is that the entire world is basically expecting a kind of messianic or apocalyptic event. And so, in some ways, had it not been Shabbatai Tzvi, it had been somebody else. I really am convinced of that. It just happened to be Shabbatai Tzvi. Also, there's a huge massacre in Poland that kills thousands, tens of thousands, maybe 100,000. In fact, the Kaminsky pogrom or Kaminsky uprising may have been the largest single killing of Jews prior to the Holocaust, chocolate of Poland. And there was this massive killing, maybe of 200,000 Jews, we're not sure who died, but it was probably the largest mass killing of Jews until the Holocaust. And also, again, we have this messianic expectation that emerges in the aftermath of this giant massacre. And it's into that situation that we need Shabbatai Tzvi. Shabbatai is born into a Rothschild family on Tisha B'Av and on Shabbat. That's why he's called Shabbatai. It's not uncommon it wasn't uncommon then, at least, for people born on Shabbat to be named Shabbatai. These are honorary born on Shabbat. No one calls their kids Shabbatai anymore because of how bad Shabbatai Tzvi's reputation has become. But he's also born on Tisha B'Av. They know this, that on Tisha B'Av, it's a custom in Rabbi, that the Messiah is going to be born on Tisha B'Av. As you probably know, Tisha B'Av is the saddest day on the Jewish calendar. It's the day of mourning. It's when all these bad things happen. The temple's destroyed, and World War I started, and all kinds of bad things. Of course, on Ghetto Uprising in Russia. All kinds of bad things happen on Tisha B'Av. It's a day of mourning. Well, the idea from Eisai Rabbah is that the Messiah will be born on Tisha B'Av and convert the day of mourning into a day of celebration. So already we have Shabbatai being born on just the right day, and not just being born on Tisha B'Av, but also being born on Shabbat. And this is already an auspicious start here in 1626 in Izmir, Turkey. Izmir, as you may know, is the site of ancient Ephesus. So been to Izmir. Yes, the site of ancient Ephesus. By the 1640s, as Shabbatai is growing a little older, he begins to engage in some pretty strange practices already. He's not involved in the Mercantile practices of his family. He begins to turn his attention to ascetic practices. And he begins to drown himself, I would say, in reading so far in the Sefer HaKanah. The Sefer HaKanah is a book where a student questions a teacher about the various laws, and the teacher tells the student why we do the laws the way we do. The idea of questioning the law is a big part of Shabbatai's life, as we'll see in just a bit. Also, it's around this time that Shabbatai, around his teens, that he has this vision of this experience of his penis being damaged by a demon. It's not clear exactly what happened, but sexual issues plague Shabbatai his entire life. And so the idea that he's being afflicted by the demoness Na'amah, who's a demoness in the Zohar party, you may know her better, that's the name of Noah's wife actually. But this demoness Na'amah, who we find in the Zohar, is said to have done something to Shabbatai's penis and causes him all kinds of problems. And it's around this time in his teenage years he also begins to experience these periods of he calls illumination and darkness. These periods of illumination are periods where he doesn't sleep, he is singing, dancing, strange behaviors. These will last for several weeks, and then he will be plunged into a period of darkness where he basically won't get out of bed, and he's sure everything is the worst, and everything's terrible. So he's probably suffering. Most psychologists I've talked to diagnose him after his death, of course, as something like manic depression. But he also, at the same time, he now began to claim that he could do supernatural things like levitate. In fact, he claimed to levitate in front of several of his friends. His friends said that he really didn't levitate, and then he told them that they just didn't deserve to see him because they weren't righteous enough, they weren't pure enough. But he really did levitate, according to Shabbatai. His family tries to fix him by marrying him off, which is the common solution for things back in the day. Just get married and things will get better. Shabbatai refused to consummate either marriage. He basically would not have sex with these women. And these women complained that Shabbatai was basically just studying the Zohar all the time. These illuminations and darkness fits. He wouldn't have sex with them, and his marriages were dissolved. And of course, as you imagine, this is a huge problem for his family. It's a huge embarrassment for his family. But he just refuses to have sex with these women for whatever reason, and they divorce him. And so he's twice divorced by the summer of 1648. And on June 11th, 1648, he has a vision of Prophet Elijah coming to him and telling him that he is the Messiah, basically anointing him and making him into the Messiah. And we're told that he began to exude fragrance from his body. So this is a thing that's commonly talked about Shabbatai's feet, is that he smelled really good. He had this intense fragrance coming off his body constantly. And so he told some of his close friends and his family that he was the Messiah. I don't know how they responded to this, but typically he kept it pretty secret. In the aftermath of him thinking he was the Messiah, even though secretly by 1651, Shabbatai is kicked out of Izmir. He is exiled from his homeland. He's kicked out. He's exiled for reasons that aren't terribly clear exactly. But one of the things that we do know that he was doing at this time was that during prayers he was enunciating the divine name of God during prayer. This is a no-no in Judaism. You're not allowed to say God's name, and Shabbatai was doing this in prayer, along with some other strange things he was up to, and this eventually led to him being kicked out of the community of Izmir. He'll come back with a vengeance. The period that he's roaming around is typically referred to as the years of darkness by the community of folks who believe in Shabbatai's feet. The period of the years of darkness has him traveling around all through the Mediterranean world. We don't know his exact itinerary, but we know he traveled all around Egypt and the Eastern Mediterranean basin, and he did some strange things. He would settle in the really heavily Kabbalistic city of Salonika, and what is now Greece, and there he publicly married a Torah scroll. That also was not a thing you should do. That got him kicked out of Salonika. He seems to have made a pretty strong impression on people as he traveled. Now, making a strong impression is not making a good impression, and so he often made a bad impression on people because they thought he was crazy, or maybe he was a prophet or a Kabbalist or whatever. But he made an impression on people no matter where he went, and eventually he settles in Cairo, where he comes into the family of a very wealthy leader of the Jewish community. And it's there that Shabbatai actually had a job being basically a fundraiser. What he would do is he would go to Jerusalem and he would raise money for the community there. The community in Jerusalem was notoriously poor. And what he would do is he would go back and forth raising money from local folks trying to get the Jerusalem community back online. was actually on one of these missions of fundraising back in Cairo that an orphan from the massacres that I mentioned in Poland earlier actually had arrived in Cairo, and she was a decent work herself. She was a pretty famous sex worker, and she was a former orphan that had been orphaned by the massacres in Poland. And she had traveled all the way through places like Livorno and Amsterdam, where she eventually made her way to Cairo, and she made her name as a pretty famous sex worker, something like a, not exactly a courtesan, but famous sex worker. When Shabbatai was in Cairo, he actually heard about her reputation, and one of the things that she claimed was that she would marry the Messiah. That was her big claim to fame, is that she would marry the Messiah, and Shabbatai, already having ideas that he was in fact the Messiah, took this as a sign, sent for her. I think she was in Livorno at the time. He sent for her, then she came to Cairo, and he married her in the house of this really famous Jewish leader in Cairo. And he did this probably as part of his messianic buildup, because as you may know, the prophet Hosea also married a sex worker as a sign of his prophecy, that he was acting out his prophecy by marrying this sex worker. And what's interesting is that Sarah basically remained loyal to him until she died. She was with him all the way in his very tumultuous life, as we'll see. She died in 1674, and they were divorced briefly, but they were together for basically their entire adult life. And so they lived there for about a year until Shabbatai eventually made his way back to Jerusalem. But on the way to Jerusalem, he stops in Gaza. He stops in Gaza because he wants to meet a young and up-and-coming Kabbalist. That young and up-and-coming Kabbalist is a 23-year-old Nathan Benjamin ben Elisha Chaim Halevi Ashkenazi. Nathan of Gaza is probably one of the leading up-and-coming Kabbalist minds of the time. From his writings, we can see that he understands not just Kabbalah in general, but he also even understands really higher level debates that are going on inside of Kabbalah. So he even knows that there are specific schools of Lurianic Kabbalah, and Nathan of Gaza is actually wading into the waters of these really technical debates around the nature of Kabbalah as it's being developed. Now, what ends up happening is Nathan of Gaza is also himself not just a mystic, but a kind of prophet, and he's having visions. He begins to have visions as a young man, and these visions are such that he becomes kind of a mystical healer. Now, that idea of a mystical healer isn't completely foreign to Judaism. We actually see the same idea, for instance, in Sakluria. Sakluria is a physician of the soul, as I sometimes refer to. And there's the idea that people like Luria and Nathan of Gaza can cure spiritual diseases that you have by diagnosing those spiritual diseases and by giving you a tikkun or a cure, a reparation, and that cure will fix your spiritual illness. It will solve your spiritual problems. And so it seems like what ends up happening is that Shabbatai actually travels to Gaza to meet with Nathan, and it basically become cured of his what we might call manic depression, cycles of illumination and darkness. Well, what ends up happening is that he ends up traveling to Gaza. He stays with Nathan for several weeks, and in the several weeks, they go on these very long, epic walks. They walk from Gaza to Jerusalem, which is quite a long walk, and they also walk from Jerusalem to Hebron. And it's in those walks that eventually Nathan tells Shabbatai that Shabbatai is the Messiah. He lays it on Shabbatai. He's like, not only can I not cure you, but you don't need to be cured. You're the Messiah. And Shabbatai says, look, I know that I'm the Messiah, but I'm not. I gave it up. I knew that I could be the Messiah, but I gave it up. He seems to be one of his dark periods of this in this whole business. What ends up happening eventually is that Nathan eventually announces the entire Shabbatai is the Messiah business in near Shavuot 1665, and Nathan is possessed by this Magi spirit. This is all incredibly weird. And eventually, what ends up happening is that Shabbatai is experiencing a profound one of these depression periods, and then 3 days later, declares that he is, in fact, the Messiah. Now, again, people declaring that people are the Messiah is nothing new in Judaism. People, every once in a while, come along and say they're the Messiah. And what typically happens is that no one believes them, or very few people believe them, and they get themselves killed. That's typically what ends up happening. Well, what ends up happening with Shabbatai is absolutely shocking. In Gaza, he declares he's the Messiah, and he announces that the fast of the 17th Tammuz is to be abolished, and he abolishes it. He does not observe the fast. And rather than observe the fast, he announces that the Hallel should be said. Hallel is what you say for praise. It's what you say in Sukkot for praise. And so rather than engage in the fast of 17 Tammuz, he declares that he has abolished it, that the days of Messiah are here, the days of fasting are over, we can now all celebrate. And he takes, at this point, he has about 40 followers. He takes them from Gaza to Jerusalem, and he declares himself the Messiah in Jerusalem. He says, I am the Messiah. He tries to get on top of the Temple Mount to perform a sacrifice, basically to try to inaugurate the reality of their temple. He also begins to refer to himself as the Amirah, Adonenu Malkeinu Yaram Kodo, and the Jerusalem community stopped.
Cesar, can you hear me? I absolutely can. Can you hear me? I'm well, thank God. How are you? Excellent. I'm excited to be here. Most certainly. And if possible, certainly I want to talk about my project, but additionally, topics on futurism and perhaps even some alien discussion. Is that okay for you? Excellent. Excellent. Great question. Well, you have really great SEO, so you should know like you're visible in a lot of places. Absolutely, in the important places, including iHeart and Spotify and Apple Podcasts. So, like, shout out to you. So, absolutely. So directly, it was through Spotify. You had your email listed, and I basically saw that you were open to these types of discussions. And I feel that hosts, as yourself, are more open to just really science and important discussions that maybe aren't maybe aren't occurring um, on a daily basis in the mainstream, but that doesn't mean that they're not important, and it doesn't mean that they're not scientific. And so I felt like, hey, this is a great opportunity, and sent you an email, and the rest is history. Absolutely, absolutely, yes, 100%. Absolutely. And then occasionally with Riverside, some of the hosts need you to stay in the room afterward because of, and that's fine. I'm just checking on that. Absolutely. Sounds great. I'm lovely, thank God. Thank you for the opportunity to be here, Cesar. Absolutely correct. I'm Rabbi Rothschild for your audience. If you don't know who I am, chances are you will. I live stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. We're approaching 5 years. And I really have been doing so as a commitment to not just global peace, but ending world hunger and world thirst. I have created the largest data archive of human activity in global history. This, like you said, is a real life Truman Show, a real life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, the phrase content is king was coined, and I'm making it true today. In my own way, I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2017, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource. And I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me very influential. I'm going viral. And when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family, your audience, all financially independent if they're not already. I want to ensure that you all have generational wealth if you don't already. And I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. And that's a little bit of an introduction about who I am and what I do. Excellent question. So, people of the past who did their own version of this, Buckminster Fuller was someone who had an idea to archive a human life using a journal, and people of the past who would use diaries had this kind of idea of recording a human life as best as possible. However, no one had done it in a way that was on video. And I was someone prior to the pandemic who was, in addition to being an Orthodox rabbi, I'm a certified project management professional. I've successfully launched apps on the App Store and Google Play. And my position had gone from going into work every day in a suit and tie to transitioning to a digital world and having remote work. And I, like many people, transitioned to this virtual world of being on camera much more often than I was normally used to doing. And my anxiety, I would say, of social media was decreased, and my confidence in being able to share parts of my life with not just my coworkers, but also people within my religious community increased. And it was in the summer of 2021 when I began getting GoPros, and I would start to record myself just in my daily activity. And one of the things that I really like to do is golf, and I wanted to see what my golf swing looked like on camera. And so I would take an iPhone and record myself. And every day after work at Tiger Woods' golf course in Anaheim, California. And I would notice sometimes I would slice the ball, or I'd hook the ball, or top the ball, whatever it may be, and I'd make jokes to myself, and just kind of knowing that I was on camera, but thinking, this might be a funny little quirk to be able to record. And I thought, you know what, God willing, someday I'll have a family, wife, and children, and if I do, I might want them to see what their dear old dad was like before they were even a gleam in my eye. And so I would take that data and archive it on the cloud, and I would just recognizing it was taking me a very long time to be able to download this information and upload it. And so in fall of 2021, I made the decision, if I'm going to do this, if I'm going to record aspects of my life, I want to do it better than any person ever. So I bought 33 different devices, everything from iPhones to Android smartphones to Chromebooks and laptops and GoPros and voice recorders, and put them all around myself. People who are watching this stream right now can watch me literally live 24/7. I'm live on YouTube on more than 20 different YouTube streams. And I want people to be able to view my life from whatever way they're comfortable. If they want to be in my with my ceiling cam, they can view me from above. If they want to be right next to me on a pillow, right next to my bed, they can. If they want to view me straight on, they can. From the side, they can. These redundant streams I found to be beneficial to the audience and making sure that they were comfortable in viewing my life. And then also, you run into a lot of technical aspects when you're live streaming for such a long period of time. Everything from disconnects to app crashes to just random notifications that can cause issues with your stream. And recognizing that I don't have one stream that goes 24/7. I have multiple, and that redundant aspect of it makes my stream extremely valuable. And I think that in the future, people will not only study my stream from the story of my life, but it's a story of history. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real life timeline and a real lifetime capsule. And I think people 10 years from now will watch this to understand what life was like in the pandemic and with all of these other events. 100 years from now, even 1,000 years from now, the data that we're creating, we're still in the infancy of the internet, and it will be studied. Moreover, I was an early adopter of ChatGPT in November 2022. So I have an entire year of my life that I archived that large language models were really not a part of our daily usage. And so I've been able to have like the pre large language model era, and then its launch as a user of ChatGPT and OpenAI November 30th, 2022. And then everything that's happened since, how we've seen automation and the competition from ChatGPT, from Gemini and Claude and Perplexity and Meta AI and DeepSeek and all of the others, and how they're changing our society. And I think people in the future will study this. And then one last thing about this topic is I am really the largest human example of data for AI in which to build its models in the future. And thus, it's not just my life from one angle. It's like almost like the movie The Matrix. You can view my life from 360 degrees. So the cameras are archiving my micro behaviors. They are archiving my blinks per minute, my breaths per minute, my circadian rhythms when I sleep, my behavior, every aspect of the human, the human of a human life has been archived. And I think that data will be of extreme value to people in the future, just how we see people's diaries and journals of generations ago, to give us a good idea of what life was like from a human basis in the past. Oh yeah, absolutely. On like 20 different YouTube streams. Oh, absolutely. I had some people in here from Australia not too long ago, because that's it's like their daytime there, and Canada as well. I get people from certainly Oceania, Asia, Africa, definitely Europe, and then North and South America, depending on what daylight is in their area generally. And so it's almost like this routine of people who come in. I know when their waking hours are, and we come in. We talk about topics like time travel and perhaps like revivification of the dead. We talk about religious subjects. We talk about philosophical subjects, whatever they're interested in. But also, I'm a pastoral leader. Many people I help through personal issues, certainly romantic issues. Maybe someone's having an issue with a loved one or something, or they've experienced a loss. I'm there to help people from all backgrounds. You don't have to be Jewish to be a part of this. I am Jewish, and there's a Jewish aspect of it, but in reality, it's a humanist aspect too. So anyone from any background can connect with me. The best place to do so is in Discord, discord.me/rabbi. I'm live in Discord 24 hours a day. And so that's a unique aspect of my streaming as well. most users or most influencers, it's one way. You just have the chat generally if you're going to be able to connect, but not with my stream. If anyone wants to connect with me, discord.me/rabbi. They can watch me sleep. They can watch me eat. They can watch all aspects of my life. We have people who play games on a nightly basis or daily basis, depending on where we are in the world. I like to play board games. I certainly like to watch movies and sports. We've got the World Cup that's going on, Freedom 250s later today. There are some really exciting things that I've been able to archive, including multiple Olympic Games, both men's and women's World Cups. Certainly, the NBA title, which happened last night with the Knicks winning. We have multiple Super Bowls. This is really an archive of any person's interest. If you're a music lover, I have something for you in my Discord. If you're a sports lover, I have something for you in my Discord. And just really creating a community where anyone can connect. And then if you want to just never talk with me ever and just watch me on YouTube, we have that as well. I give people a portal into my life. And that's really unique as an influencer because most people aren't that comfortable doing that, but I have become so. I am not the only one, but for many years, I was the only one. I got a good head start on everybody. So I have found some other people who do similar things. For the audience, if they want to know, I don't really consider myself a streamer, but more an archivist. And let me explain the difference. People who stream, there are people who just start a stream and keep the stream going for long periods of time, and that's great. But generally, that's on Twitch or YouTube or something, and those streams are not archived for the general public for more than 12 hours. Mine are because every 12 hours I restart all of my streams. So there are basically little 12-hour segments that people can digest over the course of a given day so that you can watch my life last week, last month, last year, 4 years ago. Just really interesting aspects that not everybody has the opportunity to be able to view. Moreover, the people who I've met who are doing this have not done it to the degree that I have. I've had people in my Discord like who have said, "Hey, I saw somebody else doing this on YouTube," and immediately when that happens, I want to know everything about them because we have so much in common. I want to connect with them on all our similarities, and so I have met other people who do this, but their streams are at maybe at this point like 340 days, and I'm over 1,700 days. So I'm approaching 5 years of doing this, but I'm glad that this is becoming more of a phenomenon. Some people call it life streaming as opposed to live streaming. Other people call it life logging. It just depends on how one wants to discuss it. And there are some people who are uh, have the feeling that they just want to do it for a set period of time. They're going to do it for 1 year, and then that's it. I want to do it for the rest of my life. This is something that's very important to me. It gives me a platform to be able to discuss world peace, which is the heart of my project, and to discuss futurism and the benefit of humanity. And I think one day will perhaps make me a very influential individual. I don't do this for money. Fortunately, due to my success with launching of apps on the App Store and Google Play. I do have some financial independence, though. I certainly can't travel the world in the way in which I may want to in the future. But it's good enough now that I don't necessarily have to work a full time job. The first year, though, that I did do this live streaming, approximately, I did live stream while also working remotely. So there are going to be people who have the opportunity to see me balancing work life in real time, which I think gives the stream a certain flair as well, and will be quite interesting for people to be able to view in the future. But overall, this is somewhat unique in the way that I do it. The other people who stream their life, they don't do it from multiple cameras, and generally they don't archive it in the way in which I do. Absolutely. Life life logging, absolutely. And you are talking to the best. There's no doubt about it. I have more I have more content than any person ever. I multi-stream on more platforms than any person ever. I have over 100 YouTube accounts, over 200 Instagram accounts, over 500 Twitch accounts, over 1,000 TikTok accounts, over 2,000 Twitter accounts, over 5,000 Blue Sky accounts, and over 10,000 Kick accounts. There's no one doing what I'm doing. You're rocking with the best. Thank you. Well, I certainly have friends who I've built over the course of the live stream. My family, I like to surprise people, so they know that I'm basically um, working on a project, but I don't really reveal anything to them. Um, I do have my friends who, some of whom I have sent my links to, and what do you say to somebody who wants to do this? We wish you the best, and um, I haven't really found anybody who thinks it's a bad idea. So that's good. I've had a lot of support. And then, really, all of the friends in the community that I've been able to grow. Just on Discord alone, I have nearly 3,000 people and some people who live alongside me. So I know if I'm willing to do it, there are people right now in my Discord who are streaming their life as well. They're watching this interview occurring right now, and they may not be archiving their life on YouTube and such, but in their own way, they've connected with my live stream, and they're being recorded in one way or another as well. So my IRL life generally, I've done my best to not necessarily oversaturate my IRL friends with my links and every single time that I'm streaming, but they know about it. And then so the people with whom I live, generally they have been on stream, but I do my best to allow them to have their privacy. I understand the privacy aspects of their life, so for the most part, they know that when I'm like if they're interacting with me, that I'm going to be live streaming it. But overall, this has really been my story and what I do, though in the future I would like to have many more people on the stream. I have had some fans come and visit me from as far away as like 8 hours away in like Northern California. They've come to the Los Angeles area. We've gone on picnics together. We have basically given people like I've given them room tours and house tours and stuff. So I do have some IRL aspects of this, and I do some IRL streaming with some friends. I've streamed as far north as Santa Barbara, as far south as San Diego, as far west as the desert and mountains, as far east or as far east as the desert and mountains, as far west as the Pacific Ocean. I've streamed in Beverly Hills, Los Angeles, Disneyland, really everywhere in Southern California. So there are a lot of IRL people who have been on my stream. My family generally, I kept them. They just know I'm working on a project, and I'm really looking forward to surprising all of them and all of my IRL friends as well. But for those friends who I have shared this with, they've been quite positive. Yeah, I think some of them have like looked me up and researched it, and then maybe sent me a text or something like that, and they'll be like, "Is this?" Yeah, exactly. And so I have shared some things with them, but like I don't have brothers or sisters, and within my family, I've always been someone who goes their own way, and it's a unique individual, and so from that aspect, I think that I'm in a really great place to be able to surprise a lot of people. But I think a lot of people in my family definitely know what I'm doing, and those people with whom I've had contact, they've all been very positive about it. And when I was a child, I used to mention doing something like this to my family. We would have like events, whatever it may be, and we would have like the old VHS camcorder kind of a deal, and I would ask my family, why don't we just continue to run the tape while we're living our lives? And the answer to that was, well, nobody really does that. And there are certain private aspects of a family that not everyone might want to record. And then also the feasibility of this. I remember asking this, and it would be like, well, over the course of just a month, we would probably run out of a room full of cassette tapes. And so, over the course of a year, you'd have to have 12 extra rooms to be able to store all of this. But those types of challenges have been overcome with the invention and the usage of live streaming, where I don't have to store this data on my own. It's all cloud stored. And what I consider that I'm creating are home movies of myself. And I'd like to share these with my future family as well. So, in addition to my family being able to view these streams in the future and know what I was doing during this, I also want to share it with the people who don't even exist yet. I live with people now, so I generally do my best to stream within the confines of my room. I do have roommates, and they have been on the stream, but generally they like to keep their private lives. And occasionally I will stream like I sh- I do my best not to stream in the bathroom anymore. But and the reason why I say that, I don't have an issue with it, but a lot of the terms and conditions of the different platforms do not want that type of content. So what I do is I usually take a GoPro, and whenever I'm showering or bathing or whatever, I will wear some type of like swim trunks or something, or record myself from above the waist. And generally, from that aspect, there's a lot of that content that is on different social media. But because I don't want to lose my accounts, I don't. I do my best to not jeopardize them anymore, because like, especially with AI, they don't know that I may have shorts on in the shower or whatever, swim trunks. So there are some aspects of it that I do everything I can to preserve the data in as best a way I can. And so from that perspective, there are some other areas of my house that I do show, and I have had other members on my streams, but generally it's about myself. Though I have had some visitors come visit and given them room tours and such, so it's not only about me, but I respect that other people don't want their life archived, and so I have to be understanding of those needs as well. Yeah, so generally I have things delivered to me, though when I go on walks and things, I will take at least one or two devices with me. But I don't really enjoy those streams as much because I'm really focused on battery time and lighting and audio and connectivity. And those are some issues when you're just a single live streamer that you run into, as opposed to if I am in my house. I have 33 different devices. I have clear Wi-Fi. People can hear me. I don't have to worry about dropping the devices. Or really, a major issue that occurs when you live stream is the overheating of the phone, where you just get that temperature message that comes up that says your phone needs to cool down. And especially when you are live streaming and you have the brightness up or whatever it may be, you can run into that issue pretty easily, especially in the California sun. So for the most part, I have things delivered. In terms of restaurants, I keep kosher, so and in Orange County there aren't many kosher restaurants, so to speak, the generally in Los Angeles County. But I do have some of my archive that is at restaurants. One of my favorite places to go is a dairy restaurant called the Milky Way. It is owned by Steven Spielberg, and his mother started it. And so I have a lot of footage of my from the early days of my stream there, and some other restaurants. In terms of shopping, I do have a lot of archives of me at like the pharmacy or the store, or whatever I may need to be picking up. Um, and so I can't say necessarily that this is only a stream in one location. Uh, I do have I do have quite a bit of footage of shopping, and I really don't have a lot of fears when it comes to the streaming aspect. Like when I go to the ATM, I show people what's in my bank account so that they're aware. No other streamers are going to do that. I show people my pin. No other streamers are going to do that. Um, and what else? Like I know, like even just live streaming my life at a computer. If you have other streams that are recording you, somebody could reverse engineer your passwords to all of your devices. The way that I see it is, if I become popular enough that people want to do that, let them, because everybody will know about me by at that time. And I have enough issues getting into my own accounts that if somebody else thinks that they'll be able to get into my accounts, well, by all means, let them. I don't really have too many fears in terms of that. I have a lot of two-factor authentication, and it would just be very difficult for someone, I believe, to be able to get into most anything that I do. However, for those people who want to try, they have the ability if they really want to watch all of my streams. But again, you'd have to have some really great Zoom, and probably you're gonna have some errors in trying to understand what my passwords are and such. So I don't have too much of an issue in terms of the security of my stream. Again, it's difficult enough for me to be able to do it, but in terms of going to the store, a lot of the stuff I have is just delivered, and then I can make my meals at home. In terms of driving in the car and stuff, I have huge amounts of data archived from just driving in LA, and talking to the camera. That's one thing I would say that is unique when you're live streaming your life. If I weren't on camera all the time, I wouldn't have many of the conversations that I have to the camera. But I know I'm live streaming, and so I don't want it to just be silent. So I kind of treat the camera like it's another person, and I've done that especially when I do IRL streaming. Like, what's an example? Like I might see something that's really interesting, and I'll make a comment on the camera, like, do you see this building or whatever? They've just redone this building. It looks really great, et cetera, et cetera. You'll see in the earlier streams that we have that this building looks different, but I'm noticing it. And instead of me keeping that information silent to myself, as I normally will when I'm not streaming, I will make comments like that. But an overall answer to your question, I do live streams at the store and at restaurants and such, but generally, most of my stream just takes place within my house, and that's where it's easiest to stream. So that's where I'm most comfortable. I do. Many times when I'm working on a project, I'm quiet and I'll be quiet for several hours. And I won't be vocal until someone comes into my Discord and says, "Hey, how are you?" And then I'll ask them how they found out about me. If they're new, if they're not new, I'll ask them about their day, about a project that was going on, about a question that they had. But there are large amounts of my stream where I am just silent. However, that doesn't mean that nothing is going on. I keep a radio going in the background of my streams 24 hours a day that is archiving the world's events. So you can go back to any moment of any day, essentially for the last 4 and moving into 5 years, and know not just what was going on in my life, but what was going on in world history, which I think is a really interesting aspect of the streams as well. So even when I'm silent, somebody could be listening to the radio alongside me, learning what's going on, and with how I am experiencing life. I've heard this described as well. If any of the listeners or you have ever played the game Grand Theft Auto, there are radios within Grand Theft Auto, and the radio almost becomes its own character within because it allows you to know what's going on in the character's life. And in a lot of ways, I feel my radio does the same. Um, and my reactions to what's going on. I mean, I remember where I was when Queen Elizabeth died. I remember where I was when there was the assassination attempt against Donald Trump. I remember where I was when we had the election and things like that, and my reaction directly to hearing this news. And then usually, if there's a big news event that goes on, I'll take in 30 minutes or an hour or so and talk about it, so that like what my initial feelings are, what my initial reaction is to this, because I know that there's a very good chance that people will study this in the future, and I want to give them as much information as they would want. Thank you. Yes. Yeah. Oh yeah, absolutely. Every day I get people who send me really mean messages. Uh, Many times because of my religion, many times because they're just bored and they don't have anything to do and they want to get a reaction out of someone. I let the negativity roll off my back like water off a duck. Basically, having thick skin, confident in what I do. I know I'm an intelligent person and I don't let anybody get in my way. In my own way, I feel I'm the coolest person on earth. I live stream my life. Like, what's cooler than that? And if I know internally I'm comfortable with myself, no one else is going to be able to affect what I do. Do I get people who say that they want to cause me direct harm? Yeah, I do. And I don't really let it bother me. I know it's just chatter on the internet. And I know that a lot of times the people, I do my best. One thing I must say, to be in my Discord, you have to be 18 years old. But I get people on my YouTube I have no control over who just want to chirp at me, and maybe they aren't of age. And I know what it was like before I was 18, and you just don't have the same maturity that you have. So I don't worry about that too much. In terms of my movement for global peace, I do get people who maybe are not against it, but they just are doubtful of it. And but not when I explain to them my thoughts. And so I say to them, look, we're in 2026. When I was a kid, people used to talk about world peace, and it's been this goal for perhaps all of humanity to be able to have some type of world peace system. If you study colonial empires who did exploration hundreds of years ago, generally they needed to have peace and in the home country, in the motherland, before they could do all types of exploration. And so in the same way, if humans are ever to get off world and start exploring the solar system, the inner solar system, the outer solar system, interstellar travel, the cosmos, and such, we need to have peace on Earth. We can't have civil wars because we won't have the ability to be able to have the resources to be able to balance both traveling space exploration and fighting wars at home. So I see it as an inevitability. And I'm a transhumanist. I'm someone who thinks that we are moving away from our traditional Homo sapien type background into something new. Some people call it techno Homo and such. But I think that if we are able to reverse age and perhaps delay death for some individuals on Earth, that the idea of world peace no longer becomes a problem for future generations. It becomes our problem. And because of that, um, I find that this becomes a real issue that we need to discuss. And for those people, once they hear me discuss like that, and they say, "Okay, Rabbi, how are you going to live longer than the average person?" If I may just interject with this, because it helps to understand world peace. I'm someone who is who, at least for people who watch my stream, I want to give them the resources to be able to utilize emerging technologies like oxygen therapy, human growth hormone, stem cells, cryonics, cryogenics, nootropics, peptides, cold shock therapy, red light therapy, testosterone replacement therapy, blood transfusions, and whatever the emerging technologies are. The first anti-aging and reverse aging pharmaceuticals have already been distributed to humans. And so when I start to talk about this and increasing the average life expectancy of my audience and anyone who watches this from age 80 to age 100 and 120, I get people to say, okay, well, maybe that is a realization. And then they say, okay, well, what happens when my body starts breaking down at age 120 or whatever it may be? And I say to them, this is all with your consent. But if you want, you may be able to utilize a type of technology or other types of technologies, but one in particular known as mind uploading technology, where with your consent, we scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system for later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But essentially, what I'm saying to you and your audience is that the opportunity of some type of immortality or digital immortality may not be too far off. And if that's the truth, then the idea of having a world peace scenario becomes more realistic, that it's something that we all are going to have to uh, overcome the challenge to endure. So when I put the world peace topic in those types of terms, that it's no longer an issue for the future generations of just kicking the can down the road, and it becomes perhaps our issue, people awaken to that. And then also the idea that if we are going to have space exploration, that we need to have peace at home first. And, we're 99.99% the same DNA generally. We have so many things that unite us as a species than that which divide us. And that's what I do on my streams, really to focus on that which unites us. No matter your background, your income, your creed, your color, your culture, whatever it is, we all, and people can witness on my streams, we all laugh, we all want to have fun, we all want to be entertained, we all eat, we all sleep, we all sneeze, whatever it is. And I think that my streams give people a unification aspect to recognize that we're all not that different, and that peace is achievable if we just begin to talk about it. Uh, there's a quote of John Lennon: all we are saying is give peace a chance. And that's all I'm saying as well. So, from that aspect and the pursuance of world peace, when people hear that and they're actually listen to me, I'm able to convert a lot of people. And so, overall, do I get some negativity? Do I get threats? Every single day? But they don't bother me at all. I'm very comfortable in what I do. I know that this perhaps could be one of the biggest projects in global history. And I know if we look at humanity into the future and we don't destroy ourselves, world peace is inevitable in order to explore the cosmos. Thank you. Okay, so you're saying just like consciousness? Okay, sure. Sure. Uh, well, probably something along the lines of a human zoo. And what do I mean? I think there is a lot of evidence, and I don't know for sure. It's very difficult to verify any of this, but we may be part of something known as guided panspermia. Basically, that aliens seeded humanity here on Earth or seeded life on Earth and do experiments just in the same way that we do experiments on animals in a zoo or perhaps on a safari or just in the wild by tagging animals. And from that perspective, somebody may say, where do you base this on, Rabbi? Because that goes generally against a lot of creation stories. And I think that there are ways to intertwine creation stories with this type of idea. But there are some whistleblowers. One in particular, he was an S4, a Sector 4, Site 4 scientist of Area 51 named Bob Lazar. In his briefing of working at the Nevada Test Site Area S4 of Area 51 or Site S4, um, he in his briefing it was stated that aliens have been here since the beginning, that we are seated here, and that they have done at least 65 major DNA um, alterations on humans, which would explain perhaps why we seem so uh, intelligent in comparison to even other primates or other animals. And that would make a lot of sense to me that if we, Cesar, if let's say we had all the power in the world and we could do exploration, and I said to you, hey, there's this area in the corner of the universe, and it has a Goldilocks zone where it can be inhabited, and we're going to make this for you. What would you do? It would be very much like a sim building experiment where you would create a civilization, maybe different types of species, see how they react. You might be able to study them, and there are other like alien abductees who discuss perhaps that this has been that we've been seeded here. Now, there's the idea of just panspermia, where perhaps we came from like an asteroid or something like that. That all could very be true as well. But when you get into the alien phenomenon, you recognize they're here every day, that we have them on camera. We have military whistleblowers about them. We have people who say that there's some type of program that is being undergone, that where we have communications with them. And to me, the best way and answer to your question is a human zoo. Now, there are other people who say, well, is this a simulation? It depends how you define simulation. Um, there are also the idea of the there's also the idea of the multiverse, and maybe every single moment that we're experiencing is happening on other dimensions as well. The answers to that I don't have. I wish I did, and I wish I could share them. But overall, from what I've understood from the alien phenomenon, there's a planned or guided panspermia. Um, Earth is a, and for lack of a better term, a zoo where experiments are going on, and we're being guided um, to being a type 1 civilization. And on the Kardashev scale, if your audience is aware of that. If they're not aware, basically a Soviet scientist, Kardashev, developed a scale of the different types of potential civilizations that may exist in the cosmos. And a tier 1 basically is a civilization that is able to control its, or at least absorb all of the energy that is being outputted from the home planet. Tier 2 is like of the star, and tier 3 is perhaps of the galaxy. It's in something along those lines. And so we are still in our infancy in terms of where we are evolving as a civilization. And in many ways, if we were being observed by aliens, not just perhaps one species, but other species, this would be, for lack of a better term, a human zoo. So, in summary of my answer, how would I describe this to someone? Human zoo. It could be because of our guided evolution, if that's really a thing. And to anyone who is listening out there, I don't know. Cesar doesn't know. We are just doing our best to take educated guesses at this. And anyone who does tell you that they know, I would be leery of. So, with that as just a basis, the idea, and one other thing I wanted to say about what you said was that maybe all of the ideas of a simulation or a matrix or a human zoo are all accurate at the same time. I absolutely agree. That could be something. Um, these are subjective interpretations of what's going on. So that doesn't necessarily mean that there's one objective answer, that many different interpretations could be different or diverse, but have the same end. So, with that also being said, but it does seem that humans have had some type of evolutionary advancement that doesn't necessarily synchronize seemingly with your traditional animal mutations. Like, what do I mean? Or evolution, I should say. We have been able to utilize tools and shelter and be able to manipulate our environments far better than any of our the current animals that exist on Earth. There's an argument to be made that, well, maybe there was, Homo erectus or Neanderthals or something like that that perhaps during a time of earlier human development, maybe there was more competition, and then the Homo sapien eventually won out. That's an interesting interpretation and could be accurate. I don't necessarily know, and nor do I think anyone knows. But then there are other interpretations as well. That there's the stoned ape theory, basically the idea that maybe mushrooms or psilocybin had some type of development to allow for some type of mutation or that enhanced human um, evolution. I'm not closed minded to any of these, but what does make sense to me is what Bob Lazar was allegedly briefed on in his initial paperwork at Area 51 S4, and that 65 major DNA alterations have occurred on the human species, and that's why we are so much more advanced than what we currently are. But again, do I know that for a fact? No. And Bob Lazar himself doesn't necessarily believe that. That's just something that he read. He thinks that this could perhaps be disinformation or maybe to be able to track a whistleblower to some extent. But um, it makes sense to me. It absolutely makes sense to me. If we had a simulation game and you and I were just working on it, and we would generally expect the species to stay somewhat close in terms of their evolution, not necessarily have one just advance so much more quickly than all of the others. In terms of our brain size versus our body size, we have quite large brains. And especially in terms, not just brain size, that's not necessarily the important part. It's about surface area and how much surface area that our brains have and their abilities to make interpretations and to problem solve and such. So I would say that um, the I am someone who thinks that we have not done all of this evolution organically. That there may have been some we have maybe have had some assistance along the way, perhaps off world. Also, maybe there was some type of psilocybin or something that we were able to utilize that enhanced our brain cognition or something like that. But generally, I would think that we would, if we didn't have the same type of guidance or advancement, then we would just be like a large ape, much like a chimpanzee or an orangutan or a gorilla or something like that. That is still very primitive in its evolution, as opposed to what we have, where we have space tourism and we have cultures and the ability to certainly travel around the world at supersonic speeds. These are just developments um, that I don't think are are organic. And actually, if I may add on to this, now that it triggered something in my mind, even what we have as humans in the last 100 years, really since Roswell, has seen exponential amount of development. And so this goes to a theory of Colonel Philip J. Corso, uh, and it is in his book Day After Roswell. Basically, he was a military whistleblower who stated that after the 1947 crash at Corona, known as Roswell, much of the craft that had um, uh, the craft on the ground was much of that that the scraps or whatever the evidence was gathered and eventually given to the major contractors post World War II, places like Bell Laboratories and Edison, General Electric, and basically asked to be reverse engineered and a um, in in a way that if they were able to reverse engineer it, then they could basically claim the patents on it. And this is how we allegedly got the transistor. This is allegedly how we got stealth technology. This is allegedly how we got Scotch Guard and things like the integrated circuit and things like perhaps night vision and quite a few other things, maybe even some types of communication. So I think that that's another step of our evolution that really hasn't had that much of effect on our DNA, so to speak, but certainly on how we view ourselves in 2026 or the modern age. And so we may have had guided uh, or planned panspermia, whatever you want to call it, seeded here. Then we may have had some type of DNA modifications done by some other um, type of species, some other type of alien or extraterrestrial species. And then on top of that, we have the reverse engineering of alien technology that allow us to communicate in the way that we're communicating now. And if you really look at technology in really after World War II, it's just been this explosion that we haven't been able to necessarily grasp yet. The fact that I think the argument is between 1901 and something like 1901 and let's just say 1970 or so. Within 60 years, we went from never being able to get off the ground using a plane. Maybe we can with a balloon or something like that, or some type of blimp or something. But we went from really having no fixed wing aircrafts to supersonic jets. That's an amazing amount of development over a very short amount of time. And if that amount of evolution or technological advancement wasn't assisted, then it's an amazing credit to the human race. But there's a lot of evidence that shows that it was. Yes, absolutely. Yes, yes, That's absolutely correct. And to just give a summary, in addition to Velcro, some of the other developments that Philip J. Corso references are things like integrated circuits, so microelectronics, fiber optics, lasers, night vision, Kevlar, and advanced materials, and then also some things perhaps and types of radar, particle beams. But really, if even just the idea of um, microelectronics or integrated circuits, that's every aspect of humanity that we have in the modern age. And so, um, if even we just glean that information from another alien uh, civilization, that would be enough to see much of the development that we have, in let alone all of the other types of things that we may be able to have received or been able to reverse engineer. And to your point, maybe we don't even have it all yet. Maybe it is still just being disclosed. There's an argument to be made that we're in a period of soft disclosure, or some say it's just a slow disclosure. And over time, we have different types of technologies that are emerging. And now with AI in its own way, that is allowing us to advance so much faster than we, even within the last 10 years. Just the idea, if you were to say to a student 10 years ago, if you ask somebody, what do you want to be? And they would say, well, I want to be a coder, maybe a software engineer someday. And uh, that's a great aspiration. But now we wouldn't want them to be a coder, because just a basic large language model can code better than the best coder in the entire world right now. And it's just going to get better. Just from that perspective, we have seen the world change, let alone what happens when we've had AI, artificial general intelligence, AGI, and then moving into artificial superintelligence within the coming decades. It's going to revolutionize every aspect of society. And there's a very good argument that all of this could have been connected to perhaps extraterrestrial origins. Yes. It's a good question. Kind of. There are some colors that the human eye cannot interpret. So one of these is known as like magic magenta. It's like a pink color, or a certain color of teal. There are some colors out there. If you want to go into like things that the human eye can't perceive, perhaps there's a whole other world out there. But really, everything is within the color wheel, right? I mean, that's what you're basically saying. Um, yes, right, correct. I'm in I'm in agreement with you. And something that you triggered is a quote by Ben Rich, the former director of Lockheed Martin's Skunk Works. Anything you can imagine, we already know how to do. And also something else that you said that I've heard of whistleblowers, they basically have stated that when we have 1 year that passes on the above ground calendar, the black budget calendar advances by a century, and we are just slowly being leaked new advancements in technology. And yeah. So the idea is that there are groups with Lockheed Martin and Skunk Works and Boeing and Rafael Advanced Defense Systems of Israel and L3 and Northrop Grumman, basically your military industrial contractors who have maybe through classified programs been able to have access to types of technology that isn't available to us when I say above ground, basically in the classified world. And thus, when 1 year passes on our calendar in the unclassified world, perhaps 100 years of advanced technology could take place in the classified world. Whether this is true or not or accurate, your guess is as good as mine. But it would make sense that if you had, let's just say, AI 10 years ago, that you could have quite an advancement on what's going on with classified budgets and black projects, and 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 be able to advance certain types of technologies much faster than you could without it. Before, you would need a lot of human um, uh, quality assurance. You would need human innovation, but with AI, it can replace all of that. So and I don't think that AI just emerged with OpenAI's ChatGPT in November 2022. It had been worked on for many years, and eventually, perhaps, was humans were allowed to use it, or people in the non classified world were able to use it. But there's a very good chance that AI may have been utilized before then in just black budget programs, and so there's arguments to be made as well, that it is that the defense, the military industrial complex is more powerful than the United States government or any world government, or any government in the world, I should say. That they don't that they are there's no um, accountability for their budgets. It's basically signed off with full approval, and they have no bid contracts. Uh, Organizations like Halliburton and Bechtel basically can rebuild entire countries when you or I couldn't create an organization to be able to compete with this. They basically have a huge head start, and they could be sitting on a lot of technology. Even companies that are probably more familiar from a the audience's perspective, things like Apple or Amazon or Google. Like Google has Project X, or that's basically their classified arm. Apple has classified arms. Amazon certainly does, especially with its relationship with the United States government. And there's very good chance that there are advancements that are being made by contractors that aren't allowed to the public for months, years, or decades, and they could be quite advanced. And uh, in summary, to the original question, what do I mean by on the surface or above ground? Basically, that the advancements that we're seeing from the corporations that we go to work to which we go to work every day and such may not necessarily be the only advancements that are taking place. That there could be huge advancements that are occurring, but generally these are kept in a compartmentalized industry, which is the military-industrial complex. Okay. So it's basically what's the difference between an invention and a discovery, so to speak, or there's some. It does. I'm thinking through it almost from a philosophical point. Aren't all inventions just in their own way some type of discovery? Basically, things exist out there, but we haven't discovered the ways how to do them yet. So, in the same way, like we say the invention of fire, something like that, just as a rudimentary example. Well, it's just something that we discovered, or the invention of electricity. Well, that already existed, it's something we discovered, or the invention of microelectronics. Well, that that already existed from a physics perspective. We just had to put things together to be able to discover it. And in the same way, I would say that's accurate for AI. That AI exists. Artificial superintelligence exists. We just have to discover how to do it. And so I don't see necessarily a huge differentiation between the idea of inventing something and discovering something. It's really the how. How do you get from one point to another? But the idea that so let's say something like traveling faster than the speed of light, if it's possible, which it's been hypothesized in both that it's not, but also that it uh, has already is already there. It's just waiting for us to discover how to do it. And so I think that AI is something that we're discovering. We're discovering how to do it, and then we put the term on it that it was invented, but in reality, everything is just awaiting our discovery. Futurism, the study of the future, world peace. Absolutely. So I feel people don't focus on the future as much as we should. And we talk about history a lot, and I love history. But the idea of even just futurism or futurology, the study of the future, is not really a common phrase that's used. And I want it to be. I want people to discuss where we're going as a species. And so topics like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, faster than light communication, space tourism, space elevators, space slingshots, things like perhaps space habitats and terraforming of other planets, interstellar travel, telekinesis, teleportation, things like telepathy or Santa Claus machines, basically a replicator, a 3D printer that's connected to all of the world's or all of the elements in the periodic table that can create whatever you want. These are all inventions that perhaps within the next century or the coming century will become a reality. And we're even in almost what some people would consider to be science fiction has become science reality or science fact, one in which is known as de-extinction. And for those listening, what is de-extinction, Rabbi? It's basically bringing once extinct species back to life or back to fruition. Uh, Many people want to call this like, is that what you would see in Jurassic Park? That's a far advanced level of perhaps de-extinction, but for a more realistic idea of de-extinction, it's already taken place. The first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which was a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas is founded known as Colossal Bioscientific, They've made it their goal that within the next 2 years, or by the year 2028, to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle, utilizing Asian elephant surrogates, which I just think is a mind-blowing goal, and I'm just surprised that more people aren't talking about it. They Colossal made waves and made had some um, publicity when they had their direwolf project. If you've seen their direwolves, or the audience has seen their direwolves, now many people will say, well, this isn't true de-extinction, these are hybrids. Okay, it's getting there. I mean, we just started this basically within the last 3 decades or so, but give it 300 years and see where we're at with this. Following the reintroduction of the woolly mammoth, scientists want to bring back the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird, which is just a really exciting set of goals that I feel that many people in the past would have considered to be science fiction, and I consider it to be science fact, and we're moving towards science fact. Other things about which I'm passionate, of course, are world peace, ending world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding, ending world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the Life Straw program, and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. 2/3 of the surface of the Earth is water. The idea of a drought or global thirst should be a thing of the past, especially with this type of technology. Many people say, well, Rabbi, it takes a lot of energy to be able to do that. With the advent of nuclear energy, the sky's the limit. Basically, just by turning a turbine and creating steam, we're able to have almost unlimited amounts of energy that we need. And many people are uneducated in terms of the safety of nuclear energy. If you think of how many thousands of people die due to carcinogens and issues from the fossil fuel industry, and compare that to nuclear energy that in the last 80 years has had fewer than one death directly from a nuclear incident, that's an incredible, almost miraculous type of technology that we have. There have been three major nuclear events in the last 80 years. There's Chernobyl, where approximately 40 people died there. There is 3 Mile Island outside New York City, where no one died. And there's Fukushima, which directly, between 1 and 2 people died directly as a cause of nuclear fallout from that. When people think, well, why can't people live in Chernobyl, and they get scared of nuclear radiation and such? Absolutely. I'm not saying that nuclear radiation is child's play, but in terms of a comparison to how many people die in coal mines every year and have died in coal mines for the last several hundred years, or in the oil refinery industry, or even just repairing turbines. I am someone who thinks that it is that we have alternatives. We have other alternatives that aren't being discussed in terms of geothermal energy. A lot of people may not know what geothermal energy is. This is basically where you take a big pipe, stick it in the ground, and allow the natural heat of the Earth's internal temperature to turn a turbine, which creates energy. It is always emitting. It's natural. It's clean. Geothermal is an excellent alternative to traditional fossil fuels. Another one is tidal energy. So what am I talking about? I'm talking about putting turbines in the ocean and letting the Earth's natural waves create huge amounts of electricity. This is free. This is safe. We can put nets around them so that no sea life gets harmed in this. There's also wave, where wave generators, wave energy on the surface of the water, that just by moving around, it generates electricity. I am an advocate for these types of discussions and these types of advancements, and that's what my stream's about, is coming up with new ideas and archiving them for the future generations. Other things that I'm passionate about, and I could talk about this for hours, so I will limit myself to just some of them, are mega projects. Things like a Bering Strait tunnel connecting Asia to North America. People don't know, but the Bering Strait is a 51-mile area of the North Atlantic Ocean and the South Arctic Ocean that was once a land bridge and allowed people to migrate from Asia to North America. That now, due to plate tectonics, has increased to about 51 miles. And people don't realize that a tunnel connecting this area would allow people to theoretically be able to drive from New York City to Cape Town, South Africa, or from Mexico City to Paris. It would really connect the world. And for those people out there who say, well, that seems like it's an impossible task, we already have tunnels in Asia that are being built in terms of 10 or 12 miles. So to think that 50 miles is all that wild of an idea is really, I feel, closed-minded thinking. And at least to talk about this, the connection of the English Isle or England to the continental Europe had to be talked about for many years, centuries before we would have the invention of the English Channel or the Channel, a tunnel that connects these currently. I'd like to see an expansion of the channel. I'd like to see the clearing of the Darien Gap, which in an environmentally favorable way, which is 90 to 100 miles of southern Panama and northern Colombia that are preventing the completion of the Pan American Highway. Basically, if we could clear this area in an environmentally safe way, you could drive theoretically from Buenos Aires to, and if we had the Bering Strait, you could drive from Buenos Aires to Cape Town. Or even if you didn't have the Bering Strait tunnel, you could drive from Rio de Janeiro to New York City. This would do a lot to connect humanity, these types of mega projects, and I'm a huge advocate of these. Others are connecting the Strait of Gibraltar either through a bridge, which may not be feasible because of the depth of the Strait of Gibraltar, but perhaps a tunnel connecting Northern Africa to Europe and allowing people to be able to interact with each other. These are the types of not just interact, but have to come together and see that we're all not that different, have cultural connections. Centuries ago, people had to have big thinking to have the Panama Canal and the Suez Canal. I'd like to see multiple versions of the Panama Canal through the Central American Isthmus, perhaps through Nicaragua or Honduras, to have alternative routes. Additionally, I'd like to see another Suez Canal built. It's been proposed something called the Ben Gurion Canal, perhaps through Israel and its share of the Red Sea. I don't know exactly how this is going to be, but these are arguments that have been proposed by futurists, and I want to make them realistic. I'm not saying they have to be done in the next year, but at least let's get a timetable together for the next 100 years or so. I see these as inevitabilities. Generally, I am much more an advocate for tunnel systems than bridges. Bridges, you have to deal a lot more with seismic activity and environmental concerns. Tunnels are much more protected. The lower in the earth that you dig, the safer or the less affected by seismic activity people are. I'd like to see a bridge and tunnel system, perhaps connecting Australia to Asia. I'd like to see, even one day, maybe in the next century or two, a transatlantic tunnel system connecting North America to Europe, or even a trans-Pacific tunnel system. I feel once we start to get momentum going on tunnels or just mega projects, there is a really good opportunity for us to be able to continuing to advance. So from these perspectives, I'm a major advocate. In terms of space, terraforming of other planets, certainly I think is something that we'll see within the next millennium. And there's a major issue with space exploration and the Van Allen radiation belts. And without going too much into that, humans need a safe way to be able to travel into from low Earth orbit into further into space, and then eventually being able to perhaps actually plant their land on another planetary body, and then The idea of asteroid mining is certainly something of interest, and exploring the other moons of the even just within our own solar system. These are all discussions that futurists have that you won't see on TikTok, that you won't see on Instagram. Too much of what we are being fed is generally like, it's things that aren't really important. No one really cares about facial symmetry so much that they have to dedicate their entire life to it, and or about mogging is a phrase that the kids use nowadays, or about looks maxing. I mean, we have to recognize that we're diverse people and we want to look as good as we can, and that's all important. But then let's talk about what the plan is to be able to get off world, what the plan is to create an orbital ring, perhaps, or an orbital hotel, whatever it is. I want these types of discussions to take place, and that's what my stream does. I don't see these types of futuristic discussions as being science fiction by any means. These to me are inevitable science facts. So, with that, I appreciate the opportunity to talk a little bit more about futurology. I could go on and on about this and mega projects, but I know that our time is limited. So, thank you. Both, yeah. Thank you. Yes, sir. It depends on what we're referencing as life. So, do we mean human life? I think human life, generally, people want comfort. That's a really important thing. Happiness is involved in comfort. So, doing everything that we can to be happy and comfortable. If I had to say one of them, just just really happiness is really important. From a species level, at least from humans, yes, it is to be fruitful and multiply. That's really important to replicate, is really important. Not everybody's able to do that, and that's understanding. But that's really the purpose of every species, is to reproduce. But if you want to live a happy life, and or if you want to live a life, feel that your life is well lived, uh, the more serotonin that you can unlock in your brain over the course of your life, generally what's known as happiness, so to speak, you will overall, I feel that you perhaps will consider yourself to be life well lived. So, the purpose of life as a human in 2026 is to maximize the amount of happiness that you can have. I believe God is energy. And I think, and I've been able to have the conversation with religious people and secular people, that this is an idea, and it is not new, but it isn't discussed that much. That secular people see energy, whatever creates the world, whatever allows the planets to rotate and revolve, and whatever is pushing evolution and the scientific aspects that get us to where we are right now is pushed by some type of energy. And in the same way, religious people see God as that which makes gives life, that which has gives creation, that which gives smiles on their family's face and allows them to have an appreciation for the world in which they are. And I feel that there is uh, a happy medium between this. And if you say to religious people to define God as energy, they're okay with that mostly. They may not agree with every single aspect of every part of every religion, but most religious people, if you say the energy that causes the universe to exist, our creator, they're okay with that. And if you say to a secular person the energy that allows the universe to exist, uh, whatever the great architect of the universe is, whatever we want to consider that, they're okay with that as well. So the way that I define God is energy, and this is not new. This is Baruch Spinoza, um, a rabbi and philosopher of like 400 years ago or so, and this is the same type of God that Einstein believed in, and I'm okay with that. That may differ slightly from some traditional orthodoxies, but if you ask, at least within Judaism, many people believe in energy and God being similar. And I would also say I can't explain everything that God is, but generally I feel that even within Orthodoxy, for any of my Jewish community that sees this, we need to reevaluate Baruch Spinoza and see that there may be some similarities in what our sages and our poskim have taught and where we're at from a scientific perspective. So, in one sentence, God is energy. Love is an appreciation for something else, whether it be a human, whether it be an animal, whether it be of yourself. It is an overall appreciation of something. Buy Bitcoin. Aside from that, um, I would say that I would have lived a life. I'm on the trajectory that I want to be, and to continue to grind. If I do this for long enough, somebody out there, when I hit the 5 year mark of my project in this fall, people are hearing that. And 5 years is a good amount of time. It has to click in your brain. 1 year was a big accomplishment. Every year since then has been. But I know that if I do this for, God willing, another 30 years, somebody's going to find out what I'm doing and it's going to go viral. And I just have to keep that type of mentality and toe the line. And I know it's an inevitability. But I would say to myself as well that everybody has regrets. Those people who say that, I lived my life with no regrets, sometimes are blind to the realities in their life, whether they were small changes that they could have made or large changes. So uh, I have quite a few things that I would probably do differently, and tell my younger self this. But overall, if I had to if I knew that I had the opportunity to be one of the most influential people in the entire world, have the world's largest timeline and time capsule, and be uh, both a historian and theologian for future generations of humankind, I'd be happy with that. So I would also say to myself that perhaps I'm not always happy on the exact way that I got to where I am, but I'm very happy with the overall path. And so, aside from more practical things, buying Bitcoin and perhaps some investing advice, I would tell myself, trust my gut. And if I do so, I have good intuition, good instincts, and everything will work out for the best. Absolutely. Thank you for this opportunity. Linktree.com/Rabbi Rothschild. You'll find all of my social media there. I have more social media than any person in global history, and it's literally going to be the world's largest treasure hunt when people find out about what I've done over the course of the last 5 years. Moreover, you can always connect with me 24 hours a day in Discord, discord.me/Rabbi. Join my Discord so long as you're 18 years old. And if you're not 18 years old, I understand. Join on your 18th birthday. That's what I tell people. And check out my blog. It's rabbirothschild.medium.com. I write on all types of topics, many of which are what we've discussed here on futurism and such, but many are practical things, improvement of devices and technology and uh, legal writings and some religious writings. So that again is rabbirothschild.medium.com. And then if you want to view all of my live streams, for anyone out there, if you hear me, no one else is going to dare you to type their name, Rabbi Rothschild, into YouTube and filter by live. No one else dares you to do that. I dare you to do that. I dare you to search Rabbi Rothschild or Viral Rabbi in any search engine, in any social media. You'll find tens of thousands of accounts. You'll find tens of thousands of pieces of content. I've created robots that have archived my life from an automated standpoint. I have real passions that I address every single day on social media and in blogs. Check me out. It's worth your time. And then, if anything, come to my Discord. Say, hey, I saw you on Beyond the Frequency 369, or I heard you on a podcast, or however you learned about me. That's what I want you to do. I want you to connect with me. I want to meet you. So, from that perspective, check out my Discord, discord.me/Rabbi. Check out my blogs, rabbirothschild.medium.com. Certainly, Rabbi Rothschild on Linktree, linktree.com/Rabbi Rothschild. And the easiest one of all, type Rabbi Rothschild in YouTube, filter by live. You can view my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, God willing, for the rest of my life. Absolutely. Thank you so much for the opportunity. And thank you to your audience. Few people are going to tell you Google me, search engine me, AI me, if that's a phrase. Look me up in AI. Check out what I've done. It's the world's biggest project. I really feel like it will help to advance world peace. And I really think in my heart that it's the biggest event in global history. So check out what I've done. Thank you for the opportunity. And thank you to your audience. Absolutely. Thank you. I appreciate it. You're an excellent host, and I look forward to listening to it, to sharing it with my community. I hope that's not an issue when it publishes. I will share it everywhere. So, excellent. Yeah, absolutely. Uh, Excellent. Okay, so before I go into that, I see that it says 12 minutes left, and probably most of your guests, it doesn't take that long, but just recognize I am uploading so much data all the time. You know, most people, if they have a computer issue, it's usually download speeds that they have. Mine's upload speeds because that's how much data I'm sending to my router at any given time. So we may have just, okay, okay, absolutely. Yes. Yeah. And that's just something that happens when you upload as much as I do. Okay, so what's on my agenda for today? We've got the World Cup that I'm gonna archive. So I do my best to archive like all the world sports. And then there's the UFC Freedom 250 on the White House today. So that's gonna be something. It's a historic event that I want to archive. And I've been reaching out to podcast hosts over the course of the last um, like I would say 2 months or so, and trying to schedule a podcast every day. I said to myself, I am I have such a unique story and it needs to be shared. And I share it all the time with people on Discord or Twitter Spaces or other places. But it's not always archived. It's archived on my stream, but nobody wants to watch a 12-hour stream to get an hour long conversation. And we can also combine forces in terms of our audience that, my audience will learn about your podcast and your audience will learn about my project. So it's teaming up like that. So I've got a podcast scheduled tomorrow. And one thing that you had said, like maybe in a few months we catch up. Absolutely. I'm down for that. And then at least we'll do at least one in a few months or whatever. But then I want to do one year from now. Everybody with whom I'm scheduling this, I want to have like a watermark. We'll be friends for the rest of our lives. I mean it. So yes, exactly. Agreed. Yeah. Well, it hasn't been every day. A lot of times, as you know, in the podcast world, you schedule something and then somebody's got to delay it or whatever, or they have a family issue because this isn't their primary mode of income. Fortunately, I haven't had to change any. So a lot of times what happens as well is somebody finds out what I'm doing and they want to have me on immediately for a series. So I'm finishing up. So in answer to your question, I did a 5-part series in April. I did another 4-part series with someone in May, a different person. One person was in Australia, the other person was in Czech Republic, so that's 9. I did another one that hasn't aired yet. It'll air in September, so that's 10. I've done another overall, I think about 20 in the last month or two, so to speak. Um, and that doesn't mean that I don't schedule them, but again, I don't want to over schedule myself either. Um, but what one thing that I have done is, and I said this a little bit, but I create robots or like macros, so it basically can go through all of Spotify or all of iHeart or all of iTunes or whatever, and it scrapes anybody who's put their email out there, anybody on a given subject. So what I've done is like that's not. I had seen your logo a few different places and kind of connected in my head, and then on one of the platforms you had your email out there, and so it was like, okay, this is a place where I can connect with this person, and not everybody's going to respond, but every day I shoot out 30 emails to people who on a given subject that I think would be open to what I say, and then every night or so I get about two or three people back, and so I just started doing that over the course of the last few weeks or so. So that's how I've been really able to schedule these things out. In fact, one podcaster who I did last Sunday, he said, Rabbi, when I first talked with you, I wanted to have you on like 3 or 4 sessions, but now I just want you to be a guest interviewee every 2 weeks. Can you do that? I was like, sure. I don't know if I'll always have that much to discuss, so I'll probably do it every 2 weeks for some amount of time, and then once a month from there on out, just kind of connecting. So overall, I right, I agree. Okay, sure. Oh, great. Email, just the yeah, the email where I've connected with you. It's Rabbi Rothschild 007. Um, and so, if I may just give you some advice when you're relaunching your brand. Uh, okay, do you have a link tree? Okay, excellent. So you want to make sure, if you can, to have it as standardized as possible. So maybe before you had a Beyond the Frequency 369 link tree, and that's still fine, and it's still a very close name. But then Beyond with Cesar Pagan, every single place. Um, and a lot of people say, and I help people with this all the time, especially projects and cryptocurrencies and such. You need to have the top 30 social media platforms under your name. And you may say, but nobody's going to look me up on Pinterest. But when there's a Google result, Pinterest is the 16th most used website in the world. So it will show you. And you want to put in your name your link tree, because that's almost like free advertising for you, if that makes sense. Yeah. I, I can send you the list that I tell everybody. Yeah. So and here's the thing, your new podcast isn't very big yet because it hasn't launched. So you want to get these before somebody gets it instead and then charges you to do it. So the big one, so you want to have a link tree. Then, and I'm gonna, again, I'll send you this, but Gmail, X, te- Telegram, Discord. You want to have a Discord even if you don't use it. Okay, excellent. Okay, YouTube, of course, Instagram, TikTok, Snapchat, Pinterest, Twitch, Kick, Rumble, WhatsApp, WeChat, LinkedIn, Reddit, Imager, Quora, Tumblr, Flickr, Clubhouse, Threads, Blue Sky, Mastodon, Truth Social, and Spotify. If you have those, perfect. Just leave it. Absolutely. It's going to be a search result for you. And not everybody is comfortable using X or using Instagram. You want to go where your audience is. And a very important thing is to have your link tree everywhere. Like most people, I'm sure I'm the only person who puts their link tree here. And exactly. And even though it gets cut off, it's a free advertisement for me. The whole time, everybody's going to be like, okay, what is this? And then they're going to go to it. Your thing says Cesar Pagan, and that's cool. But that's just your name. And then whenever there's a video or a clip taken, it's a free advertisement for me. In marketing, these are impressions that we're making. They're called impressions. And you want to maximize your impressions. And at the beginning of every one of your streams, you want to give your link tree. That's where everybody can find all your stuff. And certainly at the end, you also, because you're a podcaster, you want to go to the top 10 biggest podcast platforms, everything from iHeart, which you already have some there, to Apple Music, or Apple Podcasts, I should say, to iTunes. Good. Pandora. Okay, great. Okay. Okay, so that's all really good from an audio standpoint. Not all of them let you put video as well, as I'm sure you're aware. But you want to maximize when somebody types your podcast in that top 10, it's called the 10 pack of Google. You don't want anybody else in there. They're taking your they would be taking your advertising basically. And then another couple things you should know. My upload, it was successful. So what you may not realize, but it's really underutilized for search engines, is alt text for all of your brands. So like your big thing is like ufology and futurology and, social issues or whatever it is. But let's say you upload something on Instagram, just like a clip. Well, there's a thing that in there that says alt text. And usually what alt text is for people who have site issues or for helping on social media or search engines to be able to organize the different information. Not only do you want to put a good description with hashtags at the bottom and all that other good stuff, but look and you'll find alt text and you put the alt text in there. So what is alt text, you may ask? It's a description to someone who had visual issues of what the picture is, but also that alt text is being is being scraped and then also being put into search engines. And a lot of people don't recognize that. Some other things you want to do, and a lot of people aren't doing this. This is known as, sure. Yeah, it's both of those. No, they're different. Okay, so yeah. Okay, so tags are usually hashtags. That's where you see hashtag FYP for your page or hashtag podcast or hashtag ufology or whatever you're going to have. That goes at the bottom of any of your posts. You don't want to over hashtag. So usually between 5 and 7 are good. And I would always, for you, use FYP. Why? That is the big one that's being used to get something. It's called For Your Page. And that gets you on the front of YouTube. That gets you on the front of Instagram because it's like the one that everybody uses. Then you get your more specific ones. Okay, so that's tags. Then there's keywords. So keywords are a lot of times when you have the ability to upload the content into YouTube or Instagram or whatever. You can put like up to 10 keywords or whatever it is. That's important. But then there's another thing. Usually you click the picture and like for instance on Twitter it's this way, Instagram it's this way, and it's alt text, ALTTXT. And the way that you can know how to find this every single time is whenever you're uploading anything, ask where can I put alt text for whatever it is I'm doing, Twitter, Blue Sky, whatever. And then there it gives you like 500 characters. And you can put in there, this is a podcast about futurology and ufology and a live streaming project of whatever it is. And then when somebody is using a screen reader, let's say they're blind, that's the text that's going to be read to them, and that is also being scraped for SEO purposes. Now, I'm sure I told you at the beginning, SEO, search engine optimization, it's really big for you. Now, there's also a new thing called GEO, which is generative engine optimization. That's AI optimization. And you may say, okay, how do I get that? Because that's more important than even search engine optimization is. And here's why. No longer are people searching Google like they once were and going to that 10-pack. They're just getting whatever answer is coming out from Gemini, if you know what I mean, from Google, or YouTube has AI now, or Siri, or whatever it is, and you want to be accurate in that part. And so what you can do, some really great ways to for free, everything I talk about is free, is okay, so there are 4 websites that allow you to create press releases, and they allow you to create some are 1 per day, some are 1 per month, but one, okay, so you would just search in Google. I'll tell you what they are. I can also send this to you. I'll send you all this. But it's prlog.com. Another is 1-800 press releases, or 1888 press releases. Another is OpenPR. And what does this do? These are platforms that already have very strong search engine ranking, and also for search engine. Also, when you go to that news tab of Google, you know what I mean? Like there's Google search results, then there's video, then there's images, then there's news. And these populate news. So what would you do if I were you? Every time I had a guest on, I would do a press release saying Rabbi Rothschild and Cesar Pagan are going to be talking about these different topics, or we talked about these topics, and I put in there the links to the show and everything. And within 5 days, when somebody looks you up on OpenAI's ChatGPT or DeepSeek or whatever, that is what populates it, because that's no longer you fighting the algorithms to try to get seen and get your information shown to search engines. This is a third party that is basically vetting you, and it already has a huge amount of credibility for AI, and that's where AI gets its stuff. So I can tell you how quickly this works. I just surpassed 1,700 days just a couple of days ago or so of my live stream, and already when you type into just OpenAI as ChatGPT or Gemini, it already has that information in there. There's no other place that they would have gotten that except for a press release. So I put out press releases, and you've got to say to yourself, I'm not just going to do one and done. Every time I do a podcast, I'm going to do this, and it's going to be a lot stronger for you. And these are also backlinks for you that's going to increase, what you're doing and your visibility. One other thing I would do, I see your logo in the background. Okay, and it's great. It's all about like what people like you and I are interested. I highly recommend putting a circle around your logo, because so much stuff is circular, like the avatar or the profile picture, and around the circle, like you've got the logo for, I think it looks like the. You okay? Sure thing. Sure. So what you want to do is have your link tree in that circle. Basically, whenever anybody's, yes, there you go, perfect. That's a cool logo too. So you've got, that's the Eye of Horus. It looks like, is that correct? Yeah. Excellent. Okay, so you see that circle around it? That's dead space for you, basically. At the very bottom of that, like the lower half, put linktree.com/Cesar, whatever your link tree is. And why do I say this? Because then whenever anybody's going to see your logo, it's a call to action to be able to connect with you and get all your social media. So simple. Exactly. They don't. And it's such a game changer because you have to think the word impression. You'll never forget the word impression after our discussion. It's about that even subconscious somebody's staring at something, and if they're going to be seeing your logo all different kinds of places, that's cool if they just see your logo and think, oh, this is cool. It's another thing if they have some place to go, and this is going to force them to your social media every single time. And what do I do exactly? And now you would think that like the thing in the corner here beyond the frequency 369, that's cool. But when we have Linktree in it, or you have Linktree in it, it's going to be a constant advertisement for you. And every screenshot that you take and every clip that you make is a free advertisement. Where can I find your all of your podcasts, all of your videos, all of your social media, and follow you. So you don't have to use Linktree. You can use whatever one of the short links that you want. Yeah, I agree. I would put Linktree because you're gonna have your website on Linktree. So here's why. People nowadays are so suspicious of websites. Is this gonna give me a virus? Is it going to steal my IP or whatever? They don't know where a website is going. They trust Linktree. They already know that people use Linktree, so I already have a trust in it that it's not going to hack me. And then at the very top, the first thing that you have is your website. That's what you would do. So then it gives them. So now it's like, oh, this person has a lot of social media. So if they're scamming me, they've really worked hard on this because they've had to create, all these different social media profiles as opposed to just a blind website. So in the past, I always would say, have your website there. That's really great. But now, especially in 2026, a lot of people don't trust a website. And so put something that somebody already trusts, and then they're going to look at your YouTube and they're going to look at your Spotify and all that other stuff, and they're already going to trust that, and then they're going to go to your website. Absolutely. No. Nope. Absolutely. Absolutely. Same here. Oh, thank you. You're so sweet, Cesar. Oh, yeah, it will be. That's right. Excellent. Absolutely. 100%. I love you too. Hey, we met one time, but we're going to be friends for life. God willing. Excellent. Peace. We'll be in touch. Absolutely. Bye bye. Oh, shout out to, I think it's Caesar, not Cesar, but oh, What a nice guy. What a cool dude. Are you happy with how that went? Yeah. Is there anything that you'd want different about it? Nah, we could talk with all of these. I just wish I could talk longer. But I get it. Not everybody can do that. Do you wish anything went differently in that? No, it was pretty good. Is there anything you didn't like about it? No. Do you like him? Yeah, he's a cool dude. What did you think about his 6 questions at the end? They're good questions. It made me think. I thought they were really good. Do you think you'd be friends with him in real life? Yep. I think we're already friends. We already talked about it. Okay. So there's nothing that you would want to change. No, like I did that other podcast on, I forget, but I meant to say 5786 and I said 5784. You know, Israel, forgive me. I'm imperfect, perfectly imperfect. Anything else that you would want to say to him? No, he's cool. I want to be on his podcast again, like you said, and we'll definitely do it. Hopefully, a year from now. And the fact that he said he loved me, that's sad as fuck. I love him too. He's cool as fuck. And what else? He got what I'm doing. Not everybody always gets it, but he got it. If he were here right now and he said, you have to change something about it, what would you have wanted differently? From my own perspective, I have the spiel that I do at the beginning that I didn't get on the right track on. But that's fine. Are you okay with everything that you said? Mm-hmm. Is there anything you didn't like about that discussion? No, he has a really cool studio. I'm glad I got to talk to him about marketing and impressions and everything, and that's big. Oh, Riser, can you hear me?
Yeah, man, you're talking to yourself.
No. I always do that after a stream, purposefully. I do like a briefing on how it went. If I would change anything, I always think it's interesting for the people who watch my streams that I brief myself on how it went. So I was really happy with it. We did 100 minutes, which was really good. And it's one of the things we talked about in the stream. Normally, if I weren't on camera, I would just be quiet and everything that I just said vocally would just be going on in my head. But I think it's really interesting that after I do a stream or after I do a podcast, to let my audience, because I'm on camera, I know that people are watching this or will watch it in the future, to know what I was thinking, if I had any regrets or I would have changed anything. So I think I don't always do that. Like when someone comes in here and I do the whole, I stream live 24 hours a day, blah, 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 blah. I don't always talk I'm not talking to myself. I'm talking to my camera or to my audience eventually. I don't always do that, but for podcasts, I do. I think it's an important thing for me to, it's like when somebody goes on a mission and they do a debriefing afterward, like how did it go? And then it helps me to learn, like maybe there's a technical aspect of something or whatever. And then I also think it's really cool that the people who interview me in the future, they will be able to watch it from my end and know what I would have said to them when the camera's off. I think that's a really cool aspect of it as well. So I don't always do that, but when I do a podcast, I do my best to. So, yeah. Did you
No,
get?
I get it. You want to be the best guest as possible, I think.
Exactly. So
and reflect like after a sporting event or something.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, can I tell you about it?
Yeah. Can I just ask you one question?
Absolutely, my friend.
I was looking at your YouTube streams that are live.
Yeah.
And some of them are like there are a lot of them, at least like 3, 4. Most of them like don't look like as pink as like the Discord camera does. But the Discord camera, it looks like super pink. Like your room looks like dark and pink. But it doesn't seem like that's actually the case, right? It's like totally like white light.
No. That's hilarious. No. No. When I do a podcast, I turn the light on.
Oh. Okay. There you go.
Yeah. And the reason why I do that is so I don't look that dark. You know, it's just better lighting. But that light is really intense on my eyes, especially my cataract, so I can't have it on all the time. But yeah, no, the lighting is pink. I want it to be pink.
Okay. Yeah, no, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Well, I was looking at it, I was like, damn, that looks crazy. And with like the lights on, it's like a totally different room.
Yeah.
I've never seen it with the lights on like that.
Yeah.
It was like mind blowing to me.
Yeah. So when I do a podcast, I turn the light on. I notice the same thing too. I'm like, my stream looks so much different when the lights are on. It gives a different mood when the lights are off. But yeah.
Why don't you just get glasses that are like tinted pink? I know that'd be like a complete nuisance.
Yeah, I already have enough vision issues, so tinting them pink wouldn't. I don't have the room pink for my benefit. I think I can have it any color I want. So we've done this before, haven't we?
Yeah, no, I've seen it.
Yeah, I can have it any color I want, but to be honest with you, Riser, when I had this dream, 5 years ago, it was the most attractive color for chicks, like pink. They like the color pink, and it was like the inside of a genie's bottle. That's what they wanted it to feel like. Like it's really warm. It's a warm color. And it's really like, I don't know, like you notice like a lot of people use pink or magenta or whatever. But when I did one podcast, like was one with this Australian guy, and I didn't have the lighting and it was too dark. I mean, I noticed that for myself, it was too dark. So then I turned that light on, which makes everything look really white and it's really bright. But then when I'm on camera, I show up a lot better. And yeah, but okay, so this one was called Beyond with Cesar Pagan, and it's a pretty big podcast. I think he's done like 300 or so. I could be wrong on that though. But he asked me, like when I do the like briefing of myself, I always say like, is there anything I would have changed? Anything that I wouldn't have changed? Rarely I have to change something, or I would want something to be changed. And this one he did a really good job. So we met, and he said, I always try to ask them. Usually, if I don't have a chance to like look at how long their podcasts are, I usually try to like get an idea. Some of them are only 20 minutes. Some of them are as long as you want. And this guy's was, I didn't ask him beforehand, but I could tell he probably like an hour or so, maybe a little longer. And he's like, okay, so I'm going to stay and we're going to start recording. I'm going to do your introduction and then I'm going to just let you go. And when he did my introduction, one thing that he mentioned that I really don't have that much knowledge of, I think he said, I think I misheard him, but I think he said now, like tarot knowledge or something. I don't do tarot, so I think I just may have misheard him. But he gave my introduction, and then I had the opportunity to go through my spiel, and then he had some questions, like the more practical things. How do you go to the bathroom? Like that kind of stuff. And I answered that. And then we talked about the community, and then he let me go on for like a good, I don't know, 10, 20 minutes on futurology. And we talked a lot about aliens and like how we got here and all that. And that's really cool. And that's why I like these kind of podcasts, because I don't have to convince the podcast host that aliens are perhaps a real phenomenon. They already are on board with that, as opposed to maybe like some scientist or some philosopher or something who may not think that. And it's okay if they don't. I'm okay at convincing people or giving people where the evidence to go or whatever. So then we talked. He had said at the beginning that as we begin to close down, he's going to ask me 6 questions or something like that. And I'm like, okay, that's fine. And you never know what these podcast hosts are going to ask. They could ask something that, I don't know. I'm generally not overly embarrassed of most things, but like, they could ask you something that's embarrassing or something, but you just have to be ready for anything. And he's like, he let me talk about mega projects and transhumanism and how we got here, all that kind of stuff that I really like to talk about. And then we got to his 6 questions. We were like an hour and maybe an hour and a half into it. And so his 6 questions were, what is the meaning of life, basically? What is God? What is love?
Did you say type like 24 or whatever it is? Civilization.
I talked about the Kardashev scale, yeah, to some extent. No, but it's type 20. I did not go into that though. Not on that question. I go to a Baruch Spinoza, which is a rabbi and philosopher of like 400 years ago, where he says like God is energy, basically. That's what Einstein taught, and I think from a scientific perspective, I can get on board with that. And he was actually, Baruch Spinoza was excommunicated from Judaism for that thought. But now today, there's a big push to bring him back. And the only reason why he hasn't been, that decision hasn't been reversed is the rabbi in Portugal who his shul, his synagogue that excommunicated him 400 years ago, he says, the rabbi there now today is like, look, I have no control over this. This was brought on me. I'm just towing the line, essentially. But, with enough influence, I think we'll be able to change that. And so it was, what is the meaning of life? I said it depends how you define life. If we're animals, from an animalistic standpoint, perhaps to reproduce. But from a quality of life perspective, to be as happy as possible. And comfort has a lot to do with that. What is God? God, I said, is energy. And I think secular people are okay with that. And religious people are okay with that. If I ask you, Riser, I don't even really know what your religion is. I don't care. You may not have religion. You kind of seem like a secular person. But if I said to you, God is energy, you're not opposed to that, are you?
God is kind of like, are you saying that God is only energy?
No. I'm just, if I have to like summarize it in one word without going into paragraphs of explanation, God is energy. What else is there?
I don't know if that's the word I'd pick to summarize God in one word, but I mean, a lot of people do say that. Probably, yeah, just like very powerful, I guess. I don't
Right. Okay. And then he asked, what is love? And I said, it's appreciation of something. It can be love of fellow person, love of an object, love of oneself. You just have an appreciation for it. I don't know if that was the best answer, but it's what I came up with. He asked, what else? Like what is something that I'd like in the future, or like what am I doing in the future? He said, well, you probably answered it with like the live stream and everything. Um, okay, but then the really cool part happened after the podcast, which is fine. I mean, I recorded it. So the podcast ended, and usually with some of these different platforms, they have to upload your video uh, on. There's like, okay, the podcast ended. Please wait. Usually it's like 1 or 2 minutes, but because I'm uploading so much, it was like 10 or 12 minutes. So it's like wait 10 or 12 minutes to allow the recording to finish archiving or whatever. So I told him that, and he was like, "Yeah, so I've got this podcast right now, but I'm gonna rebrand it." It was like Beyond the something 369 or something like that, but he is like, it's just gonna be Beyond with Cesar Pagan, his name, and I'm like, "Great. Uh, do you mind if I just give you my advice if you're gonna rebrand?" He's like, "No, go ahead." And I was like, "Okay. Um, do you have a link tree?" He's like, "Yeah." I'm like, "Okay." And I went through the whole thing. Like there are 30 different social media platforms out there that you want to have, and you want to dominate the 10 spot for Google. And he's like, "Oh yeah, I didn't even think of that. Like maybe people will find me on Pinterest or on X or all the other places that you can find stuff." And I'm like, "Yeah, so you want to make sure you get those." And then on top of that, it makes it so that somebody can't steal your stuff. And it like makes sense that then you can promote on more places. And he's like, "Okay, so what if I don't want to use them all?" It's like, that's fine, but at least you've got them locked in, you know, as opposed to somebody being able to impersonate you or whatever. He's like, "Oh, I didn't even think of that." I'm like, "Yeah." And then we went through like when he posts something, the alt text that you can use. People really underestimate alt text. They know about hashtags, they know about keywords, but alt text is the text that in a post is used for people who have vision impairments, and also is used by search engines to be able to categorize stuff. And so I'm like, most people don't even utilize alt text. And you want to put in there. So what is an example of alt text? Let's say I had a picture of a phone right now, like an iPhone, uh, and we uploaded it to YouTube or to Instagram or something. In the alt text, I would put, "This is a black iPhone 17 with a without a home screen that's being held in someone's hand with a white background and a glossy um, look. There's no person there." Like basically, if I were blind and needed a description for what this picture was, that's what it is. And you get like 500 characters. And I said, that's a good way to differentiate yourself in search engines, because your stuff will pop up at the top because it's more friendly to search engines. He's like, "I had no idea about that." And then I said, "Do you have a?"
Where do you include that? Is that just like in the description of the post or something?
Yeah. Would you go to Instagram? I'll show you, but you got to kind of know where to go.
Yeah, I'm on Instagram.
Okay. So then, like, pretend you're going to upload something. Okay, like a new reel or something.
It has to be a video, or it can be like a Scrabble screenshot?
It can be a Scrabble screenshot, so I'll do that. Start over. Okay. All right. Now, maybe it's just because I'm doing a video and I didn't mean to. Let's see. Oh, because I'm by default doing a reel. Okay. All right. So you're doing a post, right?
Okay, new post. Okay, you grab the picture. Next. And okay, next. Sharing posts. Okay. And do you see in more options?
Oh yeah, right. Alt text.
Yeah, people don't know about
I
this.
see that.
So alt text describe your photos for people with visual impairments. Alt text will be automatically created for your photos, or you can choose to write your own. So
Wait, it will be automatically created?
it will, but it's not always that accurate, and you can manipulate it if you want it to be like higher up or rank higher. So usually traditional alt text is not as accurate as human made alt text because it's you saying what it is. Does that make sense?
You know, like how does Google know that like your description is more accurate than the default description?
Well, people with visual impairments, when they see it, they'll have better understanding of what the picture is. So they may stay on it longer. They may like it. And you could just use more words. So you're asking a good question that I want to get I don't know the exact answer on, but when writing alt text, how much does Google favor manual alt text versus automatic alt text? When? When? Okay, so manual alt text is generally better for accuracy, context, and accessibility compliance, though automated AI generation is superior for bulk processing and legacy cleanup. Why manual is preferred? Contextual accuracy. Auto-generated text often fails to capture specific intent or relevance of an image within the surrounding page content, leading to generic descriptions like person and business attire, rather than meaningful details. Nuance and intent. Humans can distinguish between decorative elements, memes, and complex data visuals, whereas AI may misinterpret abstract concepts or miss critical compliance nuances. WCAG and ADA guidelines require text alternatives to convey equivalent information. Manual review ensures descriptions meet the legal and accessibility standards without generating harmful or misleading text. So, like for instance, here's a good example. Like with yellow. Let's say you take a selfie with yellow. It would normally say automatically man with dog. But when you write alt text, it would be like riser and their dog yellow taking a picture at a Vancouver park on a sunny day near the ocean by the beach. Do you see how much more detail there is in that?
Yeah, definitely. And like the AI, even if it gives like a really good description, it may not know that the dog's name is yellow. I mean, couldn't they just like relay like the caption of like the photo that you're using for non-visually impaired people?
They generally don't do that.
Like
they generally just take whatever they see in the picture. It's like a different system. That system is not reading through the caption and then putting what's in there, generally, unless it's been advanced. But traditionally, especially because AI hasn't been as utilized in social media organizing and categorization, it would just, you put whatever you want in the caption, which does get archived or does get organized or sequenced in social media, but the picture itself will just be man with dog.
I've used AI to, like, you'll give it like an image, and then you'll say, I guess for like text to image or whatever, like the image generations. And you can upload a photo, and you can tell it, like, give me a prompt that would basically produce a similar photo to this. And it's really, really good at, like, making those prompts and dissecting the images.
Yeah, sometimes it's too good.
But that's again just like face value stuff, and it may not have like it wouldn't have like the personal details probably.
Sometimes it's too good. I really like pop art. If you know what pop art is, it's like from the 1960s, and it's like really colorful. It almost looks like comic books, and
like Andy Warhol.
Yeah, pretty close to that. Andy Warhol is definitely pop art. So
wait, yeah, no, I think you've told me that before, but like super comic book.
Yeah, exactly. And sometimes I will take a picture that looks like something that is, like it's generic, but it looks like another like a famous artist, and it will be like, this is let's just say an Andy Warhol recreation. I cannot do that or whatever. And I'll be like, no, it's not. It's a generic version. You can do this. Then it'll be like, oh, okay. And then it'll generate it for me. But basically it recognizes some things that are seen as trademarked or just a version of it. Anyway, that's alt text. And then I told him, do you have a logo for your new podcast or whatever? And he's like, yeah, in fact, I'll show it to you. And it was really good. It was the Eye of Horus, and he has like a border around the circle. And I was like, you need to put your link tree in there. And I explained, because this is an impression. Every time somebody sees your logo, it's going to tell them where to go, as opposed to just, oh, that's a cool picture, but that's it. Now I have a way to see all your social media and all your old podcasts and everything that you have. And he's like, oh, that's like, basically that's a game changer. And he was like, dude, I cannot believe you like changed my vision of how I market myself in like the 12 minutes or whatever that we needed to let this podcast upload. And I'm like, no problem. It's like, I'm really good at that because I spend so much time on the internet, and I've marketed companies globally for search engines and such. And so he's like, are you what about just my website there? And I'm like, no, maybe 10 years ago your website would be fine, but people don't trust websites anymore. They don't know if it's going to give them a virus or whatever, some type of cookie on their thing or whatever. They don't trust it, but they do trust Linktree or whatever one link in profile kind of thing that you want to do. And your website will be on your Linktree. It'll be at the very top. So if people want to go to your website, they can. But your Linktree is going to have links to all of your stuff, and it's more trusted. He's like, oh, that makes total sense. So then the 12 minutes were done or whatever. He's like, dude, I want to have you on in like in the near future. And I'm like, oh, that's cool. I'm down for that. Like, I told him, like, a lot of people have been asking me to do that. And then I told him, but if anything, like, I'll come on in a couple months or whatever you want me. But then if anything, I want to do it 1 year from now. And we'll just do it every single year. I'm telling all of these podcast hosts, 1 year from now, let's just do it again. Because this will give us, like, like we know each other. And this shouldn't just be a hit it and quit it thing. I want to connect with these people in the future. And he's like, oh, dude, that's such a good idea. Absolutely. He's like, dude, I love you. Like, you're amazing. Like, I'm like, oh, I'm glad. I appreciate that. Like, you can consider me a friend. Like, this isn't just like I'm a random interview. I'll help you in any way I can. So I told them, look, I know I said the 30 different social media platforms that you need, and it goes by really quickly. So I'll just send these to you, and then you just make sure you have an account on all of them. And then, I also told him the new kind of SEO, search engine optimization, is GEO, generative engine optimization, basically manipulation of AI for whatever you want. And I explained to him, like, no longer is it that important to be in the Google search results. It's important to be in the AI description of whatever you are. And the way that you do that, I have found, is press releases are really good ways to do that, because that's a third party that's vetting everything that you're saying and promoting it on their website. And AI is using that not just from a Google search result, but also Google News. It's like on the press wire, and it is seen as more verified information. He's like, dude, I had no idea about that. Like, I explained to him, I just surpassed 1,700 days of live streaming, or I'm like right at it. And so I did a press release for that. And already, when you do AI about me, it knows that's 1,700 days or whatever. He's like, dude, that's, he's like, dude, I don't know how to thank you. I'm like, no, he's like, I'm so glad that you're not a gatekeeper with all this. I feel like what you're doing should be more, like people will do this in the future. And I think they will. And we already see people who do. We had that one guy who'd been doing it for like 350 days or whatever. So then the upload went up, and that was the, and he's like, so what are you doing later today? And I'm like, well, obviously live streaming, but we've got the World Cup, and we've got the UFC Freedom 250, and then there's I'm going to be on some podcasts tomorrow, and just explain that to him. So anyway, then I ended it, and I looked over at my computer, and only Jay was in here, and I did my briefing, and then I looked over again, and you were in here, and now we had all that conversation. So you're all caught up.
Yeah, I tuned in just at the end of it.
I'm glad I looked over, because whenever I do a podcast, obviously I mute everything, because if not, I'll get people coming here yelling at me or whatever, and so I couldn't hear. But really, really cool that you got to see how I briefed myself. And I'm trying to think, after all that discussion, is there anything that I would have changed? I always say that to myself. Is there anything that I would have changed? And I was looking for a quote by Ben Rich, who was the head of Lockheed Martin Skunk Works, and I kind of had to move my computer to be able to find it, but I got it, and it was basically everything that you can imagine we've already know how to do. Like, if it exists in Star Trek or Star Wars, we already know it. And I'm glad I was able to get that quote. So he said he had 2 more podcasts to publish, and then I would be the second of his new podcast. It still has a very similar name to the old one, but I think he just rebranded it because it's a little shorter. So anyway, how
many views does this podcast get?
It's an excellent question. I don't know. I don't ask people that, because I don't always know how many views I get, and I don't want to say I hate that question. It's probably one of the most important questions that we have. Didn't you say you could go to Spotify and view it? Let me see.
Was this the one that was 7? Oh no. Was this the one that I searched up that one time?
Hold on. I'm sure there's somebody, because I see this all the time. People do this with Brendan Schaub's thing. Approximate listenership. So we'll look how to see how many listeners a podcast has. Rephonic. It's a podcast database. Search our podcast of 3 million shows. Hey, this might be a really good thing. They have podcast emails in here. Let me see if it's free, though, before I register. Rephonic free? I'm going to guess it's not. No, it's like a best search tool.